What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 6 Chapter 202, Auto-generated chapter title, 202. The heavens are shocked. This is so much better than me to pretend. First, a short video hurried past. I probably explained the whole process of Luffy's shot against celestial dragons. This made the chat group filled with indignation. This group of celestial dragons really damn it. But when I think of Kenpachi making celestial dragons blood flow in a river that day, my heart screams. Open black lens bracket hahaha. Yeah, these damn scums shouldn't exist in any world. Their existence is sinful, a bunch of damn guys. Everyone in the chat group is scolding this group of celestial dragons. The picture turns. Kizaru, dressed in a yellow striped suit and dressed up in justice, appeared in the eyes of everyone. For a while, everyone was shocked. Whoa, in this video, the subject cannot be Kizaru, right? Ning. Maybe. Looking at the style of painting, it should be Kizaru. Shonda and others also asked Huang Yuan. Shonda. At Kizaru, as one of the 7 colors of the heavens, you have to tell us if this is about you? Tony. At Kizaru, as one of the 7 colors of the heavens, you have to tell us if this is about you? Kizaru. When did I become the 7 colors of the sky, old man? The 6 colors of the sky, isn't it always you Shonda, Tony, Janos, Senju Hashirama, Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen? When did you add me again? Kizaru lying on the sofa was a little different. At this time of 707, the 6 colors of the sky spoke together. Open black lens bracket we unanimously decided to include you among the 6 colors of the heavens and become the 7th color of the heavens. Don't deny it, we all know it well. At the same time, Senju Hashirama and others all smiled. Kizaru and Impelled Down looked dumbfounded. Backquote no, why did the old man get along with you? But, a smile appeared on Kizaru's face. This scene is really about the old man. After Kizaru said this, the chat group suddenly stirred up waves. In the picture, Kizaru came after Sabaody Archipelago. He did not have the consciousness to arrest the pirates quickly. Instead, with a careless expression on his face, he walked forward step by step. Inside the office of the Martial Naval Headquarters, Sengoku was furious watching this scene. Kizaru, why did you take the initiative to ask Yang and said that Sabaody Archipelago must be handled properly? I let you go. Until now, you actually did such an accident for me? Advertisement. Sengoku's chest rose and fell, and he patted the table with both hands. Even directly ignoring the image of Martial Marine, directly angry in the chat group. Garp on the side laughed. AJFD, Sengoku, don't you know that kid Kizaru? Chingshong and Akainu did not speak either, they knew Kizaru too well. This Kizaru, if one can do something and then do it again, then there will be a ghost. Impelled down. Kizaru's neck on his small sofa shrank again. Open black lens bracket Martial Sengoku, don't be so fierce. Seeing Kizaru's reply, the heavens and worlds burst into laughter instantly. And in the picture, Kizaru looked at the miniature phone bug that looked like a watch and shouted. Moses, I am Kizaru. It's weird. Moses. Very strange. Looking at Kizaru's wretched expression, the heavens and worlds were a bit speechless for a moment. Little lowly Dudu was full of disgust. Shadow. At Huang Hu, the wretched uncle is really wretched. At this moment, there are 2 unknown pirates hiding in the dark looking at Kizaru's figure. There was cold sweat on their faces, however, one of the men armed with a spear murmured boldly. In case I get rid of that guy, I will be famous overnight. Finished. The pirate picked up the spear and aimed at Kizaru. Seeing this scene, the heavens and all realms are all different. My god, this little pirate has 2 guts, right? He even dared to have an idea about Kizaru. I really admire his courage. Who said no? Kizaru is Marine Admiral. This is a man standing at the top of the sea, and he can't be defeated by ordinary people. As for killing, it is basically impossible in pirate world, right? Yes, this little pirate is simply a python, too self-conscious. It is not so much that he is self-conscious, it is better to say that he is looking for death. Yes, just looking for death. Countless people in pirate world also sneered. The gaze under Dover's lens was full of mockery. In his eyes, the little pirate was simply a brain dead. Give him a perfect opportunity to attack Kizaru, and he dare not be sure. That unknown little pirate even dared to have an idea about Marine Admiral. The old birthday star eats arsenic and has a long life. In the picture, after the pirate aimed at Kizaru, Kizaru didn't seem to notice it. Advertisement. He was still talking on the phone worm that looked like a watch. Moses. Very strange. Following his mouth, Kizaru's wretched voice continued to ring. At this time, many people in the heavens and worlds narrowed their eyes. Taste. A bullet fired directly from the gun's chamber with a cracking sound. But no one thought that this shot could hit the yellow ape. After all, it is Marine Admiral, and it is also among the top 10 powerhouses in the current battle list. And Kizaru's speed is not something ordinary bullets can catch up. Many people are waiting to see how Kizaru solves this overweight pirate. But something unexpected for everyone appeared. Kizaru didn't seem to notice it at all. The bullet directly penetrated Kizaru's head, shoot in from one temple and shoot out from the other. At this moment, many people were shocked, but they also thought of Kizaru's elemental ability. No one thought that the pirate could kill Kizaru in this way. Really, in the picture, Kizaru seemed to be nothing. He was still looking at the phone worm on his arm, shouting, "Moses, Moses." The two pirates had already seen a ghost, and their souls trembled. The two pirates also began to flee at this time. Kizaru that a pair of sunglasses is also the golden shine bright. The two pirates have guessed at this moment what kind of ability Kizaru is. Naturally, I am looking for a man called War Peachbill. He was the old lady's men do. Lift the left foot, which embodied the terror of gold. Foo forehead, Kizaru's face full of frustration. Kizaru this time looking at the two, he said with a look of dull. The pirate who opened the gun forced himself courage and fired another shot. But it didn't work at all, although this has not been kicked out of the foot, but has caused shock heaven's one world. This scene almost to the duo to direct scare in the past. But this shot still penetrated Huang Yuan's head. P.S. Sorry everyone, only 2 more today, and tomorrow will be filled, sorry everyone. But they ran from the street to the end of the alley, only to find Kizaru's figure reappeared in front of them. Very strange. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Kizaru also turned his head slightly to look at the two at this moment. 2 people can listen. Kizaru did not listen, then running all the way to leave. 203 The charm of the old man Kizaru. Countless people in the heavens and 10,000 realms are watching closely. Kizaru kicked out with a brilliant golden kick, call out. Accompanied by a laser sound, a straight golden light shot quickly at the 2 little pirates. At this moment, the world is silent. The figures of the 2 little pirate runners stagnated. Golden light penetrated between the 2 bodies. The air seemed to have a burnt breath. The figures of the 2 stood still, staring blankly at the front. The huge number 27 mangrove tree stands tall, but the next moment. Boom, boom, boom. In the picture, all that was left was Kizaru raised his left foot and the justice screamed. In front of me, there was a bright fire. All marine soldiers on the warship had exaggerated expressions and made unbelievable noises. The tall mangrove number 27 slowly collapsed, and the picture was frozen on the shocked faces of the 2 little pirates. Numerous marine soldiers on the side whispered, Kizaru Admiral, is it a bit too much? No matter how enthusiastic you are, you can't kick the mangrove tree off. The voice was full of shock and strangeness, but Huang Yuan said with a wry expression. This is indeed a bit overdone. After this sentence, Kizaru continued to lift up and leave. As for the 2 silly little sea towns, Kizaru has no interest in them at all. The chat group exploded. The main show has not yet begun. But just because of Kizaru's appearance, everyone was shocked. My god, Admiral Kizaru this wave, I give full marks. It's so shocking, not to mention how powerful the attack is, but the hearts of the 2 little pirates have been completely destroyed, right? This is simply, murder and punish the heart. Who said no? I didn't expect Kizaru to be so pretending, it's so shocking. If I were these 2 little pirates, even if my body is not dead, my heart is dead. I'm afraid I'll be paralyzed when I hear the word Kizaru in my life. Yeah, the psychological shock brought to them by Kizaru's wave is too strong. These 2 people are really too miserable, slightly begin to sympathize with them. Many people in the heavens and worlds are very shocked by Kizaru's wave. It's not how powerful Kizaru is, they have seen those a few times. Advertisement even the old Yamamoto, Kagaya, who are much stronger than Huang Yuan, have already appeared. The heavens and worlds will no longer have too much shock and other emotions about Kizaru's strength. But this video of Kizaru is totally surprising, from the appearance of Kizaru. That calm, and casual style is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. And then to the last kick to break the mangrove, all of this shocked everyone. Spirit Cage World. Although the little lowly Dudu looks down on Kizaru very much. But her face was full of surprise at the moment. Unexpectedly, this wretched uncle has such a handsome side. Shado's dislike for Kizaru changed slightly. The eyes of Broken Star of Oni-san on the side were even more moved. People like Kizaru. Although he is wretched, he is even more of an old man. But he is not only strong, but also capable of acting like that. And this pretends so hard that no one will be disgusted at all. The kind of calmness, and randomness is deeply engraved in Broken Star's heart. Before she knew it, she actually began to admire Kizaru a little bit. Shonda Antiquity and others are full of envy. They can learn Kizaru's compulsion. In the picture, with Kizaru's pace, everyone's eyes continued to move forward. The first to appear is the magician Buckinger Hawkins. He sat by the pool, his eyes closed slightly. A group of men in black robes watched many pirates escape, and immediately persuaded Hawkins. Captain Hawkins, let's run too. Yeah, Captain Hawkins, can't tow anymore, Admiral is about to arrive. A group of people in black robes said sincerely. They were all ordinary people who were rescued by Hawkins, and then followed Hawkins to form a pirate group. So they all respect Hawkins very much, but at this moment Hawkins had a calm face and said with his eyes closed. We don't have to worry, the fate is a foregone conclusion. As soon as Hawkins finished speaking, he heard a wretched voice. Law, I want to inquire about something. Kizaru's wretched face appeared in front of everyone again. The people in black robes in the picture were startled and jumped for a while. Open black lens bracket ha. If I were them, I would definitely be scared to death by Huang Yuan. And what's going on with them, Captain Hawkins? Facing Admiral Kizaru, he is so calm. If I remember correctly, Admiral should be the top powerhouse in the world, right? The only ones that can match them are the 4 emperors and some 7 warlords of the sea. 0. Look for flowers. Advertisement, yes, but Hawkins can be so calm? Could it be that he is also some top powerhouse in the sea? It's a bit. I look forward to it, want to see how Kizaru will act next. Looking at the barrage in the chat group, Kizaru in Impel Down smiled slightly. In the picture, Hawkins opened his eyes and looked forward flatly. Don't panic, I can't die today. With that, he took out a tarot card directly from his arms. The people in black robes around are almost crazy. It doesn't matter if they're dead, but their Captain Hawkins is fine. Everyone continued to persuade, Captain Hawkins, run away. Captain Hawkins, but Hawkins turned a deaf ear, as if he had 100% confidence to deal with Kizaru. Talking. A few straws rose under him, and his hands were shuffled quickly. Putting the tarot cards on the straw, Hawkins said flatly. Fighting, the rate of defeat is 100%. Fleeing, the success rate is 12%. Defense, the evasion rate is 76%. Looking at these few words of Hawkins, the chat group was about to explode. Everyone laughed. Open black lens bracket ha 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 ha. This Hawkins is going to laugh at me, my stomach hurts so much. Open black lens bracket ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that he would pop out such a few words? We still think that Hawkins has any powerful strength to guarantee that he will not die under Huang Yuan. Unexpectedly, this really remains immortal. Ha ha ha, it's almost laughing at me. Fighting, the rate of defeat is 100%. Close black lens bracket, fleeing, the success rate is 12%. Open black lens bracket defense, the evasion rate is 76%. Ha ha ha, who knows what my expression was when I saw these few sentences. I'm almost shocked to death, alright, ha 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 ha. Stomach ache, but then again, Kizaru is really charming. This kind of calm, and powerful strength has made me a little bit of a man. I don't know whether the thousands of girls in the heavens and worlds were captured by Uncle Kizaru. Seeing these words, Kizaru in Impel Down smiled again. Wiping the stubble on his chin, Kizaru's smile grew stronger. Old man, are you so attractive in 10,000 realms? Chapter 204, Auto-generated chapter title, 204, Admiral Kizaru, 1v9. While Hawkins was divination, Kizaru had already asked a few words. Can I bother a little bit? I'm looking for someone named Zan Taomaru. But watching Hawkins ignore him at all, Kizaru also became impatient. The expression was a little helpless. Oh, at this time Hawkins had also completed his divination and looked up at Kizaru. I don't know that person, you can ask someone else. Many people were surprised when they saw this scene. I'll go, this Hawkins is so calm, he feels that since he can't die anyway, he will simply give up on himself? But is his divination really accurate? How dare he talk to Kizaru like this, isn't he afraid of being kicked to death? When you talk about kicking to death, I remember it. Do you remember the title of this event? Remember to remember, 7 and 7. 1 bite is terrible, 1 foot is a supernova. Close black lens bracket. This kick is a supernova, is it just Kizaru kicks a pirate supernova? That said, Hawkins in front of me should be one of the supernovae. All the heavens and myriad worlds had their eyesight bright, and gradually understood the meaning of that title. But 1 bite is terrible, they haven't figured it out yet. Everyone continued to watch carefully, in the picture. Kizaru looked a little distressed when he heard what Hawkins didn't know. Tilting his head, Kizaru said lightly, with a wretched expression on his face. You can't find him, but I am more free now. At this time, you can't let go of the bounty criminal, right? A bounty is offered, 249 million, magic, Buckinger Hawkins. Indifferent tone, Sakura's peach-like mouth, wretched and erratic eyes. There is no smell of gunpowder between Kizaru and Hawkins. With his hands in, he stood in front of Hawkins. The body of more than 3 meters is very tall. Although Kizaru did not take the initiative to release the slightest momentum. But the sense of oppression is very strong, next moment. At a moment when no one expected it, Kizaru looked down at his mouth and spoke slightly. Speed is weight, have you ever experienced flash kick? Words fall. As if it is speed, time has stopped. At this moment, everyone in the heavens and all realms held their breath. Advertisement in the picture. Everything around it seems to have turned into nothingness. Kizaru plugged in, and raised his right foot slightly. There is a bright golden light condensed on it, although the movement is light and slow. But the next moment, haven't waited for the look of the people around to change. This is the kick kicks Kizaru speed of light, it has been hit Hawkins' left cheek. Boom. With the sound of a laser, Hawkins' crashing dashing figure. Hit all the way through countless buildings, Hawkins' figure disappear. At distant ports, a pirates fell to the ground, into the brains off, apparently not be too dead. Then, Kizaru is faint, raising his hand, a finger pointing to the front. A laser lacing again. Boom, explosion rang, surrounded by a pirate's screams. At distant ports, but also a pirate fell to the ground, to death do not know exactly how to die. Hawkins, a public man in black men hiding in the side, did not dare say a word. Chat group said in an exclusive again. Look at it, how did those 2 people in the port die? A head enters, and a brain seems to be hit by something to die, isn't this too weird? Many people are very good, but there are sharp-eyed people who have found some connections. These two people's strange way of death seems to be the same as the end that Baggins deserves. At this time, Hawkins' figure came out of the smoke. The appearance of being unscathed made the heavens and worlds even more different. This Hawkins really had two things. He was actually unharmed by Kizaru's foot. Many people thought secretly in their eyes, and they were thinking of something. Hawkins looked at Kizaru at this time and said solemnly. As expected of Admiral, the power is far beyond imagination. Kizaru still followed his mouth, very strange, and Hawkins was still talking cautiously. Unexpectedly, 2 have been killed. I don't know if I have prepared 10, are they enough? With that, Hawkins raised his right arm. Among them, 2 scorched scarecrows fell out. Look at this Hawkins, it's so weird. He was unscathed under Kizaru's 2 attacks, is this impossible? All worlds are different for a time. Advertisement. Have you noticed that the 2 scarecrows in Hawkins died in the same way as the 2 pirates in the harbor? Seeing this barrage, everyone who was still puzzled before grabbed something instantly. Open black lens bracket yep. Could it be that Hawkins used that scarecrow to divert the damage? At this moment, everyone suddenly realized zero. I have heard before that there is a kind of witchcraft in the ancient legend that can pinch the villain to curse other people. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be true. This witchcraft is too weird? Don't talk about witchcraft, I want to know now what will happen next. In the video, the scene became lively for an instant. The reason is that several other supernovae have already appeared. The monk Marquis was hit by the pacifists in front of Kizaru. Dai Yin Apu was looking excited in the small upstairs not far away. Yurobe was lying on the ground. Although he was beaten to blood by the pacifists, his face was still excited. Failed, so tough. Looking at the pacifist looking like a bear, Yurobe said. Hawkins spoke at this moment, looking at Kizaru indifferently. There is something better than him. Yurobe turned his head slightly, and his expression instantly became astonished. Is that Admiral Kizaru? What a shame. There is Marine Admiral before, and 7 warlords of the sea afterwards. Is it coming? Yurobe said solemnly, but Hawkins shook his head behind him. No, you haven't looked dead yet. See this. The heavens and all realms are a little speechless. It's all about thinking that I can live without death, so why'd I say that others don't? That means in his eyes, does he think his divination is so useful? But in the picture, this time it changed again. Naval Headquarters in the Marshal's office. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sengoku shook his head, looking at Garp with an ugly expression on his face. Who can tell me, why is Hawkins so confident in 5.3? Akainu looked dark at these bullet screens. Is Kizaru a decoration? Or is his admiral name fake? If it wasn't for your grandson Luffy, can I send Kizaru, the fish catcher? The supernova took turns, and the 9 gradually surrounded Huang Yuan. I will let none of them get out of that island alive. Garp looked a little embarrassed, eating the donut in one bite without saying a word. Marshal Sengoku, you should have let me go to Sabaody Archipelago. He stood up silently. Supernova? Chapter 205, the recognized king of 10,000 worlds. Except for Luffy and Zoro. At this moment, the 9 supernovae of Sabaody Archipelago have not consciously walked to the ground. Kizaru raised his brow slightly as he looked at the posture around him. My old man is surrounded by supernovae. It's terrible, so terrible. Kizaru's tone was careless, and his expression was still very wretched. He first looked at Kid, who offered the highest reward. Eustace, Kid. The captain of the Kid pirate group, born in South Blue, is named after killing innocent people and killing the common people. He is an out-and-out vicious pirate. A bounty of 315 million Baileys is offered. Those with the ability of magnetic fruit possess the power of a magnet. Look at the moment. Kid, who had already condensed a huge magnetic arm, looked at him cruelly, and Kizaru had a wretched expression. It's really terrifying, the supernova is terrible. Kid has a grim expression. Since I met, Lousy will kill Admiral for fun today. With that said, he was about to launch an attack on Kizaru. But the next moment, a golden light struck him directly. Kizaru's figure appeared directly behind him. Kabuto is still in his hands, and a bright golden light is condensed on one right foot. Boom. Accompanied by that unique laser sound, Kid, who had the highest reward among the supernova, was kicked out by 09 Kizaru in an instant. Before he could react, Kizaru's kick had already hit his brain. Boom. The terrifying explosion sounded. Kizaru reached out and covered his eyes. It's terrible, if it wasn't for the old man's speed, you would have to kill him. Boom. Countless people in the heavens and worlds stared wide. They really know what the title means. This is really something like, 1 bite is terrible, 1 foot is a supernova. Everyone looked dumbfounded, and then they saw the picture. Kizaru turned to look at Hawkins again. I played it just now, magician, Buckinger Hawkins. Pele is offering a reward of 249 million. Your ability is really terrifying. Hawkins at this time has become a huge scarecrow. Next moment, Kizaru's figure flashed in front of him and pointed a finger lightly at his chest. Afterwards, it is a radiation attack that is violent to ultimate. Call out, taste, call out. One after another laser beams hit Hawkins' chest. Advertisement: the magician Hawkins didn't react at all, and was hit by Huang Ape's laser one after another in his chest. Stopping his hands, Kizaru looked at the next person. Hawkins, one of the supernovae, has slowly fallen to the ground with smoke. 8 scorched scarecrows fell out of him. Obviously, his remaining 8 lives have been completely destroyed by Kizaru. Hakon's face changed for the first time when he fell to the ground with serious injuries. His expression was shocked, and he didn't expect Marine Admiral to be so terrifying. Is this still a human? Kizaru didn't care about Hawkins, who fell seriously injured, and looked at Drake. The wretched voice continued to sound. The heavens and myriad worlds were numb for a while, and everyone looked at it in shock. Red flag, X Drake. A bounty, 220 million Pele. Drake Rear Admiral, why do you want to be a pirate? Kizaru rubbed his eyebrows, his face very puzzled. At this time, all the supernovae were panicked. They really realized how terrifying this Admiral Kizaru really is. Drake was nervous and complicated, but he still couldn't say that he was an undercover agent. So, he had to use fruit power. The body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which is 4 or 5 meters high, formed and looked at Kizaru savagely. But in Drake's heart, it was until he had no chance of winning. Once as Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, he has really seen the horror of Marine Admiral. But he didn't worry too much in his heart. After all, in front of him is Kizaru, the famous fishing admiral. If this is a Kainu in front of him, then he will turn around and run away. But Kizaru's case could still be saved. Kizaru shook his head slightly while looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him. There is no way, Drake Rear Admiral. When the words fell, it was another kick at the speed of light. Boom. Drake's body was immediately penetrated by the laser. He also stared wide, and slowly fell down. Turning his head again, Kizaru looked at the next person. Luo's figure came into view, which made Kizaru's brows frown, and interest in his eyes increased. Are you the death surgeon, Trafalgar Law? The leader of the Red Heart Pirates has offered a reward of 200 million Baileys. I remember, you can take out someone else's heart, and you can guarantee that that person is not? What a horrible ability. Sure enough, supernovae are so terrible. Kizaru said. The figure turned into golden light again. But, do you have time to cut out the old man's heart? Luo's face changed drastically. Before his slaughterhouse was opened, Chu Yuan was approached. At this moment, Rao Shila couldn't help it. Boom. It's another kick. Seeing Luo's figure flying upside down, everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms was numb. Advertisement. This is so Kizaru, it's too shocking. This is forcing. Everyone choked silently. The supernova in the video is also chaotic. Originally, 9 people surrounded Kizaru, but this short period of effort. They reduced their staff by 4. It still starts from the 4 people with the highest bounty. This made Jewelry Bonnie and Capone Beeg feel a little trembling. Today they finally understand what Admiral really means. And at this moment, seeing the situation at the moment, Dian Yin Apu's eyes were full of solemnity. He originally thought that Marine Admiral was just like that. But now it seems that Marine Admiral is really strong. The strong made him tremble in his heart. However, in the current situation, he can only act first to be strong. All parts of Apu's body suddenly turned into various musical instruments. Play every time, long, boom. A707 is the most powerful, Marine Admiral is scum. F*K, surprised, Marine Admiral is scum in front of him? Ha ha ha, sit down and watch Admiral get killed. Apu's voice of death played very fast, the last sentence falls. A sound wave hit Kizaru directly, but Kizaru didn't seem to notice it, and let this attack hit his body. Apu's sonic attack vibrated by. Kizaru's upper body was directly cut down by that sound wave. However, there was no blood flowing out of the wound on the waist and abdomen. Jewelry Bonnie and Capone Beeg on the battlefield raised their eyebrows, with hope in their eyes. Did you make it? Ha ha ha, is it so successful? Successfully hang out. I know now that Kizaru's Logia ability person can elementize the body and immune to physical attacks. Can you still hit him? A group of guys who can't even use hockey. Many people in the chat group laughed at this group of supernovae. They all know most of the information about Pirate World. Devil Fruit, hockey, etc. are no longer a secret in 10,000 realms. Seeing Apu at this moment, many people have sympathy on their faces. There is no doubt that he will become Kizaru's background board again. Hello, One Piece, Admiral Kizaru, is it okay? No problem, no problem. Acknowledged by 10,000 realms, forcing the king to be Huang Yuan, ha ha ha. Chapter 206, auto-generated chapter title. 206. Desperate Supernovas, Admiral Kizaru's Path of Pretense. Looking at the barrage in the chat group, Kizaru in Impel Down is not to mention how happy it is. Is the old man's popularity in 10,000 realms so high? Really, a little flattered, Kizaru giggled and continued to watch his performance in the scene. Kizaru, whose upper body was lying on the ground, had a calm face. Following the mouth, the wretched voice sounded again. Ding ding yin, Apu. A bounty of 198 million Pele is offered. ARP is the most powerful, Admiral is a scum, next moment. The bright golden light condenses from above Apu. Kizaru was in the shape of an upside-down golden hook, and looked at Apu with a faint expression. Sound waves are not as good as light. Boom! The laser sounded again. Apu's figure hit the ground directly, and a big hole crashed out. This is not over yet. Like Kizaru's special care, the shocking laser exploded. Boom! 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 Countless people were a little excited when the heavens and myriad worlds looked at this explosion and firelight. In my opinion, one piece is no longer required for selection. This must be Kizaru, no doubt. I haven't run away, I won't be shocked by anyone in the future. Kizaru's pretense is so good, it's perfect. Yes, I really responded to the title. One bite is terrible, 1 foot is a supernova. Open black lens bracket Kizaru, it really made me realize what pretends to be. I also said before that no one can pretend to be thorough so far. But now, Kizaru really did it, and I admire it with all my face now. Backquote, yes, my mother opened the door and asked me why I kept kneeling. Open black lens bracket ha ha ha. Everyone applauded Kizaru. It seems that he, the Pirate King, has been fully established. In the picture, until now, only Kira, Jewelry Pani, Capone Beeg, and Yurogue were still standing. And Huang Yuan's voice continued to sound, this time, it was in Kira's ear. Wearing a blue-striped mask, Kira trembled as soon as she heard Kizaru's voice. The ghost-like voice rang in Kira's ears. Kid Pirates Fighters, offering a bounty of 162 million Baileys. Moment. Kira turned her head and the sickle in her hand suddenly turned towards Kizaru. But now he can't use armament hockey, so he cuts Kizaru hard. The golden light flashed, and Kizaru reached his ear again. Advertisement, what a cruel and terrifying supernova. So, have you ever been mentioned by the light? A whispered voice sounded. Kira's eyes widened under the mask. Boom! There was another loud roar. The heavens and worlds were also numb by Kizaru's shock. It was so shocking. It was so cool all the way from the sole of the foot to the tinling cover. It's so cool, it's so shocking. Open black lens bracket Kizaru's strength is crushing for this group of supernovae. But he just doesn't directly crush it. Open black lens bracket step by step, destroy the confidence of this group of supernovae. I think if they see Kizaru in the future, will they scare away directly? Too shocking, too shocking. Kizaru. I can kick you to death with one kick, if I don't kick you to death, it's meaningless, just play. Ha 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 ha, upstairs you were going to laugh at me. But this is so incisive. These waves of Kizaru are really pretending to be me. Backquote, yeah, next one, is it at that Jewelry Pani? The interest of the heavens and worlds increased greatly. They looked forward to how Kizaru would crush this person. Kizaru in the picture still stares at the remaining supernovae indifferently. The wretched voice continued to sound. Kiss, accidentally, there are only 3 left. As he said, Kizaru slowly moved forward. Jewelry Pani, Capone Beeg, and Yurogue all had cold sweats on their faces. Kizaru stepped forward, and the 3 of them took a step back. Jewelry Pony's face is very ugly, and he feels very aggrieved in his heart. She has never received such treatment since she went to sea. As soon as the thought of resisting Kizaru rose in his heart, Jewelry Pony's figure trembled again. Because Kizaru's demon's voice sounded again. Big Stomach King, Jewelry Bonnie. Captain Bonnie Pirates, is offering a reward of 140 million Pele. What is the ability? Kizaru clasped his ears, with some doubts on his face. Cough, yes. Before, I heard from my subordinates that your ability is to turn people into old people and children, right? It's a terrible ability, then you turn the old man into a young child. But Jewelry Pony didn't dare to move. The previous will to resist Kizaru dissipated instantly. After all, being able to have that fighting spirit is 2 different things from actually doing it. Kizaru was in her eyes. It's God, just invincible. Advertisement: each of the 9 supernovae is offering a reward of over 100 million. But, in a few moments, 6 people were seriously injured. This completely destroyed her resistance. She also really knew. What exactly do the 4 words Marine Admiral stand for? What does the world government's highest combat power represent? Seeing Jewelry Pony had completely lost his will, Yurogue, the strange monk on the side, looked ugly. His figure had already exploded with secret methods, rising to 5 or 6 meters. Yurogue rushed towards Kizaru step by step. On the path he walked, the earth seemed to tremble. At this time, Kizaru looked at Jewelry Pony and turned his gaze to him. Yurogue, the monk, is offering a reward of 180 million Baileys. It stands to reason that you are the last one, but since this is your wish, old man. The wretched voice fell faintly. Kizaru's figure turned into golden light and appeared directly behind the strange monk Yurogue. Complete you. The wretched voice fell. Boom, at this moment. Ultimate flame erupted from the monk Yurogue. There are countless golden holes in his whole body. But Kizaru didn't kill him, and all the golden light hit the non-critical position. Yurogue spouted blood instantly and fell straight to the ground. The tall Yurogue fell to the ground, his figure slowly shrank, and Zhao looked at Kizaru desperately. Jewelry Pony has been completely frightened, his legs softened and he knelt directly on the ground. The chat group was shocked. Hey, don't destroy the little girl's heart like this, right? Is she still a little girl? That's a pirate, a vicious pirate. I don't know how many people died in her hands. Marine, at least represents the most basic justice. Yes, even if there is scum like celestial dragons on the head. But they are the last line of defense for justice. If Marine does not enforce justice, there will be no justice at all in that world. Everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms looked at this barrage thoughtfully. Everyone talks. In the picture, the eyes under Kizaru's sunglasses turned to the last person. Gangster, Capone Beeg. Offering a reward of gold, 138 million Baileys. Sabaody Archipelago's garrison Marine, but you beat him so hard. Coup, Chapter 207, auto-generated chapter title. 207, Forcing the King Kizaru, surprising rewards. Everyone heard the voice of Kizaru, are not helped but think this Capone Beeg. Before the video, have played Capone Beeg how it is to deal with the Marine. This Capone Beeg was not a Marine surrounded him. He unexpectedly said something, then people? Then, his body appeared many soldiers, the group of Marine soldiers played off their feet? Yes, I remember. I was also very interested in this ability. Available up to now, 9 supernovae, injured injuries, desperate despair. I do not know, that Capone Beeg how to do it, expecting a little, ha ha ha. In the eyes of Juan community, Capone Beeg dolphin sweat dripping face. If the pressure savings to the ultimate, Capone Beeg grinning direct launch capabilities. His body countless soldiers attack against Kizaru. Bullets, artillery, etc. owned moment toward the front Kizaru away. Pin smoke filled the screen, the figure Kizaru swallowed. While many people think that this Capone Beeg keep up a war of Kizaru. His ability to launch fruit, legs turned into track, buzzing turned and ran. To be honest, the supernova group of 707, which is not arrogant seconds before the second day of the second air. 7 warlords of the sea, Marine Admiral, even the 4 emperors? Which in their eyes are able to overcome all the way. And Luffy a sample, all the young pirates, is a kind. Before experiencing real experience before despair, consider themselves strong. Available today, the 9 supernovae, being thoroughly educated. Now, among the 9 people, not any one person thinks he can be singled out the Admiral. Capone Beeg buzzing soundtrack, can be the next moment. Among smoke, a laser flash, boom, Capone Beeg body was directly penetrate. His stature, but also completely fell in there, so far. On Sabaody Archipelago, in addition to Straw Hat Crew, all of Supernova declared all lost. Kizaru standing in the center of 9, his face very lightly. The 9 people desperately looking Kizaru, his face full of fear and shock. This Kizaru, too strong, advertisement before today, nobody wants Marine Admiral could be so powerful. After today, Marine Admiral hear the name, they might direct flight. Kid teeth clenched, he never thought, Marine Admiral could be so strong. Themselves, they will be so completely defeated, said to be naked or flattering him. He kid in front of Admiral Kizaru, even the fight is not qualified. Ronaldo eyes full of firm. If Admiral had the strength, I was not able to overcome that guy. Luo eyes dressed in pink feathers remembered the coat, and Kizaru, like wearing sunglasses guy. Hawkins's look dull. Divination initial results, he is not going to die today. Letty did not think that he should go to the impel down. Drake a sad heart, he was undercover ah. Now he cannot talk to Apuang said. This special what, is home to the Admiral kick, which upset the taste too. The rest of the mini supernova also the face of shock and fear, dare not and Kizaru in the eye. Jewelry Pawnee is already being scared silly, the people shivering. She was not the only Kizaru played in, but she suffered psychological injury, it seems heavier than the injury on the body of the kid and others. Simply have been scared silly, pale and shaking his head saying impossible. Seeing this group of people, Kizaru shook his head helplessly. Too much, Mr. Sengoku hasn't raised my salary yet, so I can't catch them. Kizaru thought helplessly, if Sengoku knew what he was thinking. I'm afraid I can rush from naval headquarters to impel down and beat him up. Thought for a long time. Kizaru still didn't want to understand how he should talk to Sengoku about the salary increase. Shaking his head, he sighed, just about to take out the phone worm to talk to his subordinates. Let your subordinates come and arrest this group of supernovae. AJFD, but the next moment he raised his eyebrows. Don't go, the old man is going to the battlefield of the heavens. Be sure to wait for the old man will be back soon. Kizaru's wretched voice fell. He was shrouded in golden light and teleported into the battlefield of the heavens. The video came to an end, but this moment, the heavens and all realms are silent. No one was relieved from the shock of Kizaru, from the initial appearance to the final crushing supernova. Everyone just feels cool all the way to the numbness of the scalp. After a long delay, everyone was relieved. Open black lens bracket, oh my god, close black lens bracket. Have you heard the last few words of Kizaru? Advertisement? You guys don't go, wait for the old man will be very fast. In close face and face, many people are simply speechless. This Kizaru, in the end, did not forget to pretend to be forced. But this was shrouded in golden light and sent away, which can be regarded as a perfect end to this event. Hokage World. Sasuke has just completed a day of training in Akatsuki. He stopped the movement in his hand and watched the video profusely. And see now, Sasuke's eyes were dull and his figure trembled. In his eyes, in his heart, all were the scenes of Huang Yuan. This simply made him call his ancestors, but he, Sasuke, is not as wretched as Kizaru. It's not terrible one bite, at most, 1 supernova per foot. Sasuke thought about this, and his heart was full of enthusiasm. Spirit Pet World. Little Loli Shadow's pupils dilated, her voice was already gone. After a long time, she sighed slightly, a little bit shocked by the wretched uncle. Forcing Wang Bang, it is him. Even Shado, who doesn't like Kizaru, agrees with Huang Yuan at the moment. Shanda and others are even more admired. Bai Yuekui was simply interested in Kizaru's powerful strength, and thought flashed in a pair of white-gray pupils. Broken Star's body trembled slightly, and he had completely fallen into the wretched Uncle Kizaru. At the same time, the heavens and myriad worlds voted for Chu Yuan. After that, many of the videos, they hardly thought to watch. Kizaru's picture is deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. For other moments of pretense, they have no interest at all. Finally, the leaderboard announcement was released. One Piece World's selection of the King list is over. One Piece. Chu Yuan, Paluzolino. The heavens and 10,000 realms raised their eyes at the same time, and everyone looked excited. And the next moment, they began to look forward to Kizaru's reward. Soon, the leaderboard announcement is released again. Moment. Wan Ji was shocked when he saw the announcement of the rankings. Impelled down. Lying on the soft sofa, Kizaru's eyes trembled and his pupils quaked. He stood up directly from the sofa, his eyes were full of excitement. The insignificant tone was mixed with incomparable shock. It turned out to be such a reward, doesn't this mean? I can play the true power of sparkling fruit, Chapter 208, auto-generated chapter title. 208, excited Kizaru, sparkling fruit of true power? Watching the leaderboard announcement, the entire heavens wand circles are ignorant. One Piece. Kizaru, Bolu Sa Li Nuo. A reward, God-level neural response speed. Award 2. 3 awards. Award 4, an award of 5. Impelled down in. Kizaru standing in his office, face unprecedented shock. The past. No matter what, Yellow Ape is fine, clear like that. In the original. Even on top of that another war battlefield, he has been able to draw water. This is enough to see how concentric Kizaru is stable. May Marine Immortal, Kizaru not have the slightest touching. But now, Kizaru excited, thoroughly excited, he looked a bonus. First of all, is a reward, God-level neural response speed. Eyes just a touch to these words, Kizaru's heart is full of excitement and shock. Speaking, sparkling fruit is a very heaven-defying fruit. Pirates currently in the fruit world appears, sparkling fruit can even discharge to the forefront. Because sparkling fruit, using light this ability. Paramecia and Zone in. Eudemon's Department of Fish Fruit strongest shock fruit in Kaido dragon form. These two fruits though heaven-defying, however, they are able to touch people, to touch the ability to get. Shock, it is very common everywhere. The Kaido dragon form, it is not a real dragon. So up. Even if he is a little big, strong fish recovery point fills with the real dragon far worse. And wherein the shock fruit, if not Whitebeard got, it does not necessarily play a capacity of less Armageddon. However, Logia is not the same, Marine 3 Admiral. Akainu of lava fruit. Aokiji of frozen fruit. Kizaru's sparkling fruit. These 3 fruit as long as not too much food development, we will be able to play a certain combat capability. Which, in turn sparkling fruit is undoubtedly the most. Frozen magma, these are all people can touch capabilities. But the light it? No one touched to. Light, misty nothingness notes, extraordinary and powerful. And in the past, Kizaru although relying sparkling fruit, he's fast. But the speed of light and true, how much worse, nothing can be said as different as day. Advertisement Kizaru at most, to supersonic, at best, he can reach several times the speed of sound. But this has been the top day, one even faster, do not sparkling fruit. But Kizaru reaction speed cannot keep up, after all, he is an ordinary human beings, cannot have superhuman neural response rate. It has been restricting Yellow Ape, never as the upper limit of sparkling fruit. But he neural response speed limit, but now, with God-level neural response speed. Although he did not accept the award, this award does not know how the heaven-defying. But just look at the name, or at least make him nervous reaction more than 5 times faster. Even with generous charts, this award is not skin deep. More likely, this is a God-level neural response rate, there is no upper limit. As long as Kizaru work hard to practice, as long as Kizaru's serious development. So his future, there may even exceed the speed of light to reach the real level. First battle on the power list. Marine all members of the limit on the physical shackles were broken. So, Kizaru now mentally broke the shackles. His future is bound to embark on a broad road, all the way flat. Eventually, he was not able to play a real strength of sparkling fruit. Kizaru's eyes filled with excitement, the hearts of meditation, to receive a reward. At this moment, Kizaru only felt that the world around him seemed to have changed. The clock on the wall stopped, seeing and hearing the restlessness of countless prisoners in the S*X stopped. The barrage in the chat group is almost frozen, even Magellan's sweeping voice is still. In this piece of heaven and earth, it seems that there is only his Yellow Ape. Kizaru's mind was shocked, what he didn't know was. At this moment, although he didn't have time to show the slightest expression of astonishment on his face. However, hundreds of micro-expressions flashed across his face at this moment. That all shows how shocked Kizaru is now, at this moment. Kizaru's consciousness seemed to be out of the body, floating in the air. He looked at his body stunned in place, his brain was full of doubts and puzzles. But the next moment, he got it. One's own consciousness has surpassed the physical body. His current state is more like the way he looks around with observation hockey. But this observation hockey has never been clearer. All the areas within 1 kilometer around are in his perception of what he sees, smells and colors at this moment. 0. Look for flowers. The prisoners stopped shouting and roaring. Seagulls flying in the sky, Magellan's freeze frame, poo-poo, sound. Advertisement etc. All of these are now under the control of Kizaru's ultimate. In shock, Kizaru's brain functions involuntarily. The speed of the nerve reaction is spinning rapidly. His whole brain, like a supercomputer, was thinking about various things. And the next moment, Kizaru just feels that everything around him has changed again. His consciousness is constantly moving. For a second, eternal hell will let out a terrifying roar. How could there be such a generous reward? It seemed to have responded to his words. Among the eternal hell, many prisoners roared with jealousy. Kizaru's reward is so jealous. The ranking has been opened so far. The most reward is Konoha, who won the first battle of the power list. But Konoha only had 3 rewards at the time. But what about Kizaru? 5 of them. All of them are properly heaven-defying. Who can not be jealous? 2 seconds later, a seagull was hit in the sky. By the port of Impel Down, the warships were all marine soldiers with open mouths. And at this moment, one person lost his brain and involuntarily squeezed the trigger of the musket. There was a bang, but no one around came to reprimand him. But a seagull flying in the sky was hit directly. 3 seconds later, Rear Admiral on the warship reacted and reprimanded the soldier. On the warship next to the harbor, Rear Admiral was relieved, temporarily suppressing the shock in his heart. Rear Admiral, with an angry face, looked directly at the soldier. How did recruit camp learn? Instructor didn't teach you. 4 seconds later, the seagull began to fall. The seagull in the sky, after receiving a shot, his consciousness still involuntarily continued to fly for 2 seconds. But now, its brain judged that it was dead, and the seagull began to fall. 5 seconds later, the soldier's musket landed. On the warship. The soldier was full of shame inside, cursing how he could make such a mistake. Under the influence of shame, the musket in his hand could not be held steady again. Yeah, 5 seconds down, Kizaru's consciousness returned to the body. And then, it's a shock that is so strong that it is ultimate. Kizaru froze in place, and took the initiative to stop the consciousness of fast thinking. What? Chapter 209, Auto-generated chapter title, 209. Kizaru, the son of the rankings? As soon as he stopped thinking, Kizaru couldn't help but feel dizzy. This dizziness seemed to be that the hardware of his brain couldn't bear the super reaction. After standing still for 4 or 5 seconds, Kizaru felt a little relief. But the whole brain still feels a little overwhelming. He at the moment, as if consciousness can faintly speed with the rocket. But his body can only reach the level of a car. But standing there, Kizaru's face gradually showed unprecedented ecstasy. This single reward has already given him a heaven-defying ability. Standing there, Kizaru murmured in shock. Observation Haki's ultimate, predict the future? Kizaru was shocked and froze in place, as Marine Admiral. Of course he had heard of the one from the 4 Emperors Big Mom pirate group. Known as the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family and the first of the 4 desert stars, Charlotte Keita, 7-7, Kurai. The man whose observation Haki reaches ultimate and can predict the future. This information Kizaru has long been familiar with it. Although he has not played against Katakuri, Kizaru also knows. Although Katakuri can predict the future he can predict is definitely not long. At best, it can take a second or 2. The limit should be 3 seconds. And Katakuri is very likely, and what can be predicted is a general future. But he is Yellow Ape. Without using his full strength just now, he can predict the future of 3 seconds. If he enters the state just now, he can predict the limit of 5 seconds in the future. Although he enters that state for a long time, his brain may explode directly. But after entering for a short time, Kizaru did not have the slightest problem. And although his current limit state is only 2 seconds longer than Katakuri. But the difference between these 2 seconds is a huge difference. The battle between the strong. There are too many things that can be changed in 2 seconds. If you let him face Katakuri, that is a thorough and complete rolling. It doesn't even take 2 more seconds, even if it's only a subtle one. In the case of the same strength of the 2, it is only possible that the other person will lose in the end. Not to mention, this is just Kizaru's current limit state, the limit state of Katakuri. When Kizaru improves his body in the future, Katakuri will lose all his qualifications to fight him. And even now, advertisement Kizaru didn't use the limit state for 5 seconds. Only use the normal state, and there is no pressure on him for 3 seconds. This is enough for Katakuri to drink a pot, after all. Katakuri's 3-second prediction of the future is also the limit, and it must not last for too long. Besides, he is Marine Admiral, and his strength is to stand at the Admiral level in all directions, without any shortcomings. But what about Katakuri? Although as the top of the 4 deserts and the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, his strength must be extraordinary. But at best, he can only compete against Admiral. It is impossible to defeat Akainu and Aokiji on your own. Not to mention, now Kizaru, who even Katakuri is most proud of foreseeing the future, can crush Kizaru. When the 2 face each other, Katakuri may experience the most desperate defeat. Kizaru was excited physically and mentally, and his pupils trembled sharply. He just received reward 1 and already gained a great ability. Foreseeing the future, this is the ultimate of seeing and hearing. As for the whole sea, only Katakuri Master is known so far. Moreover, Katakuri's prediction of the future is still insignificant compared to him. Kizaru just wanted to say something now. The reward for pushing the king list is too strong. His gaze continued to look down, and Huang Yuan looked at reward 2. Reward 2. Forcing the title of king exclusive. Seeing this reward, Kizaru couldn't help frowning slightly. What does this title exclusive to the king mean? But when Kizaru saw the introduction of the exclusive title of the king, he was taken aback in an instant. Exclusive title of the king. When the king acts in the future, it will be recognized by more people and will get unexpected results. Here, after calming down the shock at reward 1, Kizaru's face reappeared with that wretchedness. It's a good reward, and the old man likes it, although this title has no practical effect. But there are countless creatures in the heavens and all realms. So far, he is the only one. It's unique, it's not an exaggeration to call it priceless. Kizaru doesn't have to think about it. If his title can be traded, I don't know how many people will rush to ask for it. Even some big shots in the Gaowu world will be tempted. Then, Kizaru blinked and continued to look at the next reward. Open black lens bracket reward 3, 1 opportunity to travel to other worlds. This reward is quite satisfactory, advertisement, but it's also very good. After all, the previous Whitebeard won the second battle of the battle list and only received this reward 0. Kizaru was awarded so many rewards only once in the selection of the top ranking list. And, there are 2 rewards left to be uncollected. Kizaru continued to look down. Reward 4, 1 chance to save your life. Seeing this, Kizaru's eyes suddenly brightened. This reward is very good, very appetizing to him. Counting the reward 3 to go to other worlds, his 2 rewards are already the same as Kenpachi's reward for winning Yuya. Besides, he hasn't worked or contributed. He can get so many rewards while lying down. Kizaru is really a lucky star favored by the rankings. Kizaru sat down on the sofa again and looked at the last reward. Reward 5. 1 Lightspeed experience card. Close black lens bracket, see this. Kizaru's eyes widened again, and his brain was full of shock. He sat up from the sofa again. This 5th reward is too heaven-defying. That's the speed of light. Speed is weight, which is a saying Kizaru himself often said. But when he kicks at the speed of light, the real speed is only about twice the speed of sound, which is far from the speed of light. But this Lightspeed experience card is too heaven-defying, it's too heaven-defying. Yes. I have reason to doubt deeply whether Kizaru is the son of the rankings. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. And countless people in the heavens and worlds saw Kizaru's 5.3 reward for being elected One Piece, and they were all shocked. Look at these 5 rewards of Kizaru, they're too heaven-defying. At several times the speed of sound, his strength is already Marine Admiral. Just a chance to travel to other worlds is comparable to the rewards obtained in the battle between Whitebeard and Uchiha Madara. How can the leaderboard give Kizaru such a generous reward? Can you experience a real light speed kick? This is the speed of light, so don't you just turn over Yamamoto Kagaya? Kizaru was excited again. Yes, apart from the exclusive title for the king, I don't know what it is, the remaining 4 rewards are all too rich. I agree, this Huang Yuan, it is clear that he is the son of the ranking list. Experience a true light speed form? Open black lens bracket, oh my god. Also look at the reward 1 and reward 5, these 2 are the most heaven-defying. Plus a chance to save your life, this is directly comparable to Kenpachi's reward. Chapter 210, auto-generated chapter title. 210, 5 Elders of Moving, Sengoku Shock Chat Group in Hong Hong and Stir. Everyone thought Kizaru was not pro-ranking son. And in Impel Down, Kizaru big bright eyes, he was very agree with those who think. And he also wants to chart his own son this is the supreme leaderboard. Who do not want to own son? If the income rankings, Kizaru also control with a strong dignity. What people should rely on their own, what tall in the saddle. Go to hell, but this is just a joke, Kizaru you know. Ranking supreme, it is categorically impossible. So for a chat group in question for his sound, Kizaru said something just a touch. Kizaru, right I'm pro-ranking son, you do not come envy. His words. Those saying Kizaru is not pro-ranking son of the crowd was silent. Everyone also knows that the supreme rankings, how could this have own son said? They just tease Kizaru Bale, but this time, Super God World. Inside the City of Angels, Angel Yan et al. 09 looked at Kizaru reward had shocked speechless. Guy Lufthansa and Sacred Space Base Wong Hexi is a slight frown, in the eyes of some different color. Kizaru reward obtained, indeed extraordinary, very rich. But this is not enough to say too different, let them arrive puzzled. Why are so many rankings will Kizaru reward? Kizaru really say is pro-ranking son. How that is possible? Chat group the group of words, smiled and then stopped, do not really. 2 began to think about the reasons for this Kizaru gets such huge rewards. For a long time, Guy figured out what if Shakespeare. The crane he is a bright eyes. Guy looked to Shakespeare, contains intellectual voice sounded sexy. Guy Queen Shaw, ranking from the beginning to now, not much of an award. From the initial combat capability Pirate Hokage list, issued awards are all unique. Each winner will get a reward. Then the first battle of the forces of the list, after Yi Shengli would, but also get 3 bonus. Again after stunning selection list is not complete, rankings are not an award. Shinigami and Hokage Combat Power List, Yamamoto Old won 2 awards, Kenpachi also received 2 awards. But these add up, have not had 5 reward precedent. And all the angels around a puzzled look will look over. Wong said that the current space-based of these, they know. But they cannot find anything worthwhile from this information. Advertisement guy Lufthansa alone on the throne, she accurately captured. He Crane at the time say every word, highlighted the name of each list. For an instant, Guy Shakespeare and ideas in their mind, cross-checked, have been concluded. Crane he, you say? He Crane nodded, his face along with silver hair flying. Guy Queen Shakespeare, I think, might have forced the king to his list of particularity. According to my analysis, the king forced the largest list of special award is only one person, only Kizaru, unique. Throughout the ages, the king is unique. It is also why, leading to force the king's reward will be so generous. Listen he Crane, then a large hall angels are a little thinking. Yan's eyes light up gradually, to understand the full meaning of the Crane he discourse. He words like Crane said, throughout the ages, the king, always unique. Even angels have civilization, there are 3 kings era. Uranus, Guy Shakespeare. Heavenly king, Hexy, king of apocalypse, cold ice. However, although the 3 kings on the surface of equal status. But in fact, among the 3 kings, it has always been dominated by Guy Shakespeare. Guy in Shakespeare, he is the king of angels civilization paramount. Crane he, ice cold, do not shake Guy chassis sense status. Of course, the relationship was very good trio, 2 women also and really agree with Guy Shakespeare as their king. So, Wong, this title has been unique since its birth. Well, the ranking list, since the selection is compelling. Since he is the king, he must be unique. And Wang's rewards are also different, much richer than any previous list rewards. All the angels in the hall understood. Among the heavens and myriad worlds, many bigwigs were also excited. Hokage world. Uchiha Madara's pair of Rinnegan trembled slightly. Wong, right? Spirit pet world. Bai Yuekui's pair of gray pupils flashed with a different color and said in his heart. King, Shinigami world. Aizen is on the throne of the Suya Palace, with a strong interest in his eyes. King. This is a title unique to me. There's unparalleled firmness in his eyes. Marvel Universe. Thanos Shu shook his right hand. I want to be the king of these heavens and worlds. Tutoring the world. Bai Lan, dressed in white, smiled slightly. He took out a marshmallow and put it in his mouth, there was a trace of desire on his face. Advertisement, E. At the same time, One Punch, Dragon Ball, Otter, Transfiguration, Monsters, Marvel, DC, etc. worlds. Countless bosses raised their eyes at the same time. There is desire in everyone's eyes. King, the king of the heavens and the world. Pirate world. World government, between rights. 5 elders sat or stood, and came back here. The 5 elders who was seriously injured after the war with Kenpachi has stabilized his injury, with a bandage on his abdomen, and continues to work. Kenpachi came that day. The Holy Land flows into a river. I don't know how many celestial dragons died tragically, and the world was in chaos. There are many things waiting for them to deal with. So he didn't even have a moment to rest, at this time. 5 elders saw Kizaru's rewards, and they all met each other. 707 Look at me, let me look at your room. I saw one of them, 5 elders, shaking his head and sighing. Let Kizaru go back to the headquarters. His combat power is indispensable to our world government. The other 5 elders nodded helplessly. Kizaru today. It's just his light speed experience card, everyone will give it the strongest attention. The speed of light. How strong would Kizaru use that experience card? This is something you can sign up for in times of crisis. 5 elders had to treat Kizaru carefully. Take care of this person. When the world government is in trouble in the future, it can save lives if there is no stay. Huang Yuan looked at the miniature phone bug on his wrist and said. Moses, Mr. Sengoku, this is Paluzalino, 1 second. 5 elders immediately called Sengoku the phone worm. In 3 seconds, Marshal Sengoku will call me a bug? 2 seconds. Lulu. Kizaru frowned. Kizaru gradually fell in love with this feeling of predicting the future and controlling everything. So, thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Can wait a moment. Then, impelled down. The phone worm rang. Kizaru buttoned his ears, thinking that there was something wrong with the phone bug. Moses. Sengoku's shocked voice came directly from there. What did Marshal Sengoku do with me? Chapter 211, auto-generated chapter title. 211. The third round, Byakuya Kuchiki challenges Kizaru. Marineford. In the Marshal's office. Sengoku's brain was still a little shocked listening to the voice on the phone. And Kizaru's wretched and indifferent voice continued. Moses. Lazy, indifferent, and careless. This is exactly the same as the video when Kizaru selected the top ranking list. Several people in the Marshal's office thought of the scene again. After a while, Sengoku said in shock, until now, he has not been able to accept that Kizaru has received so many rewards. Kizaru, 5 elders personally ordered that you can go back to the headquarters. Impelled down. Kizaru's eyes lit up and his face was happy. Being able to go back to the headquarters and fish all day long, he doesn't want to suffer all day long in this impelled down. Not only have to work hard, but also deal with the group of criminals. It's so boring. Kizaru nodded. Mr. Sengoku, I will be back now. After speaking, Kizaru put on his own justice and was shocked, and finally glanced at this office. Kizaru shook his head, somewhat helpless. I have only been with you for 1 day, and I am leaving. Sorry, he said this so quickly, people who didn't know thought he wanted to work here. After saying hello to Magellan, Kizaru turned into a golden light and left straight away. Many marine soldiers by the harbor squinted suddenly. Only blame, the golden light at the entrance of Impel Down is so dazzling. Many people squinted their eyes and didn't understand what was going on. And a rear admiral was fortunate enough to see Kizaru make a shot. Looking at the dazzling golden light at this moment, the complexion of this rear admiral was extremely shocked. In the past, Kizaru Admiral, the golden light was extremely high. But not so dazzling as it is now. Under the shocking eyes of countless marine soldiers, Kizaru turned into a golden light and left instantly. That speed was several times faster than usual, almost a blink of an eye. That golden light had already appeared at the end of the sea. Magellan stood at the entrance on the first floor, sighing the speed of Kizaru Admiral. Impel Down in Marineford, due to the existence of ocean currents, general warships can arrive in about an hour. In the past, Kizaru's speed was about 15 to 20 minutes. But now, he who has obtained the god-level nerve response speed can greatly increase the speed of the master. Taste. Only a golden light blinked by the warships passing by. Yuanshi's office. The hot tea Sengoku had just brewed was still gasping. Advertisement can be the next moment. A golden light came to the window. Several people in the marshal's office were shocked instantly. Akainu was directly a little angry. What kind of ignorant recruit is this again, dare to flash the lights to the main part? It's so bright. Akainu turned his head, thinking that he must take a good look at who this is. I really ignored the majesty of the marshal and admiral. Can be the next moment. Akainu's expression was dull, and his eyes were stunned. Sengoku, Garp, and Aokiji are the same as him. Before the window, a figure shrouded in golden light waved to them. Subsequently, from the open window, the golden light came in directly. Kizaru's figure gradually formed. With indifferent and wretched faces on his face, Kizaru sat on the sofa by himself. Mr. Sengoku, I'm back. Kizaru's voice fell. But Sengoku and others did not react at all. Akainu's eyes were also dull. How long has passed between Sengoku calling Kizaru and his return? Akainu still remembers. Sengoku hung up and called the adjutant to come in and make a cup of tea. And the cup of tea is still steaming. He turned his head and looked at the clock hanging on the wall. Akainu's gaze was startled again. Furthermore, it was shock. 3 minutes. It took less than 3 minutes from Sengoku to hang up the phone worm and Kizaru to return to the headquarters. Oh my god. Akainu's heart exploded. Sengoku, Garp, and Aokiji are not much better. In the past, even if Kizaru broke out rapidly, he could only rush Impel Down from the headquarters within 15 minutes at the fastest. This has been measured. When Golden Lion escaped from prison, Kizaru rushed Impel Down at full speed. But he was still a step slower, and when he reached Impel Down, Golden Lion had already run away. But now, Kizaru Jingtea went down from Impel and returned to the headquarters in 3 minutes. Boom. The four of them felt like a bomb exploded in their hearts. Huang Yuan's eyes rolled at this moment. Mr. Sengoku's tea is ready for me? He got up on his own and took a cup of tea on Sengoku's table. Ahem. Mr. Sengoku, this tea is a bit bitter today. But Kizaru's words, once again did not get a response from Sengoku and others. He raised his eyes doubtfully. Advertisement, Marshal Sengoku? Garp Vice Admiral? Sakazuki? Kuzan? I'm back, don't you congratulate me on being elected the king? Kizaru's words fell off. This time, Sengoku responded to him. There was a deep shock in that tone. Kizaru, do you know how long you have been back to the headquarters? Hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru noticed the shocked eyes of Akainu and others. He frowned upon hearing this. What's wrong? At this moment, he looked at the phone worm on his arm. It has its own clock function. At this sight, Huang Yuan was also stunned. He concentrated on the road just now, and has been trying his fastest speed with all his experience. So he didn't care about time at all, but look at it now. Kizaru was shocked. It took him only 3 minutes to return to the headquarters from Impel Down. What is this concept? In the past, his speed was 2 or 3 times the speed of sound. But now his speed is more than 10 times the speed of sound. Direct heaven defying. Alright. Kizaru once again thought of the reward he had obtained god-level nerve reaction speed. This thing is so heaven defying. At this time, Sengoku and others also thought of this. Everyone looked at Kizaru in shock. Akainu's heart is complicated. In the third round, Shinigami World chooses to challenge the people on the list. Boom. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Originally, he thought he was the strongest among the 3 Admiral, Zhao's Zhao. Kurosaki Ichigo's eyes burst even more, saw the news. Open black lens bracket Gode 13, captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki challenged Kizaru, Paluzalino. That guy, are you going to challenge Kizaru? At Kizaru's speed, his position as the head of the 3 Admiral may really be unstable. The announcement of the next battle on the battle list was released. But at this time, I didn't wait for Sengoku and others to be shocked. The heavens and worlds exploded. In fact, this has already started for a while, but because it has nothing to do with Pirate World, everyone unconsciously ignored this. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the meeting library with Byakuya. After winning the first battle of the leaderboard, his fruit ability has improved, and he is firmly in the top position of the third admiral. But now, that time, he was shot directly by Byakuya. Until now the announcement was released, everyone realized that the third battle of the battle list was about to begin. Chapter 212. Auto-generated chapter title, 212. Surprising Kizaru, Foreseeing the Future? Soul Society. Go Day 13. All the captains said they looked at Byakuya Kuchiki from a different place. Feelings, you are completely taking the captain's words as deaf ears. At that time, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni said that the captains played in the order of the teams. Although this is not necessarily serious, but you can't ignore it completely, can you? The lunatic Zaraki Kenpachi ignores that he is awesome, and he is not afraid to pick it up. But what's up with you, Byakuya? The gazes of the captains were very puzzled and different. To the gazes of many captains, Byakuya was silent and indifferent. He carried Zanpakuto lightly, his figure shrouded in golden light. If this wave of force is seen by the heavens and the world, it will definitely cause another exclamation. In the marshal's office in naval headquarters, Kizaru sat on the sofa, looking at Sengoku helplessly. Mr. Sengoku, my butt hasn't heated up yet and the tea hasn't finished yet. Spreading his hands, he stood up. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The new ability I just acquired, I didn't expect it to be useful so soon. Kizaru shook his head lightly, her figure shrouded in golden light. The minds of everyone in the heavens and worlds roared again. Yo! It seems that the sky is shaking. It was like the first bell ringing when the earth first opened. The golden light gradually shrouded, 707 pictures projected in everyone's mind. The picture has not yet formed. The chat group has already been frantically discussed. Unexpectedly, someone will challenge Kizaru so soon. Some look forward to it. Want to know how strong Kizaru is now after receiving those rewards. Haha, I also look forward to it, let's look forward to it together. It feels like Kizaru is going to force the king again. F*K. I already feel the breath of forcing the king, ha ha ha. In fact, this is not an exaggeration of this person. The fact is, Kizaru's title of forcing the king has begun to play a role. In the battlefield, the golden light gradually dissipated. An independent white space appeared in the eyes of everyone. It seems that there is only this white space and white ground in the world, nothing else. Seeing this kind of battlefield that appeared for the first time, everyone was stunned. Tony. Why do you see this kind of battlefield appear for the first time? Shonda. Yes, see you for the first time. Close black lens bracket, Genos. We used to be familiar with battlefields that are the same as the real world. What is going on in this white space now? Advertisement, Tony. The battlefield of the leaderboard is random, maybe I got this. Shonda. AJFD, yeah, not to mention this, I am a bit looking forward to becoming the queen of Kizaru. Tony. Who said no? I still want to learn from him. This is the ancestor of the pretending world. Genos. Etwoni, aren't you a famous playboy? Why are you starting to learn to dress up now, Tony? Don't you think that pretending to be a realm? Open black lens bracket learning to act well, I will be able to attract more attractive women. Genos. It makes sense, I learned it. Shonda. It makes sense, I learned it. Looking at the discussion in the chat group, Hokage World. Hokage Office Building. Senju Hashirama, Jiraiya, and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at each other. Is that the truth? Jiraiya touched his head. Does Tsunade always disagree with me because I don't pretend to be forced? Thinking about it, Jiraiya also glanced at Tsunade slightly. I saw Tsunade looking expectantly at the battlefield of the heavens at this moment. That way, it was like waiting for Kizaru to play. Jiraiya was puzzled, thinking of the wretched old man Kizaru in his heart. Is it, I am not as attractive as that wretched old man? In fact, in Tsunade's heart, Jiraiya does not have the charm of the wretched old man Kizaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head slightly and sighed. He is old, but he has to learn more from the king in the future. Becoming strong is a matter of time, and pretending to be force is a matter of life. Senju Hashirama stroked his chin, thinking in his eyes. Is it? He, the god of the ninth world, should also pretend to be more forceful? He has to ask Madara for advice. The minds of the heavens and the worlds are different. In the battlefield of the heavens, 2 golden lights descended. But it hasn't waited for the golden light to dissipate. Everyone heard Kizaru's wretched, indifferent, understatement voice. That voice, that tone, it's exactly the same as Sabaody Archipelago's time. Many people looked excited and forced the king to come. This is true to life, and there are many things worthy of their learning. Ming Ming Ming. This time the person who challenged the old man is another handsome brother. Last time the old man was beaten up by Minato. This, brother, please tap it. Listening to Kizaru's words, the chat group laughed. Laughing to death, is Kizaru's pretense attribute instinct? Why can he pretend that I can't feel the violation at all? Advertisement, it's worthy of being a king, I learned it, I really learned it. But ordinary creatures in the chat group speak like this. But some bigwigs found it different. The golden light hasn't dissipated, how did Kizaru know that he was still a little brother in the fight this time? This is too weird, right? And even the universe-level boss. Poros, Frieza, Beerus, Thanos, gods, Darkseid, etc. None of these cosmic top bosses can see through the golden light of the rankings. But this yellow ape, he directly said that the other party was a little brother. How can this not surprise them? Spirit Cage World. Bai Yuekui also discovered this. Gray pupils showed thoughts, and his brows were slightly frowned. Bai Yuekui is like this. If it is seen by countless veteran critics from the heavens and the world, it will definitely have to explain the heavens and people again. Bai Yuekui's face can be said to be a combination of thousands in one. She can drive in high cold, Oni-san, cute and other styles. And she still has that devil-like figure. This beauty, even if it is placed in the outstanding beauty of the heavens and the world, it can still be ranked. Super God World. City of Angels. Holy Gai Sha has an exquisite face and will completely drive with the cold and proud Oni-san wind. Hexi is sexy, charming and intoxicating. Little sisters such as Yan, Xin, Leng, and Lingxi are also really good. But compared with Gai Sha Hexi, they seem a bit immature. At this time, listening to Kizaru's voice, looking at the golden light that has not yet dissipated, Gai Sha's treasure trove of sacred knowledge has the ability to analyze the existence of Morgana. No matter what thoughts are born, she will completely see through. The golden light shrouded in isolation from all means of detection by Gai Sha. The two couldn't help but glance at each other. When countless big brothers in the heavens and worlds are solemn. But in the face of the highest sacred rankings, even Gai Sha can't do anything about it. Two powerful battles. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Then why is Kizaru so sure, and he must be a handsome boy who is fighting against him? It's on the verge. Foreknowledge, all in all, can only return to the original human feelings guessing. Gai Sha and Hexi frowned slightly. This Kizaru now gives them the feeling, how is it so like the prophecy? Morgana was in front of her. Or, as the king-level civilization of the universe, the angel civilization has an extremely large computing system. Chapter 213. Two fighting powerful fighting within the battlefield. Hear the voice of Huang Yuan. In another golden light, Byakuya was a little shocked. He couldn't even release Ryotsu, and was completely cut off by the golden light. But how did Kizaru directly sense him through two golden lights? Or, is this Kizaru guessing? Wrong. Guess, why can Kizaru be so sure? That voice was full of certainty. Byakuya's eyes were solemn. He knew it when he decided to challenge Kizaru. This battle with Kizaru must be a tough battle. He has not become a pirate force king. Kizaru has to use his full strength before receiving the reward. Just like that, it may not be able to win. Kizaru, who is now the One Piece and won the reward. He may not be able to win, so, facing Kizaru, he must be very careful. As for his reason for challenging Kizaru, no reason is needed to force a challenge between the worlds. The golden light gradually dissipated. Kizaru wearing a yellow striped suit appeared in the eyes of Byakuya, dressed in justice. And Byakuya's figure also appeared in the eyes of the heavens and the world. Dressed in a death tyrant outfit and draped in the Captain Haori. He has long hair, a pair of lavender pupils, and on his head and neck are the hair accessories, Xing Xing Wang, that nobles have the right to wear. Byakuya Kuchiki looks like a handsome boy. At this moment, many bigwigs of the heavens and 10,000 realms were slightly taken aback. Before, they also thought of the possibility that Kizaru was guessing. As for the purpose, it must be to install a force in front of the interface of Zutianwen. Even if the guess is wrong at the end, it will not affect Kizaru's compulsion at all. But no one thought of it. Kizaru really got it right. This is a bit strange. Super God World. Holy Gai Sha glanced at the crane again. Surprised in the eyes of the two, I was really hit by this Kizaru. Is he guessing? Is he really able to predict the future? If it is the latter, it is a bit surprising. In fact, this is too much worry about Gai Sha and Hak He. As bystanders, the rankings will naturally block all their perceptions. That's why they can't see through the golden light at all. But Kizaru is different. When the golden light came, although the battle did not officially begin. But it is already in a state of preparation, advertisement. That's why Kizaru was able to use observation Haki to see Byakuya's figure 3 seconds later. In the battlefield, Kizaru stood there calmly. There was a calm and confident smile on his face. In fact, those words just now were completely caused by his own character. There is no intention to pretend to be forced. Kizaru is like this, and talks a lot. And Kizaru didn't expect it either. When shrouded in golden light, he can predict the future in 3 seconds. He didn't expect that his observation Haki would be able to break through the rankings. This made him a little shocked. So, under the gaze of the heavens and the world, he said that paragraph. Standing across from Kizaru, Byakuya has a solemn face. Zanpakuto was tightly squeezed with his right hand, and Senbon Sakura gradually came out of her sheath. The opposite Kizaru screamed suddenly, "Brother, don't you be so impatient? We have no grievances in the past, and we have no grudges recently. There is no need to treat each other like this." The old man, the title is Kizaru, and his name is Paluzolino. "What about you, brother?" With a question on Kizaru's face, he looked at Byakuya. And even watching Byakuya continue to draw his sword, there is no tendency to stop in the slightest. But Kizaru still had his hands in his pants kabuto, as if he didn't care about Byakuya's sudden move. Soul Society. Go Day 13, the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki. As soon as Byakuya's cold voice fell, Zanpakuto in his hand was completely unsheathed. Holding Senbon Sakura in hand, Byakuya stared at Kizaru very seriously. Of course he is not a fool. It is impossible to challenge Kizaru without any certainty. And his only hope of defeating Kizaru is to use their Shinigami, which can split the soul. I have seen 2 battles between Old Man Yamamoto and Kenpachi. Byakuya's heart gradually summarized their Shinigami's advantage when facing the heavens and worlds. That advantage is their Zanpakuto. It is their Shinigami, the ability to injure the souls of other people. Therefore, this is also the confidence that Byakuya dares to challenge Kizaru. What if Huang Yuan can be elementalized? His solution, but there are hundreds of millions of blades, enough to swallow Kizaru. Thoughts surged in my heart. Byakuya looked at Kizaru without hesitation. Next moment, the cold and indifferent voice sounded. Spread it, Senbon Sakura. There is no humor or muddle-headedness. Byakuya directly shikai to Zanpakuto, Shinigami world. The eyes of the captains changed. Byakuya, it turned out to be Shikai Zanpakuto. Didn't have any ink with Kizaru? The eyes of many captains were deep. Advertisement 0, look for flowers. It seems that Byakuya is certain. Otherwise, he would not challenge Kizaru so recklessly. In the battlefield, Kizaru listened to Byakuya's voice with a surprised expression on his face. Shouting, Kizaru said trivially, Brother, why are you so impatient? I just used powerful moves at the beginning. It seems that the younger brother is very confident in defeating the old man. Kizaru said, his hands still did not intend to leave Kabuto pants. In fact, all Bai's movements have already been foreseen in observation hockey. So Shikai and Kizaru were not surprised by Byakuya directly. Byakuya Kuchiki's voice fell. The blade of Senbon Sakura in his hand shattered directly. In an instant, the pink sakura flower blades scattered in the wind. Thousands of girls in the heavens and worlds were obsessed in an instant. 0. They only think that Byakuya's trick is so cool and beautiful. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Dudu's eyes were instantly full of obsession. These countless sakura flowers are too cool, Sha-Do spoke excitedly. Boss, Sister Broken Star, it's so beautiful. Is this handsome Byakuya's attacking style, or what? This is too beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful sakura flower. Listening to Sha-Do's words, a different color flashed in Broken Star's eyes. Yes, there is no beautiful sakura flower in the last days. Even ordinary flowers are rarely seen by them. This sakura flower has never been seen before. Bai Yuekui's gray pupils don't shine pink. At this moment, even the indifferent woman was a little moved in her heart. My Senbon Sakura blade is tens of thousands. I hope you can also avoid it. So beautiful. Kizaru, Paluzolino. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. All of them stared wide and their mouths opened extremely exaggeratedly. Shanda Tong and other men are even more obsessed. Shanda said in an awkward manner. Byakuya held the Senbon Sakura hilt and looked at Kizaru indifferently. He is a lone boat under the big waves. What, it's so beautiful, it's hard to imagine. This turned out to be the ability of a handsome guy. The female emperor on Nine Snake Island also trembled slightly. And at this moment, Kabuto is inserted. Kizaru with a wretched expression looks in the world. Can't your body be elementalized to avoid physical attacks? The 2 pink blades flew towards Kizaru like a torrent. Such a beautiful ability, if she can possess it, she will definitely bring her charm to the next level. Pirate World. The voice fell. Chapter 214, auto-generated chapter title. 214, on the road to forcing the king, you are far away. Little lowly Dudu exclaimed. The wretched uncle is in danger. These sakura flowers are all knives. Also, handsome Byakuya's blade has the ability to cut the soul. Why doesn't this wretched uncle stay away? At his speed, surely you can avoid it. If you don't avoid it, the wretched uncle is really dangerous. Little lowly just finished speaking, in the battlefield. Kizaru didn't mean to avoid relying on speed at all. The tall body was instantly swallowed by those 2 pink torrents. Next moment, the sparkle of dazzling golden light. In an instant, countless people closed their eyes slightly. In the dazzling golden light, Sakura's flower blade cut through piece by piece. Shanda's eyes were shocked. Why doesn't Kizaru hide? There are tens of thousands of sakura flower blades, and it has the instinct to split the soul. If I-77 is hit by these blades, it will hurt so much. Kizaru's price for this wave of force is a bit big. When Shanda thinks about Sage of Six Paths Yuya was hit by Kenpachi, he can't help but show pain. If he accepts this trick, he will be hurt alive, right? Shanda's eyes trembled, his expression shocked. It would be unimaginable pain if it was hit by just a knife. But this Senbon Sakura is tens of thousands of blades. This hurts so much. In order to pretend to be forced, Kizaru chose to resist Senbon Sakura. The cost of this wave of force is too great. He thought that Kizaru would definitely win this game. But now it seems that Huang Yuan is in danger. The same is true of the heavens and all realms. Under the gaze of countless people, 2 sakura flowers swept past. For a time, everyone is sighing the price of Kizaru's pretense. Pirate World. Naval Headquarters Marineford. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku and others were almost crazy. Why doesn't Kizaru avoid this? With his speed, he can definitely avoid it. Akainu and Aokiji frowned. In their opinion, the speed of this blade is not too fast, and both of them can use the system to avoid it. It doesn't make sense, the yellow ape, the fastest among the three admiral, can't escape. But Kizaru stood there calmly, without any intention of hiding. This makes Akainu and Aokiji very different. This Kizaru, what is it going to do? Advertisement under everyone's gaze. 2 pink sakura flowers cut through with a torrent of blades. The bright golden light shines, no one can see the scene in the battlefield. And the next moment, the heavens and all realms have collapsed. Because, the intact Kizaru appeared in their eyes. Even the corners of justice are not damaged in the slightest. With a wretched expression on his face, Chu Yuan just stood there indifferently. His eyes looked with interest at the pink sakura flower returning to the back of Yukuya. Woohoo, brother's trick is really scary, too frightening. The old man is almost killed, but he is about to be killed. Boom. Moment. Yukuya was shocked, even if he barely kept a calm expression on his face. But Yukuya's heart had already been whistling a tsunami. How can this be? His Senbon Sakura can't cut the yellow ape. Could it be that elemental ability? Yukuya frowned, some guessing how Chu Yuan had resisted his move. And the heavens and myriad worlds are also a little weird. They also didn't know how Kizaru escaped all the blades of Senbon Sakura. That Senbon Sakura cut the soul is not a simple ordinary physical attack. But even so, how did Kizaru escape, under the eyes of everyone? Kizaru smiled faintly and shouted, "The old man's ability is shining, it belongs to Logia. You can't cut the old man with blades." Kizaru's faint words sounded, but it made the heavens and the world more puzzled. Yukuya is no exception. Reluctantly keeping his tone calm, Yukuya said. Kenpachi went to Pirate World that time. I clearly saw that Akainu, who also belonged to Logia, was also hit by Kenpachi. This means that your Logia's elementalization is immune to physical attacks. But with Shinigami's soul-cutting attack, you are helpless. Yukuya's words sounded, in the marshal's office. Akainu touched a scar on his chest. Until now, he still remembers the pain of being hit by Kenpachi. Akainu looked at Kizaru with doubts. He also wanted to know how Kizaru escaped. And in the battlefield, advertisement Kizaru intervened, saying different things on his face. Brother, did you make a mistake? Our elementalization of Logia can be used in 2 ways. One is passive elementalization, which can automatically be immune to all physical attacks. The other is called active elementalization. Not only is it immune to any physical attacks, but it is also immune to attacks with armament haki. This is the horror of our Logia, Kizaru said lightly. But what he said fell in the heavens and the world, but it caused an uproar. Akainu and Aokiji in the marshal's office just stood up. The two were full of hell expressions. How can this be? Active elementalization is an important means of Logia. Of course they know this, and they often use it in battle. With observation haki, it can avoid many fatal attacks. Even if the opponent covers armament haki, it can be avoided. The 3 admiral can be said to have developed their Logia fruits to the point of ultimate. The 3 of them are also fascinated in the use of elementalization. But Akainu and Aokiji thought slightly. Let them face the tens of thousands of Senbon Sakura blades. In addition to elementalization, they hide in the ground or run away. Just standing there, can active elementalization escape? Theoretically, if their perceptions completely capture any blade of Yukuya. That's okay, active elementalization can avoid it. What's special? This is only in theory, the fact is that no one can do it. Simultaneously predict the trajectory of tens of thousands of blades. Who can do this? Akainu and Aokiji glanced at each other, and their faces were full of, "Are you kidding me?" In the 5.3 battle, Yukuya was also full of disbelief. Do you mean that under the attack of tens of thousands of Senbon Sakura blades, every one of them was actively elementalized and escaped? Yukuya looked disbelief and looked at Kizaru with contempt. In his eyes, this Kizaru is just pretending to be forced. But the opposite Kizaru said differently, speaking naturally. Hello, brother. You have thought of the facts, why don't you believe them? You have many blades, but I can just predict the trajectory of each blade. Hearing Kizaru's words, the heavens and all realms were shocked. Everyone needs only one idea now. Yukuya's Senbon Sakura is very high and can attack the opponent without moving. But Yukuya was too far from Kizaru on the road to beating the king. Too far. Goodbye. Chapter 215, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 215, has solutions. Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. I see how you predict. Kizaru, I do not know the cause of the Heavens Wand community how big earthquake shaking. All the world has created quite a stir. Totally did not expect this wave of force Kizaru installed so powerful. Just perfect. Marineford, in the marshal's office. At this moment, huge office again a silence, and then. Sengoku is a sound that would be sucked cold air. Garp also shocked eyes, his face full of incredible. The most shocking, was undoubtedly the most understanding Kizaru green male and Akainu. 3 men and 3 admiral, on an equal footing, but between the 3 has been in a competitive relationship. As a leading strong, 3 concentric are extremely firm, for their own have absolute confidence. So they will not concede defeat each other. Do not look through the charts to enhance Akainu one's fruit ability, greatly enhance combat capability. Kizaru and Aokiji can still full of unyielding heart, secretly decided to catch up with Akainu. As Akainu, he is even more of In order to maintain this slight advantage, he has not put down the efforts of practice. But now, Kizaru even revealed the less powerful observation haki. How can this be? Still is. Two people could not help think of Kizaru elected to force the king to get rewards 09. The level of God throughout the reaction speed? 2 frowned. Sengoku also thought of this. Observation haki with mental, neurological, and so have a strong relationship. Could it be? Sengoku thought to myself, this is full of shock. Garp also shocked to see to him. 2 for the inner thoughts filled not believe it. Kizaru does have the ultimate observation haki? So when a few people think, one community also opened downtown. My god, Kizaru big this wave is simply to force the king really wonderful. Filled with great, just perfect. I look forward to some big force Wong Kizaru then how to continue the installation. Yes good looking. In the battlefield. Byakuya Kuchiki heart shock could Konjabuzu. His face filled with shock, Byakuya some emotional instability. Looked visibly shocked myself to Byakuya. Kizaru some strange heart. His hands still stuck Kabuto, Kizaru's face is full of doubts. He does not understand why the opposite Byakuya little brother would be so surprised. This is just, he did not take the initiative to think. Did not even take the initiative to predict the future. Advertisement that alone is a passive neural response, it will send Sakura Blade all to escape. So, Kizaru is so different to say. He should use it fully open neural response rate, which is directly across from Kizaru is not too shocked to die. In Kizaru so full of puzzled look, Byakuya sharp mood instability. He Byakuya Kuchiki had never been so humiliated. This Kizaru simply did not think highly of him, when loaded to force him to take a background plate. Byakuya heart full of anger. Sakura flower pink sky again turned into a knife edge. Senbon Sakura again he held in the hand. Oh, Byakuya Kuchiki this is to give up? No, you see facial expressions, which it is to give up. This clearly is the best to use, zoom trick, Yes, you looked in different momentum. Byakuya looked forward to the full, and certainly beautiful, right? Byakuya Kuchiki some cold eyes staring at Kizaru. Zanpakuto are holding down their hands. I see you this time how to predict. My day, Byakuya put relentless up. This posture is to throw a knife it? How could throw a knife? This Byakuya appearance soon, but I have seen through his character. This is definitely not a fighter in the main, it must use the full and Kizaru fight. People's under attention. Zanpakuto in Byakuya's hand aimed at the ground. The hand holding Zanpakuto suddenly loosened. Senbon Sakura immediately made a free fall motion, straight to the white ground. Backquote, I really threw the knife. The prophet above pulled it out and got a knife. However, what exactly is Byakuya going to do? Forcing the king to put his hands in Kabuto, he also comes to throw a knife to force? Next, a shocking scene appeared. As soon as the tip of the long knife hit the ground, it sank in. The white space on the ground also shows that the water surface generally fluctuates. Look at it, all the blades have gone in? Is Byakuya's knife so sharp? No, I remember before, this white ground was extremely hard. Before Byakuya's attack also impacted this white ground. But the white ground hasn't been damaged at all, it's very hard. The ranking products must be high quality products, this ground is absolutely priceless. Even open black lens bracket, I think this ground involves spatial attributes and cannot be destroyed at all. It is possible, I agree, but how did the blade of Byakuya get in? At the same time, Kizaru's eyes looked at Byakuya with interest. The blade was completely submerged into the ground. Byakuya's indifferent voice sounded, Bankai, Senbon Sakura Kageyoshi. Advertisement everyone became nervous for a while. Kizaru also seemed to feel something, his complexion changed slightly. From the foot of Byakuya, the black space gradually spread, engulfing the surroundings. In this space, only Kizaru and Byakuya are left, and it was pitch black all around. When everyone is puzzled, countless huge blades rose up on both sides of the two. That is an enlarged Senbon Sakura. Thousands of blades surrounded Byakuya and Kizaru. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again. This is too shocking, isn't it? Byakuya's trick is too cool, so many blades. Backquote, wait, he won't. Spirit Cage World. Little Loli Shadow's eyes are full of infatuation. Byakuya's attacking 707 method simply captured her heart. This little Loli. I must be punched by Byakuya, and I will cry for a long time. But after crying, this little Loli will definitely be completely obsessed with Byakuya. Bai Yuekui's gaze was also full of weirdness, staring at the battlefield closely. These blades? Not all. Just thinking of this idea, Bai Yuekui's heart was a little shocked. With just a knife by Byakuya, tens of thousands of Sakura flower blades can be transformed. If this is that nearly 1,000 huge blades are all turned into Sakura flower blades. How much does that have? Hundreds of millions? Still hundreds of millions? Many people in the heavens and worlds also thought of this possibility. Everyone's eyes were shocked. If this is the case, then Kizaru really can't hide. It seems to confirm everyone's guess. Thousands of huge blades around the two broke apart in an instant. Countless Sakura flowers formed in the sky, it's beautiful. But more deadly, the sky full of pink Sakura flowers stood beside Byakuya. Byakuya Kuchiki, like a pink Sakura flower emperor. Next moment, Byakuya's eyes condensed. The sky full of white Sakura flower blades instantly attacked Kizaru. The momentum is mighty. it is not at the same level as Shikai. Tens of thousands versus hundreds of millions. The battlefield was swallowed by pink sakura flowers for an instant. In a wonderful moment, life dies, and Huang Yuan's body was also enveloped by the sky full of pink sakura flowers. For a moment, Wan Lai is dead. Chapter 216, Auto-generated chapter title. 216, Kizaru loading force, anger Byakuya last minute. Kizaru's face for the first time some caution, put away those easy pondering. Then, his body was instantly engulfed the sky pink sakura flower. Heaven's wand circles all nervously watching, spirit cage world. Lowly's small summer bean eyes widened, it is very cute. She said shocked tone, it's sakura flower, so beautiful. Broken star of voice that shook the side, yes very beautiful and very powerful. Too dangerous. Sha Bean's big eyes blinking innocently said. This is the most beautiful thing the boss said, often the most dangerous? Broken star, who nodded, are looking to the Bai Yuekui. Bai Yuekui pair of Meimu calm water, very high cold. Hokage world. Akatsuki within the organization. Shao is a public organization members, the eyes look to the side of Pen Conan. Conan famous stunt that is the unique paper Dayton. Just from any point, Conan paper Dayton although they are not Kizaru, smaller than Byakuya. But she has a collection of some of the advantages of both. For example, elements of Kizaru, Conan will be able to do the same. Almost ordinary physical attack, there's no way to harm him. In addition, the Dayton paper can also cause a wide range of explosion. And at the moment, Conan's eyes slightly flashed light. She seemed to think of how to develop the future of the Dayton own paper. If make their own paper has Senbon Sakura is so sharp. Dayton that her paper, there will be more strong? Conan's eyes gradually revealing excited, and how to reach that level. Armament hockey. Conan big bright eyes, if she can cover armed Dayton paper color, make it extremely hard. Although she certainly cannot let hundreds of millions of sheets of paper covering all armed colors. But confetti in the sky, there are so 12 extremely hard, enough to drink a pot of others. Conan's eyes with excitement, she was looking forward to, how Madara with their participation in the Warforce's standings. Perhaps then she will be able to obtain a method of cultivation armament hockey. The Madara on the theme, looking at the sky Senbon Sakura also some dignified. The kind of fragmented group of Shinigami ability of the soul, even the sage of six paths cannot bear. If this move to face him, exactly how to deal with. Shinra Day syndrome. Can block the moment, but that 5 seconds of cooling, enough Senbon Sakura him into 1,000,000 copies. Advertisement Susanoo this does have a chance. Susanoo to strength, should be able to block that Sakura flower blade. Madara's eyes can still full of dignified, if there are more white or means of attack it? Susanoo, it would not resist, right? So Madara still very dignified, gradually put away his pride. Inside a Tonin village, Orochimaru looked Kizaru battle with Byakuya Kuchiki, a pair of increasingly eager pupil. Kizaru that cool flash capability, Byakuya that strong handsome Senbon Sakura. These have made him very fascinating, and, pirates and ability Shinigami world, even more so Orochimaru very curious. Orochimaru for so long in the data collected. Pirates of the world is a strong focus on the world body surgery, physical strength and well-developed system is perfect. That devil fruit ability should also be a reflection of physical strength. Ability to use physical consumption is likely. That includes what conquers hockey, these should be related to physical have a great relationship. The chakra is a combination of physical strength and mental strength, is the birth of a cell energy. Orochimaru frowned, how to skillfully combine these two, the outbreak of a stronger power. Thinking for a long time, Orochimaru still failed to get the results. And looking at the sky full of sakura flowers by Byakuya, the powerful Nozarashi of Zaraki Kenpachi, and the extremely powerful flames of the old man Yamamoto. These inputs still make Orochimaru very obsessed. Zanpakuto. Long, Shinigami, hurt the soul. Muttering these words, Orochimaru's eyes were full of longing for that magical ability. At the same time, Orochimaru is more than a tech madman excited. Pirate World. Naval Headquarters Scientific Research Unit. This is the most powerful scientific research base in Pirate World. It was jointly established by the world government and Marine, and jointly sent troops to guard it. Say so, in fact, the world government just sent an intelligence organization to monitor here. As the guarding force of the periphery, Marine is a coolie. At this time, the legendary scientist is standing in the largest and most high-end laboratory. Being alone, Dr. Vegapunk has led the world in science and technology for 500 years. Looking at the battlefield of the heavens in my mind. Vegapunk's eyes brightened, and the intense excitement that belonged to the scientific researcher was revealed in his eyes. Shinigami, Ninja, Ryotsu, Chakra, Zanpakuto, blood succession limits. Muttering, Vegapunk fell into research, Shinigami world. Another big tech madman also has bright eyes, advertisement. Kuretsuchi Miyuri looked at Kizaru on the battlefield, thinking whether he could also possess that elemental ability. Of course, he is also very interested in the magic of the Hokage world. However, Kuretsuchi Miyuri did not rush to study, but watched Byakuya's battle with the captain. See Byakuya's solution appear, many people's eyes became deep and solemn. The pupil exclaimed directly, Captain Byakuya's forbearance is really powerful. In his mind, he couldn't help comparing it with his big Daigor and Hiranmaru. But in the end, the pupil sighed. If he fights with Byakuya, it is not always true who loses and who wins in the end. In the battlefield, sakura flowers fly past the sky. Beauty. But extremely deadly. The hundreds of millions of Senbon Sakura blades completely cut off the air and cut it towards Kizaru's body. Countless people in the 10,000 realms watched with cold air. The sky full of sakura flower returned to Byakuya's side. The entire black space is completely illuminated by pink. Everyone watched the battlefield nervously, they are eager to know. Kizaru, did he survive by the hands of Byakuya? The Wenji discussion is not optimistic about Kizaru. There was a lot of discussion in the chat group. Next moment. In a black space, bright golden light shines. At this moment, Byakuya's complexion has completely changed. Zhao's Zhao. He stared at the golden light incredulously and couldn't imagine how Kizaru survived. Brother, you almost killed the old man with this trick. Byakuya looked intently, his eyes widened instantly. A corner of Kizaru's clothes was cut open and fluttered in the wind. Wenji froze for a moment. That's hundreds of millions. Byakuya is completely angry. With an expression of fear on his face, Kizaru said trivially. Having said that, Kizaru also looked at the corners of his righteous clothes. How can this be? The two, how is this possible, are enough to show Byakuya's shock at the moment. The golden light slowly condenses. How can this be? He escaped all my Senbon Sakura blades again. Kizaru reappears wearing sunglasses and dressed in justice. Looking at Kizaru's wretched expression and indifferent tone of voice. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If he avoids by virtue of speed, Byakuya can accept it. But he stood there hard to accept, Byakuya couldn't accept it. Chapter 217. Final scene, Mighty Sword, in the battlefield. Standing intact Kizaru. The heavens and myriad worlds were shocked to see this scene. Furthermore, it was a deep shock. My god, how did Kizaru do it? This is too shocking. I remember that the strongest thing about their Shinigami is sacrificing. In other words, Byakuya's strongest form can't hurt the yellow ape at all? I only heard a corner of Kizaru's clothes. I'm really curious about how Kizaru did it, it's amazing. Yeah, I really can't think of how Kizaru stood still, avoiding the hundreds of millions of blades. That's hundreds of millions. Don't worry about how Kizaru forced the king to do it, I only know that Kizaru's wave is awesome. Listen to you, yes, my god, Kizaru is pushing the king to perfection. A role model for my generation, a role model for my generation to push the king. Spirit Cage World. At this moment, not only Xiao Loli Shado was shocked, but the entire ground team, including Bai Yuekui. It was a deep shock. They looked at the cut corners of Kizaru's clothes, and their brains seemed to be down. For a long time, Shanda only spoke. I really can't imagine how this trick was avoided. It's impossible, right? Yes, 707 is a sakura flower blade of hundreds of millions. How can the wretched uncle escape? Shado was also stupefied, completely shocked. Not to mention Broken Star and the others, they didn't react at all. Pirate World. In the marshal's office, Akainu and Aokiji are confused again. You two look at me, and I look at you, same as Logia. They couldn't imagine how to use elementalization to avoid the sky full of sakura flower attacks. But, one of them 3 Admiral, Kizaru, Paluzolino. The 2 colleagues, did it, this is too shocking. Among the 2, comparatively speaking, Akainu is relatively better. After all, he also won once and got a reward, but Aokiji's eyes were a little dim. Among the 3 Admiral, he is currently the only one who has not participated in the battle list. After that, I'm afraid I won't have the opportunity to participate again. In other words, he lost the opportunity of the battle list forever. How can Aokiji not regret it if he had taken the initiative in the first place? He will definitely be able to participate in the current battle list, right? Advertisement. Even if the ranking is not high, it is still a chance to compete. It's like now, he, Aokiji, doesn't even have the qualifications to be on the battle list. He shook his head inwardly and sighed, but then Garp looked at him. That firm eyes, that heroic spirit. Ching Shang was taken aback for a moment. In Garp's eyes, there was only one meaning revealed. Believe, Garp, trust him Kuzan. Aokiji's heart was shaken for a certain moment. Yes. How can he think that without the resources of the battle list, he can't become stronger? In the first battle of the power list, Marine has been lifted from the list of its own development ceiling. Everyone is qualified to become that peerless powerhouse. He Marine Admiral, Marine's top-level executive Qingshang. And why is there no such courage? Read this. Qingshang nodded to Garp, his heart full of determination and gratitude. Garp has always been a teacher and friend to Qingshang. Since joining Marine, he was taken by Garp. He was on Garp's ship until he became Admiral. Maybe this is the reason for Aokiji's lazy personality. Hokage World. Akatsuki within the organization. Sasuke, who was working hard, looked at Kizaru, his eyes brightened again. Seeing standing there, his eyes were flat, and he motioned to Byakuya to look at Kizaru in the corner of his clothes. Sasuke was full of admiration. This Kizaru deserves to be the king of the world. He really put the pretense into his bones, only one action is required. An emoticon, there will be a wave of perfect pretense. He Sasuke really learned. Kizaru's compulsion is from the inside to the outside. If this is because he has learned all Kizaru's pretending methods, he can even be qualified to compete with Hokage for the king, right? Sasuke has temporarily let go of her strength, and she is more and more interested in acting. After all, AJFD, becoming strong is a matter of time, pretending to be force is a matter of life. The two must not be confused, and must not be delayed in pretending to be forceful. Actually, don't talk about Sasuke. His elder brother is handsome, and he is a little shocked. Although he doesn't admit to pretending to be coercion, he has also heard Kisame say that he likes to pretend to be coercive. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization also recognized him as a major force in the organization. Although Lee denied these, but since others have said that, it definitely makes sense. Now look at Kizaru and compare yourself. Advertisement. Wrong felt that he was still a little away from Kizaru. Everyone in Akatsuki's organization also raised their heads, some looking up at Kizaru to force the king. Only Lord Madara on the theme is different. The pair of Rinnegan showed disdain. Looking at the discussion in the chat group, Madara shook her head. Stupid humans, I really haven't seen anything called pretending. Madara thought so, she wanted someone to challenge herself as soon as possible. It is also good to go to the battlefield of the heavens and pretend to be forceful. Regardless of Madara's current strength, it is not that strong in the heavens and all realms. Kagaya, Yamamoto, Kenpachi, Sage of Six Paths Yuya, these can crush him. But Madara is confident. In the path of pretending to be coercion, he thinks he is the leader. The phrase, "Do you want to dance too?" can be regarded as leading a wonderful pretend epic. Looking at the pretense of Byakuya and Kizaru at this moment, Madara still looks down on her heart. Hurry up and someone challenge him, he can't wait. Let the title of Uchiha Dance King resound through the heavens and all realms. Or, the Hokage World's Champions League will be selected as soon as possible, so that he will also have a chance. Shinigami World. In the Suya Palace. Aizen stood on the throne, looking at Kizaru with interest in her eyes. This Kizaru is really interesting, but in Aizen's eyes, that's it. So, at least, it's far from him. Whether it is the atmosphere or the choice of being pretended to be a character, Kizaru is a bit worse than him. But this does not deny the fact that Kizaru is a strong king. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. My land DAW is the best, so refutation is not allowed. Land, YYDS, in the chat group, it was because of Kizaru's wave of force that he thought of Aizen, the king of the world. Final scene, Baidi sword. Until now, I can still think of the unbelievable look in the eyes of the white-haired Captain Shinigami. What are you talking about, when everyone was talking about it? Byakuya's figure is surrounded by countless dazzling sakura flowers. In the battlefield, Byakuya's anger has accumulated to a peak. The blue outfit is so cool, it makes me feel refreshed from the scalp to the feet, and it makes my scalp numb. Land DAW is unmatched. Byakuya looked like a god, looking at Kizaru indifferently and angrily. The sakura flower gradually condensed, and the original pink sakura flower began to sparkle with dazzling white light. Sakura flowers in the sky gradually gathered beside him. I think it's a good fight against Land DAW. Kizaru has a chance to compete with Land DAW. Send, do you guys say, how is Kizaru's wave of force and blue big match? Land, YYDS, Chapter 218, Auto-generated chapter title. 218. Shocked the ultimate Byakuya, the voice just fell. A bright white light burst out from Byakuya's body. This dazzling white light instantly eroded everyone's vision. Many people can't see the battlefield at all, everything that happened in. Except for some big guys, you can see what happened on the battlefield through these white lights. All the rest, all like blind men. Without seeing the scene, everyone can only discuss frantically in the chat group. What is the name of Byakuya's trick? I didn't hear it clearly just now. Called, final scene, Baidi sword. I remember. Baidi open black lens bracket sword. Looks so strong. This white light, Byakuya is really a white emperor. Too handsome, this trick, I just admire Byakuya a bit. If it weren't for this one to run into Kizaru, even Whitebeard would have won, right? Yes, looking at the terrifying power of this trick, my body is already shaking. This is to be placed in our world, the whole world may be destroyed. Don't blow the floor too much, Byakuya is not an old Yamamoto, no matter how strong it is, it can't destroy the world. Or, how small is your world? Open black lens bracket ha 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 ha. I still think that Kizaru can win the game. Close black lens bracket. Although you see that Byakuya's magnificent move is now very powerful, it can be called ruining the world. But did you find an important problem? Open black lens bracket what? What, +1? You didn't notice that Kizaru hasn't moved since the start of the war? Seeing this sentence, the chat group exploded again. F*K. F*K. You awake the dreamer with just a single word. Open black lens bracket since the battle, Kizaru has not moved at all. He hasn't even taken the initiative to attack Byakuya, damn it. When this person said this, he was shocked. Open black lens bracket Kizaru never made a shot against Byakuya, but he forced Byakuya's big move. F*K. This is too shocking. This Kizaru is worthy of being the king. This is pretending, admire it. Capital service, yes, Kizaru has always had that indifferent expression on his face. It has always been an understatement. I feel that this is really a bit like a big blue. Yes, I couldn't show it before, but Kizaru hasn't moved his footsteps so far. This is a bit too shocking. Kizaru is a bit too good to pretend. Yeah, I feel like I am catching up with the blue sky. Don't say anything, Byakuya has taken this sword. Hearing this sentence, everyone's eyes condensed, staring closely at the scene in the battlefield of the heavens. I saw a dazzling white light. Advertisement: the brightest point began to burst out with the ultimate light. He began to move forward. That speed is extremely fast, and the power it set off is even more powerful and extraordinary. At this moment, because the battlefield of the heavens shields perception, even a group of big guys can't break this dazzling white light with the naked eye. No one can see the scene on the battlefield, and the yellow ape. He still stood there indifferently, with his hands stuck in it, and he didn't mean to make any move at all. Byakuya sneered, and the mighty sword slashed at Kizaru fiercely. The two figures crossed by. The dazzling white light gradually dissipated. Under the solemn gazes of countless people in the heavens and worlds, the two figures reappeared. This scene that appeared before my eyes shocked 10,000 realms again. I saw it. Byakuya's hand has held Zanpakuto again. The mighty sword consumes a lot, and he can only use it once in a short time. After that, there is not much Ryatsu left, it can only be used to save his life. Therefore, the mighty sword is Byakuya's strongest and final blow. But this last blow, countless people in the heavens and worlds are watching, they are looking forward to the result of this battle. I look forward to whether Byakuya's sword can directly lay the foundation for victory. But, the figures of the two on the battlefield were all stunned, and none of them moved. This makes countless people extremely nervous. They all stared closely, looking forward to the outcome of this battle. But none of these two reacted at all. This made Wanji anxious. The chat group is even more crazy. Why don't they move? What's going on here? I can't tell from the outside. These two are still there. It's really worrying. I found it. In this battle, in addition to Kizaru, who is a powerful king, Byakuya Kuchiki is also very capable of acting as a force. Right. I found this too. This Byakuya's attack method is gorgeous and extraordinary. Yes, the sky full of sakura flowers is the envy of countless people, right? Open black lens bracket, not only gorgeous, but also powerful attack. Looking at the two of them, I'm so nervous, who actually won? Neither of these two will give a quasi-trust, at the same time. In the spirit cage world, Bai Yuekui's gray pupils were full of thoughts. 0. Look for flowers, however, she felt that Kizaru would not lose so easily. Advertisement: after all, Kizaru's combat power is also deeply rooted in the eyes of 10,000 realms, and it is very powerful. Even if Kizaru likes to pretend, he can't be a fool. It is impossible to lose this game carelessly without moving your hands. But, Bai Yuekui also admired Byakuya's abilities. That kind of sky full of sakura flowers, let alone the countless ordinary people in the chat group. Even her Xing was a little moved, and, in her guess, if it wasn't for Byakuya to challenge Kizaru, he should be able to use more of Senbon Sakura's abilities. The sky full of sakura flowers should not only have this ability. The facts are just as Bai Yuekui consolation imagined. The abilities that Byakuya used in this battle are actually just the tip of the iceberg of Senbon Sakura. Point 0. He has never been so aggrieved when dealing with other normal opponents. Byakuya's Senbon Sakura speed can also push the opponent to a point. And, if Byakuya gives up the forced grid and controls the blade with both hands. But it can increase Senbon Sakura's speed by 4 times. The original Senbon Sakura is extremely fast. If it is increased 4 times, the opponent will not be able to react even more. However, he met Kizaru this time. Standing in that elementalization, he escaped all his attacks. Bai Yuekui stared at the battlefield closely, looking forward to the result. At the moment when everyone is nervous, Byakuya on the battlefield moved. He gently raised his hand and drew out Senbon Sakura, who had already been sheathed. The blade rubbed the scabbard. Clang sounded, spirit cage world. Little Loli Shadou's eyes widened. Did handsome Byakuya win? Broken Star is also shocked. It seems that Byakuya should have won. Shanda and others were shocked and unbelievable. Kizaru was overwhelmed by the king and was killed by Byakuya? Even Bai Yuekui was somewhat inclined to the result that Bai defeated. Little Loli Dudu sits with a grimace. Yeah, Uncle Wretched loses. Ha ha ha. Happy, handsome Bai Byakuya won. But at this moment, Bai Yuekui's eyes condensed. Kizaru's stunned expression on the battlefield was slightly loosened, and a slight smile appeared. And Byakuya turned his head instantly. The unparalleled horror in his eyes could not be concealed. That voice is full of ultimate shock. How did you do it? Chapter 219, auto-generated chapter title. 219, loaded Byakuya lying on the road in force Kizaru. Byakuya heard these words, heaven's wand circles again set off an uproar. Everyone minds roar loudly. Bai Yuekui gray pupil moment, condensate. Loli as a little more face became pale summer beans, some panic rode. Byakuya guy just say, he said Kizaru, how do you really? What do you mean do not do, oh, no, Byakuya this trick has been Kizaru not escape it. Listen Loli small words, everyone is shocked face. Heaven's wand sector countless people are a little shocked. Chat group discussed in the moment is very close to a degree of explosion. And just when everyone uproar, battlefield Kizaru also turned his head slightly. His face, re-hang the Nama wretched smile, Byakuya little brother, you move the white emperor sword, really strong. If the former old lady, 707, in which the dead must now. Kizaru voice without the slightest joke, very dignified. Byakuya heard these words, a trembling instant stature. Wand circles again deep doubts. Kizaru, how did Dongxia of Byakuya this trick? Or the kind of active elements of it? Impossible. Facing Kizaru, Byakuya somewhat sad smile. My strongest blow, you can only extract the strongest rated? Byakuya hear the words, Kizaru nodded. Old lady, at the current rate, the trick is you barely escaped. Saying, Kizaru also rubbed his brow. Until now, the old brain is heated. Boom. Heaven's Wand community shocked everyone again. The original, Kizaru actually escaped Byakuya again this trick. How did he escape the? Everyone's eyes are full of doubts. Can Byakuya? Kizaru did not answer to every community doubt's meaning. Two as one, are exposed to each other carefully color. Byakuya seems to have put down something like, look again become indifferent. Looking at Kizaru, Byakuya smiled slightly, so, we performed last fight it. Kizaru nodded. Then the old lady, to be shot. Heaven's Wand looked at two community dialogue which lost in the mind, are some fat ignorant. What they say I did not quite understand yesterday. Yes I do not understand. Advertisement, how Kizaru escaped Byakuya the blow. That they do not talk about Two are active elements of that element of this capability to heaven defying it. If escape with speed, the speed that Kizaru heaven defying day of it. I summed up what you say, we only have a few words. Kizaru, to heaven defying it, ha ha ha. Knock it off, look, they want hands. This duo to the outbreak of the last war, in the battlefield. Kizaru looked at Byakuya's eyes, as if to feel something like. His hands in front of a pull. Jin Guangsheng into a dazzling 3 meters condensed into a golden sword. Naturally, I am the sword, called Kusanagi it, saying, Kizaru holding Kusanagi vertical split. Byakuya also mentioned Zanpakuto, launched 2 purest fencing competition. For a time. Sparks were flying, golden shine. Watching Kizaru jubbing golden sword, many young girls or the stars take the eye. This is the Kusanagi, a too cool, spirit cage world. Lowly small summer bean direct is to be captured. Wretched uncle is wretched, but his ability is actually very handsome. Hearing Sha Do's words, Shanda and the others were in deep thought for a while. Shanda slapped his thigh. Yes, don't look at Kizaru's wretchedness, but his ability is really what everyone yearns for. So powerful, mainly because it's so handsome, if this ability is given to me. Shanda raised his head, a flash of reverie flashed in his eyes. Sha Do glanced at him. Even if this ability is given to you, you are not handsome. You can't even match Kizaru, don't think about it. Peas. Shanda suddenly roared, and in the battlefield. The battle between Kizaru and Byakuya has gradually become heated. Both of them collided extremely violently, but, the more fights, the more ugly Byakuya's face became. How does Kizaru seem to be able to completely predict his every movement? Every time he swings his sword, Kizaru will accurately block it. The golden light sky cloud sword will always stand in front of Senban Sakura at the most appropriate time. This caused Byakuya to play very neatly. As the captain of the 6th division of Godei 13, he is also the contemporary owner of the Kuchiki family. Byakuya's kendo is undoubtedly strong, advertisement. Although not comparable to a madman like Kenpachi. But among the captains, they can be considered to be the top rank. However, facing Kizaru, he was completely suppressed in swordsmanship. How can this be? Byakuya's face became more and more ugly, and his heart became more and more angry. Because he felt that the guy Kizaru was playing swordsmanship against him. He didn't mean to use all his strength to fight him. So far, Kizaru is still paddling instinctively. Byakuya's heart became more and more angry. This Kizaru looked down on him from the beginning, and still looks down on him now. He, Byakuya, must teach Kizaru a lesson. Senban Sakura is getting faster and faster in his hands. But no matter how Bayer broke out, he was always suppressed by Kizaru. This Kizaru seemed to be able to predict all the directions of his attacks. This made Byakuya feel both aggrieved and angry. Looking at Kizaru, Byakuya said coldly. Have you ever been so humiliating to your opponent? A person who doesn't know how to respect his opponent will never be a strong one. Hearing Byakuya's words, Kizaru's face was slightly positive. The next moment, Kizaru nodded. Then old man, give you the respect you want. Moment. Kizaru unfolded at a speed, and pulled away from Byakuya. In his opinion, this battle really should end here. With the bright golden light condensed in his hands, he suddenly pulled apart in front of him. Brother, the old man is going to end this battle. 8 feet Chong Guyu, brilliant golden light bursts. Byakuya's face became cautious and indifferent again. Spread it, Senban Sakura. 5.3 The long knife in his hand turned into a pink sakura flower again. There are very few Byakuya and Ryatsu, and Shikai is somewhat reluctant. He knows that he has a high probability of losing this battle. You can only use the last Shikai to see if you can block Kizaru's move. The golden light is dazzling, like a small sun rising slowly. And Senban Sakura of Byakuya also formed a sakura flower blade shield in front of him. In order to resist Kizaru's move, Byakuya used all the remaining Ryatsu. The heavens and worlds looked at Kizaru's move, and they all looked forward to it. This Kizaru also want to zoom in. But just under everyone's expectation, the bright golden light in the sky slowly dissipated. Like that dazzling flash bomb, it lasted only a moment. But, the Senbon Sakura in front of Byakuya disappeared slightly and turned into a long knife again. And Byakuya's eyes were wide, and his face was incredulous. Chapter 220. Auto-generated chapter title, 220, Sekil? 10,000 Realms shocked? At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the heavens and worlds are wide, and their eyes are unbelievable. Pirate World. In the marshal's office, both Akainu and Aokiji have their mouths open, as if they could swallow an egg. The eyes of the two were full of incredible, as if they had seen a scene that they couldn't even imagine. Sengoku and Garp also looked at each other, looking at each other. The eyes of the two were shocked and shocked. After a long time, Garp took a breath. Hiss. Porcellino. Sengoku's eyes widened. Porcellino, his speed. New world. Aboard the Moby D*K. Whitebeard's eyes shrunk, deep and solemn in his eyes. This yellow ape, after a while, there was Whitebeard's, cool la la la, laugh from the deck. But Marco and other captains were staring wide, with incredible expressions written on their faces. It was like seeing something completely unbelievable. Enter Red Force. The redhead is holding a wineglass and is about to clink glasses with Ben Beckman and others. But this moment, everyone was stunned. Many people's wineglasses dropped directly to the ground. 09 even 4 Emperors has red hair, and the relaxed freehand brushwork on his face has begun to change. Gradually turned into that extremely strong dignity. Ben Beckman and others are even more unbelievable in their eyes. Wanokuni Ghost Island. The bottle Kaido was holding fell to the ground. 3 times aside, he was stunned. Jack just said in surprise. How can this be? How can Kizaru have such a fast speed? Cake Island. There was silence in the huge castle. As if a needle fell audible. Even Charlotte Linlin, the 4 Emperors, had his eyes shocked and couldn't accept what he saw in his eyes. Inside the huge castle, Hawkeye sat in the seat, although his figure did not change at all. But his pupils are violent earthquakes. In his eyes, that Byakuya Kuchiki's swordsmanship is not as good as his. However, there will never be too much difference. At least, he has the power to fight him, the world's #1 swordsman. But, advertisement watching a scene in the battlefield, Hawkeye was stunned. On the island of Hydra, Empress Boa Hancock was sitting on the throne, her body trembling again and again. How can this be, Marine Admiral, is it so powerful? Hancock placed his legs in front of him, his eyes full of shock. In Dressrosa's palace, the smile on Doflamingo's face freezes. Gradually, a strong shock was revealed. Hello. Kizaru is strong, don't you bring such a strong? Dover's words were full of shock, the Fishmen Island. Everyone in the entire Straw Hat pirate group seemed to freeze. Luffy's eyes widened, and he murmured, is that Kizaru? Fortunately, we didn't meet him at the beginning. Otherwise, the whole group is at risk of extinction, right? Luffy said so. Even with his God-tier sutra, at this moment, it is a little unacceptable. At the same time, countless people in the pirate world are also stunned. Hokage World. Konoha Village, in the office building of Hokage. Konoha Tricolor, Senju Hashirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Jiraiya were all stunned and their eyes widened. Guy wearing half of Hokage's sleeves was also a little shocked. At that kind of speed, you can only open the 8 gate by yourself, so you have the ability to fight it? Guy thought so. Kakashi's gaze was even more shocking, and he couldn't believe it. Naruto yelled aside, Kakashi-sensei, father, how did Kizaru do it? I didn't see clearly just now, what is going on? Could he teleport like dad? Hearing Naruto's words, Namikaze Minato's eyes became more solemn. He who fought with Kizaru knows Kizaru's extremely fast speed very well. Looking at the yellow ape today, Namikaze Minato admits to himself. His full deployment speed can match Kizaru. Even Flying Thunder God can only win the yellow ape in long-distance speed. Thinking of Kizaru's various performances in this battle, I then slightly thought of the rewards that he had won for the champion. There was thought in Namikaze Minato's eyes, could it be? The country of water. Terumi Mei's graceful body trembled again and again. Mighty man, if I come to you in our world, I might also be able to commit myself to marry you. Terumi Mei thought so, she could not be captured by this wretched and powerful uncle. And all the heavens and 10,000 realms looked at that scene in the battlefield, and all their eyes were shocked. Countless people in 10,000 realms say different things at the same time. Advertisement: the captains in the Shinigami world were even more shocked. The 2nd Division Captain Broken B's eyes widened and his eyes were full of disbelief. Captain Kuchiki, how could it be possible? Listening to Broken B, even if he looked at the results in front of him, the captains were equally unbelievable. Byakuya Kuchiki is not strong among their captains, but it is definitely not weak. At least, this is also a captain, but, seeing the scene before him, everyone couldn't believe it. The pupils were trembling, and even cold sweat came out on their faces. Kuretsuchi Miyuri and Hamura-Sajin also shook their heads and talked unknowingly. Just kidding. How is this possible? Even Wajia and Chun Shui, who had always been indifferent, both froze in place. Present. Only Zaraki Kenpachi, the lunatic and the captain, are different from the others. Kenpachi looked excited and watched Kizaru's body trembling. But he was not shaking in shock, it was trembling with excitement. Although the team leader Yamamoto 707 Uenyanyuzai Shigekuni's eyes were calm, his heart also raised a touch of dignity. The speed of this Kizaru really made him feel a little shocked. As for the reason why the heavens and the world are so shocked? In the battlefield, Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes widened, his body still. And Huang Yuan was holding the Sky Kong Yun sword behind him. That day, the point of Kong Yunjian's sword was deeply inserted into Byakuya's heart. Awesome. Kizaru gave Byakuya a second in an instant. Although this was using the mighty sword, Byakuya was somewhat exhausted. However, this Kizaru is also shocking enough. His speed is too fast. But Byakuya doesn't need to look at it. Blood goes in and out. How did Kizaru do it? The two were facing back at the moment, and could not see the expression on each other's face. At this moment Byakuya was stunned, not caring about the severe pain in the heart at all. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. And Byakuya fell straight to the ground, turning his head unwillingly to look at him. The fact is also true. Kizaru didn't look back at all. How to break through his Senbon Sakura, how to kill him with a single sword. Obviously, this Kizaru is going to use a big move. Then Kizaru must be laughing and pretending to be forceful again. Kizaru spoke slightly with a wretched smile on his face. What, in the end he was defeated like this, but always thinking. With that, Kizaru suddenly pulled out the long sword in Byakuya's heart. Brother, let's take it. Puff, Chapter 221, Auto-generated chapter title. 221. Who can dispel Kizaru's arrogance? Byakuya fell to the ground. His face was firmly pressed to the ground, and his eyes looked unwillingly at Kizaru's back. The white Captain Haori was slowly dyed red. Byakuya's breath was gradually weakening. And Kizaru turned his back to Byakuya, with a calm and confident smile on his face. Looking at this scene, the entire world is crazy. F*K. I really want to know, how exactly did Huang Yuan do it? Didn't he just release some big move? I have seen the golden light, it is about to be emitted. Byakuya is also defending, and Senbon Sakura is in front of him, ready to meet the attack of the yellow ape. But who would have thought that he would accept the move at the last minute and pierce Byakuya's heart with a sword? This Kizaru, hiss. At this time, countless air-conditioned voices from the heavens and worlds sounded. No one said that Kizaru was insidious. There is no right or wrong or insidious statement in the battle of the power rankings. As long as you can win, you are a hero in your own world. Everyone uses all means to win the victory, so shocking. It's not why Kizaru changed his tricks and attacked Byakuya. Instead, how exactly did Kizaru do it? Before almost everyone could see it clearly, he came directly behind Byakuya and pierced his heart. This is too scary. This terrifying speed is simply heaven-defying. I really can't see through now. Open black lens bracket. The battle between Kizaru and Namikaze Minato, and the battle against the power list, are not so strong. How could he suddenly become so strong? This is too shocking, right? Or, Kizaru has risen to such a strong strength in the short time since the end of the power list? No way. How long has the first battle of the power list passed? How can it be so strong in such a short time? You are literally making an international joke. But think about it, is there any other explanation? After the end of World War I, Huang Yuan was lifted from his own development ceiling. Maybe it is Kizaru who has accumulated a lot. This time he was hit by the upper limit and directly broke through. Open black lens bracket. Wrong. Don't you remember, Kizaru forced the rewards of the king list? Although some of the rewards for pushing the king list are temporarily useless. But that reward 1. God level nerve reaction speed. Advertisement, perhaps, this is the reason why Kizaru's strength has increased so quickly. Everyone, stop arguing. I feel that Kizaru played too much in this game, and it was too good. You didn't find out, did he pretend to be forcing the whole game? F*K. It's so special to be mentioned by you. From the beginning, until now, Kizaru has been pretending to be forced. And this compelling frame is also a leverage, which is a bit shocking. While discussing in the chat group, in the battlefield, Byakuya's life was slowly passing by, and Kizaru didn't make a quick makeup. At this moment of silence, Byakuya spoke slowly. Kizaru, how did you do it? Byakuya's voice was filled with strong disbelief. Hearing the sound, Kizaru tilted his head slightly. Looking at his opponent in this round, Kizaru's expression was very indifferent. Brother, which one are you asking? Byakuya was about to speak, but suddenly coughed up blood. Seeing this, Kizaru shook his head helplessly. Brother, don't talk anymore, let me answer you. If you were talking about how the old man avoided your mighty sword. As he said, caution flashed in Huang Yuan's eyes. Speaking of which, brother, your mighty sword is really powerful. If the old man is standing there and doesn't understand, he can't guarantee that the elementalization can be completely avoided. So the old man took refuge seriously. As your mighty sword is about to hit the old man went behind you. After all, the old man dare not be slashed by your mighty sword. Splitting the soul, it hurts to think about it. Kizaru said, with a frightened expression on his face. Boom. Listen to Kizaru's indifferent tone, everyone was shocked. F*K. Is this the king of Kizaru? I can't guarantee that the elementalization can be avoided, so the old man avoided it seriously? F*K. Do you want to pretend to be so forceful? I will admire Kizaru if I will not accept anyone from now on. It's so pretending, it's lawless, hidden seriously? F*K. I'm so speechless. I really can't imagine this pretense, who else can dispel his arrogance? Yes. Who can dispel Kizaru's arrogance? Spirit Cage World. Bai Yuekui's eyes revealed thinking. Original. With that sword, Kizaru avoided. Advertisement, but if it relies on speed to evade, it would be too heaven-defying. That's a lot of speed to avoid the mighty sword? Bai Yuekui can't imagine it anymore, there's no such concept. It was shocking. When Bai Yuekui was thinking, Shanda slapped his thigh abruptly. F***K. This Kizaru, I give full marks for this forced pretense. No one can match the heavens and worlds. Kentong also nodded, agreeing very much. But the little lowly Shado shook his head at this time. Shandong University, have you forgotten Landa? Kizaru is not enough to see this wave of force in front of Landa. Thinking of Aizen, Shanda suddenly put away a look of shock. His face turned solemn again, Shanda said thoughtfully. Indeed, although Huang Yuan's wave is shocking, it is still a little worse than mine. But it's really good, Kizaru, the first person under Shanda. Little lowly Shado waved his fist, indicating that it was not bad. In the battlefield, Kizaru continued. Brother, if you ask the old man how he can accurately predict your movements when he competes with you in kendo. That's because the old man has observation haki and can accurately predict your next attack. Hearing the words of Kizaru, Zhao's Zhao, the pirate world caused a sensation in an instant. Countless top powerhouses on the sea are staring wide-eyed, with an expression of, you were kidding me, all over their faces. And understand what you see and hear, ability to predict the extent of the short-term future. Everyone was full of disbelief. If you want to talk about it, you need to find someone who doesn't understand it, right? In those fierce battles, it is good to be able to predict the opponent's attack intention a little bit. But you yellow ape, who doesn't understand seeing, hearing and color? How can this be? What everyone can't do, can you do it? They all use observation haki, but how is this possible? This Kizaru. This is the degree to which observation haki has to reach a very high level. But said that you can accurately predict every sword of Byakuya? Reached, the top level, unless, Kizaru's observation haki breaks through ultimate. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This group of top powerhouses in the sea knows that Huang Yuan's words are impossible. Chapter 222, Auto-generated chapter title, 222, 10,000 Realms. That has to be my Landa. Naval Headquarters. In the Marshal's office, Sengoku's expression was very solemn, and Garp was also thoughtful. Akainu and Aokiji simply couldn't react, they didn't realize yesterday that Kizaru is so pretentious. This forced pretense made both of them caught off guard. But Kizaru pretends to be coercive, so let's tell some facts. What we can't do, can you do it? Akainu and Aokiji didn't believe Kizaru's words, thinking that he was just pretending to be forced. But Garp and Sengoku are thinking carefully about the possibilities in Kizaru's words. The two looked at each other and at the same time thought of a special person in Pirate World. 4 Emperor's Big Mom Pirate Group, the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. The top of the 4 stars for dessert, Charlotte Keita Curry. Although Keita Curry has a good overall strength, even against Akainu at this time, he can hold on for a while. Whether it's armed S*X or physical skills, they are all men who stand at the top of the sea. Keita Curry. The most outstanding and famous must be his experience. Keita Curry is also famous for its surpassing ultimate and its ability to predict the future. Thinking of this possibility, the shock in Sengoku and Garp's eyes grew stronger. Mo 723 Fei, Kizaru really did it? His experience has broken through? Reaching the same level as Keita Curry, can predict the short-term future. Boom. Garp and Sengoku's mind exploded, and the buzzing continued. Garp, the marine hero, was given the title of Iron Fist in the sea. And his most powerful pair of iron fists is because of its breakthrough ultimate armed color. In the whole sea, after the death of Rox and Roger, Garp's armed color disregards all the heroes, he is his peerless capital standing in this sea. If observation haki reaches ultimate, it is not as scary as the armed color. For example, Keita Curry has the knowledge that can predict the future. He is only able to fight against Admiral, can reach Admiral level. But, this can predict what will happen to Kizaru if the future experience is put on Kizaru. One of Marine's 3 Admiral, Kizaru Bluzolino. He was originally a veteran Admiral level powerhouse. If you get the observation haki again, then Kizaru's strength will not increase at all. As Garp thought about this, his face became more and more shocked, more and more surprised. Sengoku, on the other hand, is thinking about another thing. Kizaru, how did AJFD acquire this ability? Advertisement. Foreseeing the future is definitely not the ability of the bad street. Otherwise, so far, Keita Curry will not be the only one. So how did Kizaru get this ability? Sengoku's face was full of doubts. With a trace of speculation buried in his mind, Sengoku stared at the battlefield intently. After all, it is still unclear whether Kizaru possesses such abilities. It's just a guess now, and it needs to be confirmed by Kizaru himself. Cake Island. Big Mom looks at Keita Curry feeling the ant's gaze. Keita Curry also thought of something in his heart. He himself has observation haki that can predict the future. So looking at Kizaru, Keita Curry feels inexplicable. Although the leaderboard shields all perceptions. But Keita Curry still has feelings, and Keita Curry remembered. This one has just begun. Both Kizaru and Byakuya were shrouded in golden light. Kizaru spoke, saying that Bai is a handsome little brother. Although many people thought that Kizaru was pretending to be forced, he was completely guessing. But he didn't think so. Kizaru's sense of confidence is really like him. Now I think slightly. Kizaru, it's really possible that observation Haki, who can predict the future, may also be awakened. Katakuri frowned and looked at Charlotte Linlin. Mom, I'm not sure if it is. However, Kizaru's experience should have broken through. Listening to Kizaru's words, the aunt's face changed slightly. Katakuri said so, it shouldn't be wrong, and the aunt knew her son very well. Although all aspects of strength are good, however, Katakuri is still a bit worse than the Flame Smoke, the Phoenix Marco, and Ben Beckman in the Three Plagues. If he hadn't had the insights to predict the future, he might not be as good as these people. If this ability is given to Kizaru, how strong will Kizaru's combat power be? The aunt frowned, and she suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Once upon a time, although Marine Admiral and their 4 emperors are at the same level of combat power. However, 4 emperors still surpassed Admiral in a certain ability. So 4 emperors and Admiral fought to death, and Admiral must be the one who died. But now, 2 Admiral from Marine, Akainu, Sakazuki. His fruit ability has been improved, and his strength has been strengthened. It seems to be able to stand side by side with their 4 emperors. And Huang Yuan, Paluzolino. This one is now more likely to see a breakthrough in S*X, and can also be tied with them. Advertisement plus the 2 old immortals from Marine. This Marine's combat power has 4 emperors at once. And that Aokiji is also an unstable factor. Moment. Charlotte Linlin only felt a sense of crisis, thinking of those 2 words of Kizaru. Can predict the trajectory of Byakuya's every cut. Charlotte Linlin's heart became more solemn, at the same time. Many top powerhouses in Pirate World thought of this. If Kizaru's observation Haki really surpasses ultimate, reach the level that can predict the future for a short time, then, what he said may really be true, in the battlefield. Byakuya also didn't believe Kizaru's words, I know observation Haki. But, how can observation Haki be so strong? Byakuya's words were full of disbelief. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. In Byakuya's disbelief in the eyes, Kizaru was helpless. Brother, ordinary seeing, hearing and coloring really can't reach this level. But the old man's experience, but it surpasses ultimate. Kizaru said lightly. The voice fell off, Byakuya's eyes widened. Listening to Kizaru's words, I think of all the weirdness in the battle with him. Like every sword of his own, Kizaru can predict it in advance. And Huang Yuan continued to speak at this time, and sounded indifferently mixed with wretched words. Predict future. As for the old man's last sword, it simply relies on speed to come directly behind you. F*K. Kizaru finished. Byakuya raised his head with difficulty, eyes filled with unspeakable shock. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But Byakuya was still in shock for a long time and couldn't help himself. Boom. I really want someone to quickly teach him a lesson. Kizaru's voice fell. That must make me blue sky. Then this Kizaru, reinserting the pants kabuto with both hands, waiting for the end of the battle. This still needs to say, look at this Kizaru, what kind of arrogance has become. Byakuya's brain was down, and it couldn't be relieved completely. But who else can teach this Kizaru? Chapter 223, auto-generated chapter title. 223. Sengoku orders, enter the new world and destroy the emperor. There was a lot of discussion in the chat group, however, the pirate world was shocked because of Kizaru's words. Inside the marshal's office, Sengoku's eyes shrunk to a point. Garp's complexion is also extremely shocking. As for Akainu and Qingshang, their brains were in heat and they didn't react at all. Surprised, Sengoku and Garp looked at each other. The two took a breath at the same time. This Kizaru really awakened the observation Haki of predicting the future. This kind of god-level bug ability is extremely strong on Katakuri. This is to be placed on Kizaru, so what level of Kizaru's combat power must be directly promoted? This is crazy, and Sengoku remembered. Kizaru is more than awakening the vision of foreseeing the future. His speed has increased more than 5 times. How strong is this Kizaru now? Even Garp is asking himself at the moment, will he still be Kizaru's opponent now? Akainu lowered his head and looked shocked. Aokiji was even more eager in his heart. He wants to become stronger. At this time, Sengoku slapped the table excitedly. After Paluzolino comes back, we Marine officially enter the new world. We Marine, we must start with new world. That sea area, it's time to resound the name of Marine. Sengoku spit directly into his mouth excitedly. Hearing his words, Akainu's eyes on the sofa brightened. Akainu stood up immediately, his eyes extremely excited. Marshal Sengoku, Sakazuki is waiting for your orders anytime. That's so exciting in Akainu's heart, new world. That chaotic sea area has always been ruled by the 4 emperors and other great pirates. They Marine couldn't get in at all. There is simply a hell of justice and a heaven of evil. I don't know how many times in the dream, Akainu wakes up. The reason is because of the big bump in New World. Akainu originally believed that Marine's march into the New World would not take until he became a marshal. But I didn't expect that today's Sengoku actually ordered it. Garp turned his head to look at his old buddy, his eyes a little puzzled. Sengoku, he was never an impulsive person, since he has given such an order, he must be real. But Garp thought about it slightly. Marine's current combat power is unprecedented. There are 2 Admiral, Akainu and Kizaru, and Xingshang, a high-level combat force. Advertisement their 2 old bones can be used at the same time. If you don't take the advantage of entering the new world now, can you wait for them to get old and give it to the next generation? Garp's eyes gradually became excited, and in the new world at this moment. Cake Island. Katakuri's eyes widened. This Kizaru is exactly as he guessed. Awakened, just like him, I can meet the future observation Haki. The ant on the main seat became more solemn. Some solemn voices sounded, causing many 2 women to look at him for an instant. When does their mother still have such a solemn tone? From today, shrink your sphere of influence and contact Kaido. I have a hunch that big things are coming. Marine will add another big force, the old guy Sengoku won't let it go. The complexions of all the children changed slightly. Mom, that Kizaru is so strong. No matter how he is not his mother's opponent, is he? Charlotte Cracker is a bit uncommunicable, but before the ant could speak, Katakuri said solemnly. Kelly, frame, that Kizaru, the current strength may really be able to compete with mother. Hearing this sentence, even the ant was scornful. In her mind, although the combat power of Kizaru and Akainu improved. But if you can deal with her old 4 emperors, you still look up to them. But what does Katakuri mean, under the gaze of everyone? Katakuli's face was solemn. Mom, I can predict the future in a second or 2 from what I see and hear. The limit is 3 seconds. Then think about predicting the future after that, even I can't do it. Hearing Katakuri's words, the ant nodded. She knew that her son had a few kilograms of strength, she still knew better. What puzzled the ant was what Katakuri said about it. Next, Katakuri continued to speak, shocking everyone instantly. According to my observations, Kizaru's foreseeing the future can be predicted for about 3 seconds without any effort. What? Moment. The ant's eyes widened. Cracker and others also looked shocked. Big Mom just lost his voice. Katakuri, what are you talking about? The Kizaru, you can predict the future in about 3 seconds without any effort. Then his limit? With the determination of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin can't say anything. 0. Look for flowers. It was shocking. Between the strong, a gap of 1 or 2 seconds can completely change the situation of the battle. Advertisement 3 seconds? Even Kizaru's limit is more than 3 seconds? What will happen to that? Big Mom shuddered for a moment and couldn't think about it anymore. At the same time, the countless strong men in the sea are also shocked, thinking of this. Enter Red Force. The red-haired Shanks pressed Griffin on his waist and looked at the calm sea. It is a good thing that New World can meet such good weather, and it should be celebrated with a banquet. But at the moment, the red hair is full of dignity. He always felt that the calmness of the sea was the calm before the storm. The whole sea is going to be turbulent, aboard the Moby D*K. Whitebeard's face was solemn. The crew behind him also felt the tension of the storm. Marco, Ace, Joes, Vista and others all looked at Whitebeard solemnly. Turned, looking at the solemn expressions of his sons. Whitebeard's expression relaxed, and suddenly he laughed. Cool la la, lousy, sons, are you making a mistake? Your father, now he is the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard laughed, and Haki, the strongest man in the world, was released. In an instant, Marco and others were stunned. Yes. How could they still worry about their father? The old man now has blonde hair on his head. His body is extremely strong, but the strongest man in the world. Pinnacle Whitebeard. Marine dared to act on the remaining 4 emperors. But Sengoku really had to weigh it if he wanted to do it against Whitebeard. On the ghost island of Wano-kuni, the complexions of Flame Ash and Plague Quinn were very solemn. This Kizaru becomes stronger, which is definitely not good news for them. Kaido also has deep eyes, pouring wine 1 bite at a time. Beasts Pirates. Only Jack the Drow still has a relaxed look. Boss Kaido, keep drinking, Jack grinned, still inviting Kaido to drink. Kaido slapped Jack's head. Go away, lousy is annoying. Jack's eyes were stunned for a moment, some little daughter-in-law's grievances. And above the sea at this moment, there is also a sensation and tension. What? Chapter 224, auto-generated chapter title, 224. Kizaru gets rewards again, and sparkling fruit improves. In the battlefield, Kizaru put his hands in Kabuto like this, and looked directly at Byakuya, who was shocked at him. Under his indifferent look, Byakuya slowly closed his eyes. Golden light slowly shrouded. Everything around is back to its original state. In the white space, Kizaru and Shiraya stand. Kizaru's complexion was calm, and even stretched out his hand to hold Byakuya. Byakuya looked cold, although his expression looks very unwilling. But Byakuya also embodies the style of an aristocracy. The two held their hands together. Kizaru said seriously at this time. You are strong, go Day 13, the captain of the 6th division? Perhaps, the old man will go to your world for a walk in the future. Looking at Kizaru, Byakuya was slightly taken aback. After a while, he also said seriously, if you come, I will do my best as a landlord. Kuchiki family welcomes you, and I will definitely defeat you on 723. After Byakuya said these words, he withdrew his hand indifferently and stopped talking. Kizaru smiled slightly. Feelings against herself, this handsome little brother, or an aristocrat. According to what he meant, the Kuchiki family was a very famous family in the Shinigami world. Kizaru smiled, her figure shrouded in golden light. In the third round, Kizaru won. Reward, sparkling fruit was promoted. Look at this reward. Kizaru frowned slightly and shouted. It turned out to be this reward. Touching his chin, Kizaru didn't seem to appreciate the reward very much. Seeing this scene, the chat group exploded again. In their eyes, Kizaru was just too pretentious. Open black lens bracket, oh my god, close black lens bracket. He doesn't even care about ranking rewards. Look, this Kizaru is so arrogant. I don't agree with you. Arrogance without strength, that is arrogance. Close black lens bracket. A powerful tool, this is awesome. Hokage world. Terumi Mei looked at someone in the chat group who said that Kizaru was a little bit reluctant. Terumi Mei. You said Kizaru is arrogant? She is awesome. Okay, is he pretending to be handsome? You just have no insight, the aesthetics are incredibly cheap. Shonda. Yes, Terumi Mei is right, my Kizaru is so awesome. Advertisement, those people dare to say that Kizaru is so arrogant? He is pretending to be forced. Can you do it? Don't talk here if you can't. Close black lens bracket. Hearing what Shonda said, many people were indeed persuaded. But there are still a group of people who don't like Kizaru. Because Kizaru's wretched expression is simply too cruel. And the women beside this group were also captured by Kizaru. This makes them very uncomfortable with Kizaru. Seeing those retorting voices, the mountain's chest was up and down. Shonda. Since you are not convinced, I will tell you how awesome Kizaru is. Since the golden light descended, Kizaru said that the other party was a handsome boy. After this, it must be obvious to all worlds. Kizaru was right, we thought he was guessing at the time, but was he guessing? Although I don't know how strong it is after reaching ultimate. However, Kizaru should have accurately predicted that the opponent is a handsome boy. Is this not shocking enough? Well, I will continue to tell you. Open black lens bracket Byakuya Shikai, Kizaru stood there and beat him. Then, I explained to us the active elementalization. So far, I still remember Kizaru's natural look at the time. Remember his phrase. Your Zanpakuto, not that you can split the soul. I can, but why can predict to you every piece of knife edge it? Probably mean it, this does not shock you. Solution later, Bai D sword fencing competition, the final sword, which I do not say the right. Alexander the First admit, Byakuya very strong, I'm rubbish, not rivals. This may, Byakuya entirely become Kizaru background plate, Kizaru loaded to force, each of which makes very shocked. These put together, this force has once again proven Kizaru veritable king. Of course, he is also one of our 7 colors of the heavens. Juan Alexander circles to see this one, instant laugh. Open black lens bracket ha ha ha. Among you should not be nervous make me laugh? You these words, only the last one is the most important, right? Many people are laughing. Those who despise Kizaru also stopped rebuttal. The little bean can lowly summer it is open. Peas. Kizaru though regressed, but also a world of pirates forced the king. But I still think I'm big blue noobist. Let me quickly out of the big blue sanctions this Kizaru at 0. Lowly, then a small ripple, instant chat group detonated. Many people are reminded of Aizen. At Aizen, blue sky teach him a lesson you were out of it. Advertisement, you do not come out, no one can sanction him ah. At Aizen, blue sky teach him a lesson you were out of it. At Aizen, blue sky teach him a lesson you were out of it. At Aizen. Terumi Mei. At blue big, although I also like Kizaru, but I prefer you ah. Hokage world. Terumi Mei excitedly hopping. Before she thought, perhaps Kizaru came to her world, she considered marrying Kizaru. That if replaced by Aizen, when she Terumi Mei Sen dog are willing to ah. Terumi Mei. At Aizen, blue sky, I had wanted to see firsthand a Kizaru heroic yet. If you want to, then I will let you insert it. At this moment, Wan J Lao, open black lens bracket hey, 16? F asterisk K. FML slot. FML. Tsunade. At Terumi Mei, you little hoof waves, blue mighty fancy you? Open black lens bracket scare. What really special show, you can shut Zuiba. Terumi Mei. What do you want to do anything special? I said is inserted about team. Tsunade. Forgot to say, how you go see for Kizaru, you can still be able to challenge the pirate world ah. Domestic water. Terumi Mei a red face, but in her heart 5.3 reverie is up. If Aizen adults want it, Terumi Mei face flushed, has reverie again. Ken Hokage office building. Tsunade angry chest and downs. Side of Jiraiya hair looks stunned, he looked at Tsunade, some incredible. No, he says Aizen, you have to do with you ah. Jiraiya heart some inexplicable emotions. These words he could only think in my heart, after all, Tsunade and his relationship. Hongneo watching the chat group, Aizen looked slightly movable. Face surface hint of a smile, Aizen faint looked at the list. It is time top the list, the first bit of the stand that people feel lonely days thrown off, it is time there should be an absolute master. Chapter 225, auto-generated chapter title. 225. Aizen decides to appear and merge with Hogyoku. Looking at the countless barrage in the chat group who wanted Aizen to play and teach Kizaru, many people in Espada showed disdain. Grimjow said at this time, Master Aizen, that Kizaru is not worthy of your action, let me teach him a lesson. Also let me make a name for Aizen-sama in 10,000 worlds. Grimjow's words attracted everyone for a while. Little Wu Meiyu picked up slightly, but the Espada secret was interrupted at this time. Zhe Li, do you still want to play for Aizen-sama? Are you sure of winning? Don't let the Kizaru second you as soon as you come out, and lose the face of Master Aizen. I think it's safer for me to play. Hearing Yami's words, Grimjow suddenly became angry. Yami, what? Are you going to fight a game? The remaining Espada heard that they all stood by silently, looking like they were watching a good show. Aizen's Ichimaru Jin Tusenkanami is also interested. Ichimaru Jin's eyes are wide, but in his heart he doesn't have the slightest optimism about these two. That Kizaru not only has that experience beyond ultimate, but also seems to be able to predict the future for a short time. More terrifying, it is the speed of this Kizaru. He, Ichimaru Jin, is also famous for his speed, and he knows how terrifying Kizaru's speed is. I am afraid that his 09 Marujin himself, only to endure, can he barely fight the Kizaru. The speed of Shikai Shinso will be directly crushed by Kizaru. Even with the solution, Ichimaru Jin had no idea in his heart. Besides, he still can't reveal his whole cards, which are reserved for Aizen and cannot be used easily at any time. Thinking of this, Ichimaru Jin glanced at Aizen lightly. How will he decide? Should Yami play, or Grimjow? Or, Ichimaru Jin's heart is full of interest. Espada kept arguing, but Aizen didn't directly interrupt. Sitting on the throne, Aizen's eyes were filled with interest and thought. He is very interested in that Kizaru's ability. Before, Aizen was very curious about Kizaru's elementalization ability. How did human beings turn themselves into particles and recombine them? And, there is the ability to predict the future. This makes Aizen a little tempted. If he could also have this ability, no matter he was playing against anyone, he would be able to increase his confidence in victory too much. Foreseeing the future, putting it on Kizaru, made his combat power more than doubled. If this is placed on Aizen, I don't know how much it can increase his combat power. Between the strong, even half a second or 1 millisecond. Even for a moment, they are all very valuable. Sometimes, it is this moment that can control the final battle. Thinking about this, Aizen's inner interest became more and more intense. Advertisement Espada's quarrel grew louder. Aizen on the throne suddenly stood up. At this moment, all Espada is silent, looking at Aizen nervously. They thought that the quarrel angered Aizen, then they will suffer. Ichimaru Jin and Tusenkanami are also looking sideways, and they feel a little dignified in their hearts. Just when cold sweat appeared on Grimjow's face in Espada. Aizen didn't mean to blame them, but smiled slightly. I will play in the next battle, a flat, indifferent voice sounded. At this moment, Espada was all shocked. Even Ichimaru Jin Tusenkanami is instantaneous. Aizen? He is going to join the war? That Kizaru, shouldn't it be enough for Aizen to do it himself? Ichimaru Jin's heart has changed slightly, and his heart is very dignified. Aizen challenges Kizaru, then he will definitely win. There is no doubt about it. Don't look at Kizaru as quite strong. He is even more capable of pretending to be force, and he is the king of force in Pirate World. But when he compares with Aizen, it's a little insignificant. Aizen is a level higher than Kizaru. Whether it is in combat power or other things, it is completely crushed. If this allows Aizen to win, get a leaderboard reward. What about his Ichimaru Jin's plan? His heart was dark, but he couldn't stop Aizen either. Fine. Grimjow spoke in a different place in Espada. Master Aizen, you have to deal with this yellow ape yourself? He can just leave it to us. If you do, don't you look down on him a little too much? Zhe Li's words aroused everyone's approval for a while. Yami also nodded and persuaded, Master Aizen, you. But he was just half talking. Moment. A terrifying Ryotsu broke out on the throne. This moment, the faces of Ichimaru Jin and Tusenkanami changed instantly. Espada also instantly covered his face with cold sweat. Grimjow and Yami shivered. They regret it very much. Why should they question Aizen's decision? Aizen stood on the throne, looking down at the Espada openings. Who told you that I am going to challenge Kizaru? Hear what Aizen said. In an instant, everyone's complexion changed. Advertisement Ichimaru Jin's heart sank. Yes, how could Aizen challenge a Kizaru? Kizaru is on the battle list, but 10th. Aizen, how could it be possible to see the 10th place? With Aizen's ambition, only the first throne must be seen. The first one is never Aizen's goal. Thinking of this, Ichimaru Jin's heart is heavy again. Who is the number 1 in the current battle list? Whitebeard. And can Whitebeard block Aizen? Absolutely impossible. Although Whitebeard is strong, Ichimaru Jin thinks he is not necessarily an opponent. But Aizen shot, except for Yamamoto Old Man on the list, everyone else had to kneel. Kenpachi, Kagaya, and Hai are the only ones who can contend with him. The rest is not Aizen's opponent at all, doesn't that mean? Aizen challenges Whitebeard and will get rewards. Ichimaru Jin's heart is getting heavier and heavier. At this time, Aizen's figure left. The terrifying coercion of 723 in the hall was instantly relieved. Grimjow and Yami were filled with joy. Fortunately, Aizen didn't blame them. Thinking of Aizen's punishment, the two of them couldn't help but trembled. But after slowing down, the two of them felt even more shocked. Aizen. Is it really going to be shot? 9th place. Golden Glitter, Namikaze Minato, Hokage World. 15th place. Byakuya Kuchiki, Shinigami World. 10th place. Kizaru, Paluzolino, Pirate World. He really decided to make a move. 13th place. Zaraki Kenpachi, Shinigami World. 1st place. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, One Piece World. 14th place. Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Hokage World. 3rd place. Uchiha Madara, Hokage World. 7th place. Open Black Lens Bracket, Golden Lion, Shiki, One Piece World. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Standing at the highest point of the Shuyi Palace, Aizen faintly looked at the golden leaderboard. 12th place. Chakra Ancestor, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Hokage World. 5th place. Marine Hero, Iron Fist, Monkey D. Garp, One Piece World. 4th place. Pen Six Paths, Hokage World. 10th. Open Black Lens Bracket. 1st place. Captain, Yamamoto Shinigami World. 8th. Open Black Lens Bracket place. Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage World. 2nd place. God of Ninja World, Senju Hashirama, Hokage World. 6th place. Akainu, Sakazuki, Pirate World, Chapter 226, Auto-Generated Chapter Title. 226, Innocent Kizaru and Aizen play. Look at the name at the top of the golden leaderboard. 1st place. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, One Piece World. There was a smile in Aizen's eyes. Let me start this road to rule the heavens in 10,000 realms. The confident voice fell. Hogyoku shimmering in blue and black appeared in Aizen's hand. Aizen smiled and slowly merged Hogyoku into his body. At this moment, Aizen only feels that he has established an inexplicable connection with Hogyoku. But at this moment, he remembered a paragraph. Bai Lan. Aizen, so are you, a person who claims to be a god? If it's a god, then those who swear allegiance to you must give him corresponding rewards. At the beginning, Aizen was broadcast live on Wanji. Towards the end, the person named Bai Lan said something to him inexplicably. This made Aizen a little dazed at the time. Until Hogyoku was merged just now, Aizen hadn't figured out what Bai Lan meant. But now, Hogyoku enters the body. Aizen suddenly understood something. His expression was stunned. Fortunately, no one can see here. Otherwise, Espada will have to jump around for a while. Stand there. Aizen couldn't come back for a long time. Anyone who is willing to swear allegiance to me must be rewarded accordingly. Aizen frowned, thinking deeply about this sentence. But he didn't know. Bai Lan, that is the character who destroyed countless parallel worlds. He didn't know how many worlds were destroyed before he got this kind of sentiment. So even Aizen couldn't figure it out for a while. However, this sentence brought a slight change to him. It is precisely this slight change that allows Hogyoku and Aizen's bodies to merge quickly. Slowly, Aizen looked at the chat group. Now, Aizen is crazy in the chat group and wants him to come out and teach Kizaru. In the Marshal's office of Naval Headquarters, seeing that sentence, Kizaru had a headache. Kizaru. It's not you, so you have to let Landa come out to teach me? I'm his fan too, okay? Don't do this to me, right? Shado. Scared, the wretched uncle is embarrassed. We have to let Landa come out to sanction you. Tsunade. At Kizaru, although I like you quite a lot, I still want to see my blue big style again. Close Black Lens Bracket. Advertisement, since I saw it that day, there has been no chance. Yeah. We want to meet Landa. Countless people speak madly, wanting to see Aizen appear. Kizaru's expression became more and more helpless, and in the end he simply stopped struggling. Sengoku shook his head slightly. Perusalino, look at your madness. Now because of this incident, we have delayed the dispatch of Marine. Otherwise, we can now march into New World in a big way, but you have been delayed here. Sengoku shook his head and sighed. Seeing this, Kizaru suddenly felt a little wronged. Mr. Sengoku, I didn't expect that those people would have to ask Aizen to come out and teach me. I was wrong too. Akainu snorted coldly at this moment. Perusalino, if it wasn't for you to force them, could they be so excited? Can you always encourage Aizen to come out and teach you? I'm telling you, you deserve it. Wait to be sanctioned by Aizen. Listening to Akainu's voice, Kizaru felt very innocent again. You can't blame me, can you? It's not my intention to pretend to be forceful. Right? Hearing his voice, Sengoku felt helpless again. Yes, even if Kizaru pretends to be forceful, he has that strength. Whether it's the experience beyond ultimate, or the speed that is more than 5 times faster than before. These can reflect Kizaru's current combat power. Sengoku sat down on the chair. Kizaru, hurry up, go in and fight quickly, so we can enter the new world. Sengoku felt helpless. We can only wait for Kizaru to finish this game and Marine will be dispatched again. Kizaru nodded. However, in his eyes, there was a sense of fighting spirit. Even if he was asked to deal with Aizen, he had to go all out. Maybe, his current combat power can surpass that of Aizen. Although I watched it in the video, even the old Yamamoto was not sure to keep Aizen. He has little hope for Kizaru to defeat Aizen, but Kizaru did not want to give up. Who is not ambitious yet? At this time, there are still countless people in the chat group at Aizen who want him to play. Land University, hurry up and sanction this Kizaru. Yes, it's not good to be in a state of affairs, you must punish it. Countless barrages passed by, but Aizen didn't mean to speak at all. Spirit Cage World. Seeing Aizen's delay in replying to them, Shaololi Sha Do was a little discouraged. Advertisement, hey, won't Lan University pay attention to us at all? I hope he can play. Sha Do sighed and shook her head. Broken Star's face was also a little depressed, saying that I don't want to see Aizen, that is absolutely false. Aizen is so handsome, it's so charming, just when everyone thought there was no hope. Aizen spoke in the chat group. Open black lens bracket Aizen Sosuke. Don't worry, I will sign up for the next battle. Boom. The heavens and worlds are exploded. Little Loli Dudu jumped up excitedly. She waved her small fist and yelled, yeah, Lan Da is about to make a move. A smile also appeared on Oni-san Broken Star's face, and his eyes couldn't hide his expectation. Aizen, so handsome, so charming. Shonda and others were also shocked by the sight. For a long time, Shonda said nerdy, Land, really decided to take the shot? After saying this, Shonda patted his thigh directly. F*K. The people around were startled instantly. Broken Star made a cold voice, Shonda, what are you doing? The fat on Shonda's face trembled, obviously excited. Lanta. Land big. Sha Do jumped excitedly with joy in her heart. Open black lens bracket Aizen. Sha Do. At Aizen, Landa, you are about to appear. I look forward to you. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Aizen Kuyusuke. But if you come, I will marry you directly, it's good to be a concubine of yours. Open black lens bracket Aizen. Thank you, I have been praised. Open black lens bracket Terumi Mei. Landa considers it. Terumi Mei. At Aizen, Landa, I thought before that if Kizaru came to our world, I would consider marrying him. Many women in Wanji were a little anxious and regretful when they saw this. Terumi Mei was very excited. Tsunade. Don't say anything about you little wave hoof, I'm really sick. I don't have this idea yet. Younger brother, Zhao is good. Shonda is now like Aizen's little fan, completely fallen. So handsome, well-deserved Wang Landa is about to appear. Even Bai Yuekui had a strange color in her eyes. Sha Do. Wow. Landa has replied to me. Landa has replied to me. Chapter 227, auto-generated chapter title. 227, hey. The heavens are shocked, and the peach is coming. Tsunade. Kizaru is worthy of my blue big match? You are really insulting Landa. Open black lens bracket Terumi Mei. I'm too lazy to care about you. Of course Landa is the first thing in my mind. Huang Yuan looked innocent. Hello, if you compliment Landa, you compliment Landa, flattering. Don't take me. What is going on with one side belittled and the other side raised? The highest point of Suya Palace. Aizen looked at the barrage in the chat group and couldn't help but smile. Woman? That will only affect the speed at which he draws the knife. Super God World. In the City of Angels. Angel Lingxi watched the conversation between Terumi Mei and Tsunade, her eyes eager to try. She also wanted to say something in front of the blue sky, so it would be nice to get his attention. Yan on the side discovered the meaning of Lingxi. Lingxi. Our angels are arrogant and cannot be like them. And the more you chase a man, the farther he will be from you. You have to show your charm, you have to take the initiative to make men interested in you. Hearing Yan's words, Gai Sha and Hexi also turned their heads. The eyes of the two were full of interest. Lingxi blushed a little when he was seen. He whispered, 723 got it, Sister Yan. However, a smile appeared on Lingxi's face. Still looking forward to Aizen's appearance, this is his male god. Just when countless people are looking forward to Aizen's appearance. News of the next battle is released. In the fourth battle, Otsutsuki Peach Style challenged Whitebeard. Boom. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The heavens and myriad worlds say different things. What about Aizen? You just show me this. Everyone was dumbfounded and confused. Super God World. Inside the City of Angels, the smile on Lingxi's face froze. Looking at the announcement, Lingxi was a little unbelievable. This stunned expression was caught by Angel Yan in an instant. Lingxi, seeing that it's not Landa, are you sad? Listening to Yan's joking voice, Lingxi's face flushed again. However, she did not back down this time, nodded directly. Advertisement, Sister Yan, do you like this Otsutsuki Peach Style? I don't have the slightest affection for him. If I dare to appear in front of me, I will give him a big trial. Yan nodded, the playfulness on his face disappeared. I remember at that time, he still provoked Queen Gai Sha, and the big trial counted me as one. The cold complexion on the side was directly cold. Dare to provoke Queen Gai Sha, I will give everything to destroy him. The cold voice is absolutely decisive. Dare to offend Gai Sha, this is the bottom line to challenge her. The angels were filled with indignation. Gai Sha and Haki were not very angry. That Otsutsuki Peach Style, in their eyes, is nothing more than a brat who doesn't have the same hair. If he appeared in front of him, he would kill him casually. Seeing him jumping around now, he just didn't have a chance to go to that world. But, the two were wondering why this matchup is Peach-like. Since Aizen had said that he had participated in the war, he would definitely not tell lies. Then there may be only one. With their computing power, they thought of the original ranking announcement in an instant. In each battle, the challenger has priority. However, those who signed up before will also have priority in the next round. Maybe at the end of the last game, Dao Shi challenged Whitebeard. It was just ahead of Yukuya, but this next game, it was the turn of the peach-style appearance. Gai Sha and Hexi shook their heads slightly. This first position has to be taken by that peach pose, but it really makes people laugh. But with Whitebeard's combat power, can you really defeat the Otsutsuki clan? The two expressed some doubts. 10,000 Realms was also full of weirdness at this moment. Everyone is wondering why Aizen has already said that he is going to play, but it turned out to be a peach-style challenge to Whitebeard. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Sha Do's face was full of disgust. This, Damnida Momoshiki, almost saw Lan Da appear on the stage, but it turned out to be him. It's disgusting. Little lowly Sha Do's face was extremely ugly. The look of Broken Star, AJFD, is also a bit ugly. No one can see the peach style. When he first appeared, he directly provoked everyone in 10,000 Realms. Even the big guys such as Gai Shane didn't let it go. He even directly scolded Shan Da as inferior humans. Until now, Shanda can still imagine how badly it was. Oneself is weak. Can't refute. But other bigwigs in 10,000 Realms also have qualities, and they all talk about civilization. But in this peach style, it comes up with a mouthful of feces. It is said that all human beings are rubbish, and all human beings are inferior human beings. Advertisement. How can this not make 10,000 Realms angry? Punch the world. Genos's face was very ugly, and his heart was full of anger. He had a very bad impression of this peach style. But Saitama was standing beside him, but his face was calmer. Teacher, I really want to see you appear on the stage and teach this peach style well. He really makes people angry. He doesn't know how much he has, but he looks down on us so much. I haven't seen anyone like this, Genos said angrily. Saitama patted him on the shoulder. Genos, calm down. There is no need to be so angry for other people. Look at the teacher, you and me, and you won't be angry at all. Saitama thought of that Otsutsuki peach-like arrogance in his heart, and gradually became curious. Curious about the strength of the peach style, he really wanted to know. How powerful is it to make Dao style so arrogant? Even the Holy Geisha, the Devil Queen Morgana and other characters he looks down upon? It's a bit too arrogant. Those two, even Saitama doesn't think he can beat him. The two sides are not in the same dimensional order. Although I don't know how strong these two are, but in Saitama's mind, once these two appear, it may be a dimensionality reduction blow for him. Think about the divine body, computing power, and civilization in the second population. Maybe people's fighting methods are not fists at all. What they cannot understand. Saitama thinks about this, and a little expects a peach-like performance. However, there are many people who don't understand why this peach style can cut Aizen. Hello. Who knows what's going on? Seeing the explanation, everyone suddenly realized. And then, after Dao Shi was banned, the chat group was closed. In his original words, of course, there is absolutely no shortage of smart people in 10,000 Realms. Why not Lan Da? But it was preempted by Byakuya. It means, grass, why dare you to mute Lousy? Lousy doesn't watch it, it's so special. What's the difference between this and, I take off my pants, just show me this? Many people stood up and explained the possible reasons. Momoshiki was even more angry when he learned that Hai had lost to Kenpachi. In the end, he told me, is it such a thing? It's not now, is it his turn to play? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I have bought all the cola seeds and I'm waiting for Lan Da to appear. Yeah. He immediately challenged Whitebeard to show the real power of the Otsutsuki clan to the heavens and worlds. And they were right. Chapter 228, auto-generated chapter title. 228, hey, looking at the candidates for this battle, Aizen was also a little surprised. What, isn't he going to fight? But after figuring out all this, Aizen smiled slightly, a confident smile appeared on his face. Never mind. This first position, let you sit for a while. Aizen has that confidence. Whether it's Whitebeard or that or something Otsutsuki peach style. Neither of them is his opponent. Looking at the regretful words in the chat group, Aizen showed an interesting smile on his face. And at this moment, Zhangjiang's peach style reopened in the chat group. This is also the news that he is about to play, otherwise he would never watch that chat group. Open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Oh, so many low-level creatures are looking forward to God's battle? Countless people in the chat group were instantly angry when they saw his speech. Sha Do. At Dao Shi, where did you see it? We expect you to play. It's really not ashamed, shameless. If it weren't for you to grab the spot in this battle, we would have seen Lan Da come on stage. You? Who wants to see it? Peach style. A low-level creature, dare to speak wildly to the gods? Peas. Still God. Sister Gai Sha, Queen Morgana, Lan Da, they call themselves gods, they have that strength. Open black lens bracket in you. Do you have Kagaya's sister strong? I am really amused by calling myself a god here. For a moment, the peach-like face in the cosmic starry sky was indifferent. Peach style. At Do, you low-level creature, when I go to your world, the first one will kill. Sha Do. Come, I'm afraid of you, Spirit Cage World. After saying this, Xiao Loli Sha Do suddenly shrank her neck. Did she say something that shouldn't be said? If that peach pose really comes to their world, is it true that no one can stop it? Little Loli Sha Do panicked. But at this time, Bai Yuekui didn't have the slightest fear, and gave Sha Do a firm look. Shanda also thought of something. Sha Do, you should talk to old man Yamamoto. Doesn't old man Yamamoto like you? Even if Momoshiki really comes, with the help of old man Yamamoto, he won't be able to make waves. Sha Do rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of the kind old man. Advertisement, Sha Do. At Yamamoto Yuan Lu Jai Zhongguo, Grandpa Yamamoto, look at this peach style to bully me, this little girl. He also threatened to shoot me to death. Grandpa Yamamoto, you have to protect me. You didn't even say before, you want to accept me as a granddaughter? Everyone smiled when they saw Sha Do's words. Under the attention of all the people, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai Shigekuni spoke directly. Open black lens bracket Yamamoto. Sha Do, don't worry, my dear grandson, the old man will protect you. Open black lens bracket ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, many people burst into laughter instantly. At Otsutsuki Peach style, you come out again arrogant, come out again. Can you be an old Yamamoto opponent? Even Kagaya can't beat Yamamoto, you're a sling, still arrogant? The cosmic starry sky of the Hokage world, Momoji was furious. This group of damned guys dared to compare the shame of me and Kagaya. Peach style. A group of low-level creatures, it seems that you don't know anything. I will tell you that Kagaya is a collateral child in our clan. I, Otsutsuki Peach style, I am the direct line of the Otsutsuki clan. Open black lens bracket. If Kagaya hadn't eaten the fruit of the sacred tree, she would have no ability. To tell you the truth, I am going to the planet where Kagaya is currently located, and the purpose is to recover the fruit of the sacred tree in his body. Kagaya can only be an obedient rabbit in front of me, understand? After Momoshiki finished speaking, everyone in the Hokage world was a little stunned. Kaguya's consciousness in the moon was even more trembling. The surrounding temperature is even colder. The loneliness of these 1,000 years has grown stronger. Akatsuki is in the organization. Black Zetsu's eyes were staring. He can imagine how lonely and fearful his mother is at this moment. Black Zetsu spoke angrily in the chat group. Black Zetsu. At Sage of Six Paths Yi. Yuya, can you see it? Why does my mother do that? I don't want to say more. Yi, my elder brother in blood. What kind of cold pain my mother is suffering at this moment, do you know? See these words from Black Zetsu. Sage of Six Paths Yuya fell silent. His pair of Rinnegan is full of thought. Gradually, there was a trace of regret in his heart. At the beginning, shouldn't he really make his mother so sad? There is also his younger brother Hamura. Why did Hamura choose to go to the moon to look at his mother? He definitely didn't want to look at his mother. 0. More. Advertisement. It is to accompany the mother and not let her be so cold and lonely. But he Yuya. Yui looked at Black Zetsu's words, feeling a little repentant in his heart. But he still couldn't tolerate what his mother had done in the first place. Once again, he will still choose to seal his mother. As for the upcoming peach pose, he will solve it by then. In the chat group, Momoshiki spoke again. Ignorant lower creatures. Do you know the power of God? Kagaya shivered in front of me. Also, don't compare any inferior humans with me. Then what? Aizen, Morgana, Gaisha, just this kind of rubbish, it deserves to be with me. When I saw Momoji, the chat group exploded. No one thought that this peach style would dare to be so arrogant. Aizen. Oh, the Otsutsuki clan, it sounds so powerful. Genos. Landa, he is a strong ***. I think it's just a generation who can only speak wild words. I don't know how much the specific strength is, it is really too arrogant for him. Vortex Naruto. This peach style is really damn it, I'm so happy. Sister Kagaya, it was because of his persecution that she became what she is now. This Otsutsuki clan, except for Sister Kagaya, everything else is evil. Momoshiki. Are you from the ninja world? Lawless? Open black lens bracket Uzumaki Naruto, I remember you. Close black lens bracket. It's too arrogant. Gaisha couldn't bear it anymore. Countless bigwigs in the heavens and worlds are also full of contempt for this peach style. Open black lens bracket Uzumaki Naruto. At Otsutsuki Daoshi, I'm not afraid of you, just come if you have kind. They think they are extremely powerful, and even the strongest old Yamamoto is not an opponent. Now, Daoshi is the existence of everyone shouting in the world. When I arrive, you will be dead. Open black lens bracket Gaisha. This peach style is really interesting. But they are not so arrogant either. Peach style, lower creatures. I have 3 years to reach the planet where Kagaya is. One bite of a low-level creature, I really don't know, how strong are you? All the big guys are uncomfortable and are full of contempt for this peach style. It is the public enemy of 10,000 realms. What? Look at this peach pose. Chapter 229, auto-generated chapter title. 229. Morgana. I have never seen such an arrogant one, the old lady abused you with one hand. Dudu open black lens bracket. At Shanghai Shashian, Sister Gaisha, don't pay attention to him, he is simply too doctor. I don't know how much strength he has, and he's still pretending to be no-brainer, I really don't know if he has any brains. The Otsutsuki clan, except for Sister Kagaya, are the others all such brainless people? Peach style. Lower creatures, when I have a chance, the first one will destroy your world. Peas. Cut. I don't know how much strength I have, but my tone is not small. I finally know why you are so disgusting. Not as handsome as the blue big, and without the sense of admiration that Kizaru pretends to be. I really don't know where your confidence comes from, saying that we are low-level creatures. Sha Do's words detonated the chat group in an instant. Yeah, the blue pretends to be strong, handsome and charming, perfect. Kizaru pretends to be hard, although not as attractive as Lan Da, but I also like the ugly and handsome feeling of 723, Kizaru. But I just don't know, this peach style, what is it that makes me not disgusted? Open black lens bracket yes. I don't know how much strength I have been pretending to be here, and I am embarrassed for him. Momoshiki got angry again when he saw the chat group. Dao Shi. You people, you really haven't seen the power of God. Holy Gaisha. Oh, God's power. Tell me, how strong is the power of God? Peach style. Low-level creatures are not worthy to talk to me. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Sha Do was furious with anger, and her heart was full of anger. This Otsutsuki peach style is simply no-brainer, it's so disgusting. Dudu looked at Bai Yuekui. Boss, Sister Broken Star, this peach style is more damned than the group of people on the lighthouse. They know at least propriety, justice, and shame, but this peach style is simply no-brainer. Sha Do waved her small fist, filled with righteous indignation. Hearing her words, Broken Star nodded. This peach style is really disgusting. Although he may be strong, he can't be so arrogant, right? Compared with the anger of several people, Bai Yue's face was calmer. In her eyes, this peach pose is just a brain damage. She didn't care about these peachy words at all, because it's so brainless. Anyone who has some social experience will not be so arrogant. But this peach style. In the City of Angels, the angels were furious in an instant. Advertisement seeing Peach insulting Gai Sha, they couldn't bear it in an instant. When Gai Sha saw Dao Shi's words, her face went cold. In the main hall of the City of Angels, the situation was tense for a moment. When all the angels saw Gai Sha's expression, they were suddenly even more angry. The angel said coldly, Queen Gai Sha, when I have the opportunity, I will personally take people to the other world and teach this peach style a lesson. Angel Yan is also cold, whether it is north of the Milky Way or south of the Milky Way. I chased him to death. Yan's tone was very cold. Offend the holy Gai Sha, this is something that all angels can't tolerate. All the guarding angels were angry. The driver's licensing aside was also cold and said, Queen Gai Sha, when I can go to other worlds, I will go to deal with him personally. Although Hexi's voice is still mature and intellectual, there is a biting coldness in it. The faces of all the angels in the hall changed slightly. Even Angel Lang said that he looked at Hexi from a different place. Heavenly King Hexi, has he ever been so angry? That Dao Shi is really looking for death. If Lang or Yan and others take action, he still has a chance to survive. But Hexi? Heavenly King Hexi. Gai Sha's weapon arsenal was built by her alone. How strong do you think she is? Deal with a person in the Hokage world. Even if this peach style is the strongest in the world, it is definitely not enough. Feeling Hexi's anger, Gai Sha waved her hand. A smile reappeared on her face. Don't worry, this peach pose won't last long. Someone will pick him up soon. Listening to Gai Sha's words, all the angels were lost in thought. Although they don't understand the meaning of Gai Sha's words. But the Dao style is so arrogant, there must be many bigwigs in 10,000 realms who can't stand it. Queen Gai Sha, should that be what it means? It is different from a group of angels. Morgana in the Devil Queen laughed. Gaisha bit the B***** ch again, ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, this B**** ch will still have such an aggrieved day. Seeing, she hurts, my old lady is really happy, ha ha ha. Morgana hugged her belly and laughed. Atu was a little puzzled on the side. Advertisement, what does the queen mean? Did Gai Sha never eat it? Atu was bored, and his silly look was very simple and honest. Morgana heard this and said with a smile, yes, Atu. You think there is a group of enthusiastic fans of Gaisha from angels. If anyone in this universe dares to insult Gaisha like this, what will happen to those angels? Atuo's expression changed slightly. What the queen said is extremely true. If someone really dared to insult the holy Gaisha, then the group of angels under her would definitely not let it go. Morgana nodded. Gaisha's justice order, although it has redeemed a lot of civilization. But it is inevitable that the many angels under him will have too much faith in Gaisha. This also led to some angels spontaneously destroying some civilization that insulted Gaisha. It's also beautifully named, it's justice and order, you say it's ridiculous. Atu nodded. These angels are indeed too domineering. Morgana laughed. Yes, my old lady is a little untenable in front of Gaisha's Baikai. Unexpectedly, this peach style will make Gaisha eat chicken again today. Morgana wrapped her waist and continued to laugh wildly. But at this time, Momoshiki spoke again in the chat group. Peach style. It's really sacred Gaisha, sacred. Sorry, it's not embarrassing enough. By the way, I remember, what other demon queen is there, right? You two were just going the same way, you are worthy of the same world, 5.3. At this moment, Morgana was stunned. The smile on her face gradually stagnated, her face full of disbelief. Morgana slowly turned to look at Ado, with doubts on her face. What does this peach style say? Atuo's face was ugly, but he was still faithful. Queen, he said, you and Gai Sha are together. Morgana heard half of it and directly interrupted. Her face became more and more angry, and Morgana's anger was about to be suppressed. Depend on. The old lady knows he is a mad dog, but this time I didn't add a lot of fire to Gai Sha in the chat group. But this is too arrogant. The old lady didn't bubbling, and took the initiative to scold the old lady? Is it really a soft persimmon to be an old lady? Morgana. I have never seen such an arrogant one. Believe it or not, the old lady abuses you with one hand. Chapter 230. Auto-generated chapter title, 230. 10,000 Realms Wrath. Whitebeard, kill him. Peach style. I believe in a fart, a low-level creature, and dare to friend to defeat God? It's a sad, lamentable low-level creature. Morgana was furious. Morgana. Why would you spray dung in your mouth here? Are you a D*K? Watching Morgan speak nah, the chat group exploded again. Ha ha ha, I'm so ridiculous. Devil Queen is mighty. Ha ha ha, do you count as a silk? It's so funny. At this time, someone summed up how arrogant this style is. Hello. Have you noticed? This peach style is so arrogant as soon as it comes out. From the Holy Geisha to the Devil Queen Morgana. This peach style almost offends all the big guys. Don't you think he has a problem with his brain? Open black lens bracket ah ha 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 ha. I agree with you very much. This peach style may not be a tailwire, it is an NT. Capital NT. Open black lens bracket ha 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 ha. You almost laugh at me, it's so funny. Ha ha ha. This peach style is really NT. Open black lens bracket big NT09. Ha 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 ha. But no matter how taunted in the chat group, Dao Shi still takes care of herself and angers Zhao Morgana. This anger made Morgana's chest rise and fall, except with Gai Sha, she has never been so angry before. Morgana also directly opened her own frenzy mode. Open black lens bracket Otsutsuki peach style, right? My mother is not here to talk to you quickly. When my mother goes to your world, I will broadcast it to the heavens and 10,000 realms to see how my mother abuses you with one hand. Are you clear, peach style? I think you might as well call shit. Open black lens bracket ha 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 ha. Queen Morgana is mighty, ha ha ha. Pick out, P*** S out, E. For a time, Dao Shi couldn't think of how to refute it. He turned out to be poor in words. Countless people in the chat group were instantly happy. Dao Shi finally only suffocated a word. Peach style. Lower creatures, let's look up to the power of God to your heart's content later. God will make you all feel ashamed. Morgana. I smiled to the Lord and returned to God. I didn't call myself a god, how inferior you are. Advertisement, I'll see how Whitebeard killed you later. In the same way in the heavens and all realms, everyone is full of contempt for this peach style. Even people in the Hokage world don't like this peach style. Akatsuki is in the organization. Uchiha Madara's face was ugly. He never thought of it. There are such arrogant people in my own world. Although the combat power at the moment is not necessarily this peach-like opponent. But he also learned from Momoshi's words that he would not come to the ninja world for about 3 years. Until then, he doesn't know how strong he will be. This peach style, just wait for the sanction from his class. It's too arrogant. Inside Konoha, Naruto waved his fist and was filled with indignation. This, peach style, is in front of damn it, and the Otsutsuki family is also a representative of evil. Not only to destroy Kagaya's sister in this way, but also to invade our ninja world. It's damn it, listening to Naruto's words, the faces of all the adults were also very ugly. This peach style is not only the public enemy of the 10,000 worlds, but also their public enemy of the 9th world. If he is allowed to come to the shinobi world, then the major shinobi villages will surely be overwhelmed. The eyes of Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato and others were solemn. They also want Whitebeard to win. The strength of this Otsutsuki peach style cannot be enhanced anymore. 3 years. These people still have a chance to prepare. If it is faster, then shinobi really doesn't know how to deal with this peach style. Jiraiya didn't think so much. Jiraiya. At Whitebeard, although this peach style belongs to our world, it has nothing to do with us. I stand on your side. Whitebeard, F***K him. Naruto, Uncle Whitebeard, F***K him. Terumi Mei. Whitebeard, F***K him, for a time. Everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms said the same thing. Whitebeard, F***K him. This barrage is like a mountain whistling a tsunami. This peach is really hateful. It's simply the existence of everyone shouting and beating. And the pirate world at this moment, among naval headquarters. Looking at the arrogant Dao style, the faces of Sengoku and others were also very ugly. To this end, they even stopped their march into New World. Purpose. Just take a good look at this battle, how Whitebeard will teach his peach style. Kizaru looked down at his mouth and said lightly. Advertisement, I really want to know how Whitebeard will teach that peach style later. Akainu muffled. Although he despised Whitebeard, he didn't like pirates. But he hates this peach pose even more. Akainu's eyes also showed expectation, expecting how Whitebeard would deal with that peach style. But Sengoku is not so optimistic. Although this Otsutsuki peach style is arrogant, he also has a certain amount of capital. After all, what is he? The Otsutsuki clan, even Kagaya is afraid of existence. If this peach style is really better than Kagaya, Whitebeard is really not necessarily his opponent. While Sengoku thought so, New World, enter Red Force. The red-haired face is a little dignified, he also looks down on this peach style very much. But Whitebeard's combat power is really not necessarily the peach-like opponent at this moment. Compare it with Kagaya. Even the Whitebeard at the moment is the Whitebeard at the pinnacle. But he can't beat Kagaya either. The two are not a level at all. If this peach style is really as strong as 723, then Whitebeard might really be no opponent. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin's face is also a little ugly. Because just now Dao Shi also endured his own sentence. This made the ante as disgusting as Qi Shang. Seeing the two of Whitebeard about to fight at the same time, the ant's eyes showed cruelty. Whitebeard, F*K him to me, on the ghost island of Wanokuni. Kaido laughed even more. Whitebeard, if you can't beat this peach style, then you don't deserve to continue to be Lousy's opponent. Aboard the Moby D*K, the captains of Whitebeard's command also had the same idea. Except for the big boss, Joe's, everyone else is dignified. Feeling the weight of the suns behind him, Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la. Looking at the endless sea, Whitebeard confident rode. I believe your father even lost, it will certainly go all out. Son, today Dad will tell you that to be a strong essential quality. That is, we must dare to face a stronger person than you. Whitebeard laughed, waiting for the start of this war. Even peach style probably better than him, so what? He Whitebeard, has never been afraid. Playing a weaker than yourself, what is the point? Must be strong and fight, this is the joy of life. 7 Chapter 231 Auto-generated chapter title. 231. The public enemy of the 10,000 worlds blows the peach, and the war is about to start. Hokage World. In the distant stars of the universe. Momoshiki was sitting on Jin's shoulders, and the two flew quickly toward the earth. At this moment, the two stopped slightly. Dao Shi looked at Jin with a touch of emotion in her eyes. But Jin's head lowered his head and said nothing. He knows what his destiny is. As a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, the guardian of the peach style. His mission is to turn into his chakra fruit when peach-like needs. And Dao Shi is also thinking about this issue. Should he enter the battlefield of the heavens after absorbing the Jin family? After all, that Whitebeard is now number 1 in the battle list. No matter how much Dao Shi has no brain, he doesn't think that Whitebeard can be crushed to death. Thinking slightly for a moment, Daoist shook his head. A confident smile reappeared on his face. You are here waiting for me. I went to the battlefield and took the Whitebeard's head and won the first place. Momoshiki said confidently. In his opinion, although Whitebeard is number 1, his combat power is just that. If it's like Yamamoto's old man, he would need to absorb Kim's. But Whitebeard? Unnecessary. Momoshi is very confident, looking at the barrage in the chat group with disdain. This group of guys, when Dao Shi has a chance, he must kill all of them. The majesty of the Otsutsuki family cannot be violated. Thinking of these, a golden light gradually descended. The peach-like figure was slowly shrouded. Jin stopped in place, saying nothing. Dao Shi is also quite indifferent, and didn't even go to see Jin's. In his eyes, there are all rewards for the rankings, and all the desire for the first place. The minds of everyone in the heavens and worlds also roared. The golden light gradually shrouded. Everyone knows that this is the battlefield of the heavens. The battle between Whitebeard and the peach blowing is about to begin. Blowing peaches are here. I look forward to Whitebeard playing this peach into the air. 1+1. Look forward to +1, Spirit Cage World. Little Loli Shado was also looking forward to it, her big eyes blinking. Shan Da slapped his thigh. This peach style will finally be taught. Whitebeard must kill him. Don't do it. Death to him will not be enough to quell our people's anger in the world. Advertisement, boss, don't you think? Shanda looked at Bai Yuekui. Broken Star, Shado and others also have the same meaning, and they are very confident in Whitebeard. But at this moment Bai Yuekui shook his head, thinking in his eyes. Do you really think that Whitebeard will definitely defeat that peach style? I was stupid. Remember how strong Kagaya is? Don't I need to say more? This peach style, even if it is not as strong as Kagaya, but what about Hakata? If Hakata is so strong, does Whitebeard have a chance? Listening to Bai Yuexi's words, the excitement on the faces of Shanda and others froze for a moment. Yes, if it is as strong as Sage of Six Paths Yuya, Whitebeard is no match. This, Otsutsuki clan, not only has a strong bloodline, but also Rinnegan. Kagaya and Hai have verified that Rinnegan is powerful. And Susanoo and so on. Bai Yuekui's cold voice fell. The ground team was silent for a moment. As everyone discussed, the golden light gradually dissipated. An island slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. This island is as big as the island where Whitebeard first fought Senju Hashirama. The sea is endless, calm, in this peaceful room. 2 golden lights descended. Little Loli Shado got excited and waved her small fist. Uncle Whitebeard is coming. He's coming to teach that prankster. But then, Xiao Loli Shado sighed again. Because of the previous discussions, he has a little confidence in Whitebeard. After all, this Momoshiki has the last name Otsutsuki. In the battlefield, haven't waited for the golden light to dissipate. That arrogant voice of Dao Shi just came out. Ha 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 ha. Battlefield of the heavens, Laozi is here. it was just a barrage before, and there was no sound. But now hearing the peach-like voice, everyone understands. This is a person with a bone in his bones. Maybe, he is accustomed to lawlessness at ordinary times, that's why he develops this kind of character. Hearing this voice, many people showed disgust in their eyes. This Dao Shi arrogantly wanted people to beat him. Morgana. I just can't help it, otherwise I will definitely teach him how to behave. Holy Gaisha. At Mogan Na, as far as your strength is concerned, don't be embarrassed by it. I think you have lost the face of our universe. If you want to go out, let me come personally. My silver wing can divide him into countless pieces in an instant. Morgana. At Gaisha, Bai Kai, advertisement. How can I see you everywhere, so bad luck. She said that, but Morgana couldn't refute it. Because of Gaisha's silver wings, even her divine body can't stop her. Can a peach style in the world of Jiangwu be blocked? That's impossible. Morgana had personally experienced how terrifying Gaisha's silver wings were. So, even if she looks down on Gaisha, she can't refute Gaisha's words. Just in the quarrel between the two, Whitebeard and Momoko appeared on the island. Whitebeard was still in that outfit. With a big knife hanging through the clouds, Whitebeard stood there like a majestic mountain. The 6'6" body is very impactful. The young Whitebeard's muscles exploded. The lines are extremely strong and contain the power to destroy the world. With blonde hair dancing in the wind, Whitebeard just looked at the opposite peach pose. What about the Otsutsuki family? Can anyone make him fear Whitebeard? No. The big knife in Whitebeard's hand suddenly hung on the ground, and a small piece of ground around it shook. And this is not Whitebeard's use of shock fruit ability. Innocent. This is the physical power of Whitebeard. This is the pinnacle Whitebeard, the veritable strongest man in the world. Countless people in pirate world trembled. Some weak pirates were frightened directly. Up to the 4 emperors, they all looked at Whitebeard's figure with solemn faces. Zhao Lahao. More than the pirate world, Akatsuki is in the organization. But despite losing to Whitebeard that time, ninja world currently. But now it's different. In addition to Sage of Six Paths Yuya and Otsutsuki Kagaya, there is also that peach. At first, Whitebeard's strongest blow to abandon everything and die together was indeed shocking to him. Inside the Hokage world, only after experiencing the peak power of Whitebeard can you understand how terrifying it is. For the rest, no one is his opponent. Madara at this time, able to exert all his strength brother. At that time, he still didn't fully understand how to use Rinnegan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Senju Hashirama looked solemn, Hokage office building in Konoha village. But Madara now has the confidence to completely defeat Whitebeard. But just because of Whitebeard's barely used peak blow, the battle was established. Otherwise, he will win that battle. Lord Madara on the main seat also looked a little dignified. Chapter 232, Auto-generated chapter title, 232. Rinnegan, can even absorb the power of shock. After Whitebeard played, next moment, a peach-like figure appeared in everyone's eyes. Facing Whitebeard's 6-meter high body, Dao Shi did not feel nervous at all. He was floating in the air, and his actual height was much higher than Whitebeard. He was just like that, looking down at Whitebeard condescendingly. Hello, inferior humans. If you let me do it, you won't even have a chance to beg for mercy and surrender. I advise you to surrender directly, and don't let me do it myself and waste time. Momoshiki scorned Whitebeard condescendingly. That tone, that expression. Not paying attention to Whitebeard at all. Wanjia looked at Dao Shi like this, everyone was extremely disgusted. The chat group exploded even more. Hey, this peach style is too arrogant. Yes, I have never seen such an arrogant one, and I look down on people too much. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard is not as good as Yamamoto Old Man, Kagaya and others. But he is also the #1 in the current combat power list after all, a height that ordinary people can never reach. But this Dao Shi completely looked down on Whitebeard. Does he even look down on our heavens and all realms? It's really a silly brain. I really don't know why this kind of person exists in these heavens and worlds. Whitebeard, F*K him, Whitebeard, F*K him. Everyone 723 was very disgusted when they saw Momoji's appearance. Can listen to Dao Shi's words, look at his contemptuous expression. Whitebeard was not at all angry. He plunged the broadsword into the ground beside him and looked up at Momoshiki solemnly. A strong man in the Hokage world, it seems that you are really better than Ben and Hashirama. The old man can't wait to fight you, cool la la la. Cool la la la. Whitebeard stood on the ground and laughed as he watched him. Listening to Whitebeard's words, Momoko's complexion instantly cooled down. Look at Whitebeard. The peach-like face was extremely cold. I said, don't compare me with that low-level creature. And you, a low-level human, since you have decided to fight with me. Then, do it well, and face the pain of death and life. Momoshiki said, holding his arms with both hands. Seeing the peach style like this, the heavens and the world are full of disgust. This, peach style. This shit, it's so annoying, I want to rush in and F*K him. It's so disgusting, it's too awkward, advertisement. This is just ordinary people in 10,000 realms, they are so angry. One can imagine the mood of Madara, AJFD, and Hashirama at the moment. The mood of the Hokage world at the moment, ninja world. Countless ordinary people look ugly. This peach style, although it looks very strong, is also very powerful. But in his picture, what's the matter with his attitude of treating sentient beings as mother-in-law? Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama look down on it. Then what do they like ordinary ninjas in his eyes? Rubbish? Or is it not even worthy of rubbish and ants? This peach pose once again disgusted everyone in the ninja world. In Konoha village, there were angry voices up and down the Hokage office building. As soon as this peach style came out, they said that their first Hokage was rubbish. They can't bear it. Naruto was filled with righteous indignation, looking at Senju Hashirama with an angry expression. Grandpa first generation, that Otsutsuki peach style is too arrogant. How dare he look down on you so much? Grandpa first generation is the strongest Hokage in Konoha, but this peach style. This peach style. Naruto was so angry that Namikaze Minato patted his shoulder lightly, and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen apologetically. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head, his old face flushed, and he couldn't help it. But everyone in the office didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen. What they value now is the arrogant Otsutsuki peach style. At this moment, even Tsunade, Jiraiya and others are full of anger. That Otsutsuki peach style is a bit too defiant, under everyone's angry gaze. At the same time, under the angry noise outside, Senju Hashirama smiled and shook his head. Naruto, there is no need to be angry for such a person. Besides, isn't anyone teaching him now? Naruto nodded when he heard, waving a small fist. Uncle Whitebeard, you have to break this arrogant peach. And Akatsuki is in the organization. All the members are expecting Whitebeard to teach peach style well, even Black Zetsu is no exception. But the eyes of Lord Madara on the main seat were a little deep. Because, he vaguely saw Rinnegan between the palms of the peach-like hands. Although I don't know what it is, but Lord Madara knows very well that to have Rinnegan is absolutely extraordinary. Besides, this Otsutsuki peach style, but Kagaya and other characters are terrifying. In the battlefield, Whitebeard looked at Momoko and nodded calmly. Advertisement, boy, I've seen too many arrogant people. But as arrogant as you, this is the first time I have seen you. Hope, your strength can be worthy of your arrogance. After hearing Whitebeard's words, Momoshiki returned with another sentence. Your name is Edward Newgate, right? What kind of shit name is this? And that title, called Whitebeard? Which evil pen did you get it? It's so ugly, the most outrageous, he is the strongest man in the world. Just as weak as you don't have the slightest chakra in your body, you are still the strongest in the world. It really made me laugh, you are worthy of the word strong too? Momoshi's words came out. At this moment, even Whitebeard couldn't bear it anymore. No matter how honest a person is, he can't stand being provoked like this. And Whitebeard, but it has never been a good-natured character. Being able to sit firmly in the position of New World 4 Emperors and the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard has never been a good crop. That was caused by him with one punch and one punch. Looking at Dao Shi, Whitebeard didn't say much. Clenching the right fist, a white transparent halo suddenly appeared on it. At this moment, 10,000 Realms was excited. The kind of vibration that can crack the air is about to appear again. Whitebeard's power is about to appear again. Boom. Whitebeard's shocking force touched the Rinnegan, and was instantly sucked away by it, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, everyone was so happy in an instant that they almost clapped their hands in applause. Whitebeard punched. At this time, Momoshiki faintly stretched out his right hand. The shocking force of horror swept quickly, and rushed to the peach pose unstoppable. With Whitebeard's punch, the air was cracked by hundreds of meters. Taste. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The scalp-tingling sound continued to spread, when everyone is looking forward to it. Not far away, Dao Shi was hit in an instant. The red Rinnegan in the palm of his hand suddenly appeared. Out of, Wanji was stunned. The air spreads cracks like a mirror. Even Whitebeard's complexion was slightly dark, and his brows were slightly frowned. Chapter 233, Auto-generated chapter title, 233, Passive, Whitebeard lost. Peach Absorber watching the Whitebeard attacks, everyone is somewhat incomprehensible. Open black lens bracket, how can this be? So the shock of the terrorist force, though not as old Yamamoto, Kagaya great momentum of their attack. May not have been this type of peach to direct it did not suck? This is too much. What is his ability, why can do that? Heaven's wand circles all face the question mark. Spirit Cage World. Lowly face small summer bean complex. Bosses, Broken Star sister, that what peach style? He is Otsutsuki family, their Kagaya sister Rinnegan I can understand. But why in the hands of his Rinnegan long, Afghanistan? This is too weird right, people too. Lowly summer small peach style beans looked at his right hand palm Rinnegan, felt a tingling scalp and bleeding people. Broken Star's face is not so good looking. Looking peach style, she is unnatural nodded. Boss, this peach style, really too weird. Yamato Hill several men in the side is a bit more shocked. Several people widened his eyes, his face wrinkled together, very disgusted look. Baikui of scowled thinking revealed in the eyes. Everyone also discussed before, why this type peach only Baikugan, did not see his Rinnegan. Now the truth is out, his Rinnegan, long in the hands. Bai Yuekui voice sounded cold. Summer beans, that Rinnegan, should be long in any one place can be. It's not long where he is this pair of Rinnegan, what is the capacity? White Moon heard the words of comfort, Summer Beans Pilaupizui. Boss, I know what you mean. But Kagaya's sister's Rinnegan long in the forehead, not only did people feel sick penetrate. Even Kagaya also let my sister is even more beautiful. But this type of peach, really sick people, too infiltration person. I might have seen him for several days could not eat rice. Listen lowly small words, everyone is shaking his head, not to care. This little lowly could not eat rice, cheat ghost yet. Bai Yuekui shook his head, continue to look at it, Whitebeard this game, probably really dangerous. Hokage world. Akatsuki within the organization. Uchiha Madara looked at the ability of this strain type, a pair of Rinnegan exposed careful. Normal Rinnegan have a few basic skills, advertisement. Universal pull, Shinra Day syndrome and planetary devastation. Other capabilities are unique to each pair Rinnegan abilities. This type of peach Rinnegan, how they looked and ability are not the same. Too weird. Madara eyes staring battlefield. The battlefield at the moment being. Whitebeard depressed strange heart. He clenched right fist again, which embodies the forces of terror shocks. Boom. Whitebeard again play punch. He do not believe that it has been able to block his peach-style attacks. He Whitebeard, in order to force the sermon, air again crack propagation. Whitebeard J. Yaquan, once again about to hit the peach style. Can peach style as a touch raised his right hand. In the palm of its slight movement Rinnegan, the shock of the terrorist force is absorbed again, I do not know where to go. Whitebeard deeply wrinkled brow again. Peach arrogant style that voice is sounded. Ha ha ha. Inferior humans, have you witnessed the power of God? Your strength can't hurt me at all. Offended, God, then I will show you what the power of God is. Boom. Momoji looked down on Whitebeard, and stretched out his left hand mercilessly. On his left hand, there is also a red Rinnegan. At this moment, in this Rinnegan, a transparent light slowly emerged. Momoko's left hand was wrapped in the transparent halo. Feeling this power, a smile appeared on Momoji's face. It's just an inferior human being and doesn't deserve to use this power at all. Let me tell you how to use this power. Momoshiki slams the left fist mercilessly. Boom. Shattering. It's stubborn. The sound of trembling and tingling scalp sounded again. The air between Momoshiki and Whitebeard was cracked again. At this moment, Whitebeard's complexion changed a lot. In a hurry, Whitebeard lifted his broadsword and drew back. He looked at Dao Shi, his heart sinking deeper and deeper. This Otsutsuki peach style can absorb his shock power. And, advertisement can the other party turn into his own use and call him back? This is a bit heaven-defying. The area hundreds of meters below Whitebeard was instantly destroyed. 0. For flowers, the earth spreads cracks every inch, and the power of terrifying shock destroys everything. Whitebeard hurriedly avoided the trick, standing in the distance and staring at peach style solemnly. And Dao Shi is arrogant at this time. Ha ha ha, inferior humans, have you seen the power of God? Your ability is pretty good, but you don't deserve it at all. Momoshiki stood there with an extremely arrogant expression. Looking at this scene of him, 10,000 Realms was a little angry. This peach style is too arrogant. Simply damn it, I really want someone to teach him a lesson. It's so arrogant, I feel that he has become a public enemy of our 10,000 Realms. Yes, he is the public enemy of 10,000 Realms. This time, Whitebeard must win. I have never been so inclined to one of them in any event before. Even the filial son Yui, I have never been so disgusted. At most, I scolded him twice. Close black lens bracket, but this peach style, I really can't think of what he doesn't disgust me. Yes, this peach style is really damn it, but his arrogance is arrogant, this ability is really a bit weird. Yes, it can absorb Whitebeard's attack and it can also rebound. This ability is a bit powerful. Sigh, I don't know how Whitebeard should fight, this peach style is really a bit disgusting and heaven-defying. Hokage world. Looking at the peach like Rinnegan, Madara in Akatsuki's organization was also lost in thought. There is Rinnegan in this peach style, and he is not unusual at all. After all, it is from the Otsutsuki clan, or a direct descendant. But this peachy Rinnegan is so long in his hand, this makes Madara a little different. Because those two red Rinnegans are a bit weird to be compacted. As an existence with two pairs of Rinnegan, Madara has a say in this. And that Rinnegan's ability is also a bit peculiar. It was able to absorb the attack of others, and then hit it back with a backhand. This is a bit heaven-defying, and Ben found out. The peach-style punch was stronger than Whitebeard's punch. How is this going? Could it be that, his Rinnegan, can he use the absorbed power to increase his blessing and then play? Madara's eyes were solemn. If that's the case, this and that peach style is really a bit heaven-defying. What? Chapter 234, Auto-generated chapter title. 234, The High Emperor's Spiritual Sovereign, The Terrifying Shocking Natural Disaster. In the battlefield. Whitebeard stood on the ground several hundred meters away, looking at Dao Shi with a little dignity in his eyes. He just doesn't know that this peach pose can absorb his shock fruit ability. Still, his weird eyes can even block hockey and physique. If that were the case, it would be too heaven-defying. Whitebeard's eyes were deep, and Dao Shi's complexion looked ugly. Right now, he only has temptation and temptation. What exactly can this peach pose absorb? Only his shock fruit ability. Even hockey and ordinary power can be absorbed. Many bigwigs in the 10,000 Realms have also seen this. Super God World. Holy Gai Shaw's mouth curled up slightly. Hexi was also interested. Queen Gai Shaw, this peach-like ability is really interesting. Gai Shaw nodded. Yes, it can absorb the attacks of others, and it can also bounce back. 723. This ability is really buggy. I just don't know what he can absorb with this ability. Angel Yan and others on the side all have slightly changed eyebrows. If the peach-like ability can absorb all Whitebeard's attacks, it would be a bit heaven-defying. But at this moment, Hexi smiled slightly. Queen Gai Shaw, we are in technology, but we never believe in bugs. Any powerful ability has its upper limit. Gai Shaw smiled and said nothing. Yan and others' eyes changed slightly again, but they also understand. The upper limit of that peach style can absorb is higher. But give him a big trial and see if he can eat it. No matter how strong the strength is, there is an upper limit. Spirit Cage World. The Super God World has a very high perspective, and angels are even the king-level civilization of the universe. Holy Gai Shaw and Hexi are both top bosses. They can see through the peach-like weakness, but the Spirit Cage World can't break it. Little lowly Shaw Do looked nervous. Uncle Whitebeard vomited blood. That Momoko is too cheating. His ability is a bit too bullying. Shonda and others also nodded. Yeah, how can Whitebeard fight this? No matter how strong he is, he can't do anything with this method. As everyone analyzed the peach-style ability, Whitebeard tentatively shot. Boom. Whitebeard stepped on his feet, and the ground he was on instantly sank. Advertisement. The huge body rushed towards the Dao style in the air. Whitebeard held Kong Yunchi in both hands. Kong Yun's cutting blade had more than a terrifying shock at this moment. There is even the dark armament hockey. Even Conqueror's winding, Whitebeard used a little bit. His purpose is to take a good look at what this peach pose can do. Is it only possible to absorb Shock Fruit's ability, or not to reject those who come? Whitebeard roared, and Kong Yunchi engulfed his terrifying power and slashed towards Taoshi. The Dao-style figure stood in the air, looking at Whitebeard arrogantly. Do you take the initiative to bring it to your door? Today, let you see and see, the power of God. Dao Shi's words seemed to be said to everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms. It made the chat group jump again. Boom, Whitebeard fell with a knife. It seemed that the world was shaking away in an instant. But the heavens and myriad worlds who saw the next scene were wide-eyed. Whitebeard didn't hit Momoko at all. Momoshiki stretched out his right hand just like that, completely isolating Whitebeard's attack. And the shocking force on the Whitebeard knife also quickly disappeared and was absorbed by Dao Shi. After a while, only the dark armament hockey and the trace of Conqueror's twist used by Whitebeard were left on the knife that Kong Yun cut. Boom. Next moment, a repulsive force suddenly broke out from the self-peach-like body. Whitebeard couldn't take advantage of it in the air, and his figure was directly blown out. But when Whitebeard flew upside down in the air, it was still landing. Momoshiki stretched out his left hand again. Condensed on it is a more powerful shock than Whitebeard. As soon as the terrifying shock power appeared, the surrounding world seemed to be overwhelmed. Brown taste. Boom. At this moment, 10,000 realms was shocked. Open black lens bracket. What is that? How can it be more powerful than Whitebeard? Just now Whitebeard's blow, it can be said that he was a very strong move, right? But this was completely blocked by that Momo style, and it seems that this has counterattack back. And you see, this power is several times stronger than Whitebeard's just now. Yeah, my god, it's really horrible. This Dao style, although arrogant, but his strength. I just hope that Whitebeard will win, and Whitebeard will definitely give me this peach style. Backquote, yeah, Whitebeard blasted him. Don't worry about how loud the voice of Whitebeard in the chat group is 0. Advertisement in the battlefield. The peach style blow has been shot. After being blessed by Rinnegan's left hand at the same time, the shocking power is like a real natural disaster. Boom. Whitebeard flying upside down in midair was suddenly hit. Reflected by the twisted air cracks around, Whitebeard's figure was even distorted. Puff. Whitebeard flying upside down in the air suddenly spouted a mouthful of blood. Whitebeard's eyes widened. This peachy blow, compared to my own shock power just now, it is more than twice stronger. The figure crashed to the ground, smashing a large hole nearly a kilometer away from the surrounding area. There are cracks in the big pit. At this moment, even the surrounding sea was making waves. As if unable to bear this force like a natural disaster. After a long time, in the big pit, Whitebeard stood up slowly. Wiping off the blood from the corners of his mouth, Whitebeard smiled like a ghost. His tentative blow, although he was blocked by this peach style, he still suffered some injuries. But he also figured out some of the details of this strain. Although Rinnegan can absorb his shock, but he couldn't absorb his own hockey. Whether it is armed color or conquerors, he can't absorb it. How can anyone report details to the opponent during the battle? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Whitebeard was puzzled, because he felt a sense of crisis from Whitebeard's dark knife. Let the other party discover their own weaknesses and then target themselves? Whitebeard frowned. Does this peach pose have some brain problems? Is this Dao Shi extremely confident in her own strength, or is she a big fool? Standing on the ground, Whitebeard's face was a little surprised. Isn't this pure big NT? Momoko gritted her teeth, her face ugly. Of course, as Momoshiki himself knows this, my Rinnegan can't even absorb it. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have been hurt by the dark substance. He is not like this peach style. This is also the reason why he wanted to fly Whitebeard 5.3. But he didn't mean to reassure this peach style. Whitebeard, what is the dark substance on your knife? Chapter 235, Auto-generated chapter title, 235. The Peak of Terror. Whitebeard, shock fruit awakens. When Wanji heard Taoshi's words, his heart was slightly clear. There was a smile in Madara's eyes. Sure enough, he guessed right, this peach-like Rinnegan is just able to absorb other people's attacks. But there are weaknesses. This Rinnegan seemed to be able to only absorb the power of the technique, but not the power of the simple physical technique. Although Ban didn't know whether Whitebeard's concussion ability was a technique or a physical technique. But looking at the form of expression, Whitebeard's shocking power is more like a blood inheritance limit. But the dark hockey is another completely different thing. That kind of material possibility is completely condensed by the user's physical strength. So the peach style cannot be absorbed. My god, this peach-like ability is too buggy. This is equivalent to directly depriving Whitebeard of most of his strength. After this, Whitebeard can't even use that kind of vibration ability. How can I fight it? If you don't use it, Whitebeard's strength will be weakened by half, so I don't have to fight. Used, it will be absorbed by the peach style and then rebound. It's not even worth fighting. I really felt aggrieved. No wonder this peach style can be so arrogant. His ability is really disgusting. Yeah, Whitebeard is tough this time. I won't let that blow peach win, right? If you let him win, it would be too unreasonable. There was a mournful voice in the chat group. Everyone is sorry. In their opinion, Whitebeard has no fruit ability, and it must not be a peach-like opponent. I am afraid that the peach style full of inferior creatures, inferior humans, will win. But most people in the world think so, but Pirate World has a different idea. Inside the Marshal's office at Naval Headquarters, Sengoku frowned too, and gradually figured this out. This peach-like ability is really buggy if it can absorb fruit. Then everyone here except Garp, I'm afraid I'm not completely sure to defeat this peach pose. Sengoku said solemnly, his tone a little deep. 3. When Admiral heard this, his eyes changed. Garp laughed at this moment. Whitebeard, he is not a man who relies solely on fruit power. After all, he was the one who made shock fruit, not shock fruit. Sengoku nodded. Only the two of them have seen how terrifying Whitebeard's peak power is. Sengoku looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle with a melancholy tone. Yes, shock fruit is the strongest fruit that destroys the world only in the hands of Whitebeard. Kizaru was a little embarrassed at this time, and his face was a little bit awkward. Because of you, his own battle is mostly dependent on fruit ability. Zephyr once said that Kizaru relies too much on his sparkling fruit ability. If his ability is restrained, then Kizaru's situation is not good. Looking up at Momoshiki on the battlefield, Kizaru couldn't help feeling a headache. He is going to deal with this peach style. Will he definitely lose? Advertisement. However, Kizaru looked at the peach like Whitebeard at this moment, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. That was exactly what Garp said. Whitebeard can be called the strongest man in the world. It was never because of shock fruit, quite the opposite. It is precisely because shock fruit met the master Whitebeard that he could display the terrifying combat power that destroys the world. It is not so much that shock fruit made Whitebeard. It's better to say that Whitebeard made shock fruit. Besides, even if the peach style can be absorbed. But his Rinnegan is bound to have a limit. Whitebeard used too much shock fruit in the past, and his body couldn't bear it in his old age. And a peach pose, how fragile is his body? How many times can I use the power of shock fruit? In the battlefield, Whitebeard looked at Daoshi, with a big smile on his face. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. Listening to the laughter of Whitebeard, countless people in 10,000 realms felt an inexplicable sense of peace of mind. Like Whitebeard's laughter, it has a calming effect. But the peach style on the other side was a little unhappy. Looking at Whitebeard, Momoshiki contemptuously said. What are you inferior human beings laughing at? Are you afraid that you will be kicked out of the top position in the battle list later? Want to leave more deeds in 10,000 realms? Whitebeard, I tell you, in this battle, you will only be Otsutsuki Momoshiki, God's background board. Daoshi's face was arrogant, and her toes were high and arrogant. Listening to Daoshi's words, Wanji was angry for a while. But Whitebeard's face was calm. Looking at Momoshiki, his face was full of confidence. You are so sure, can you fully absorb my abilities? The voice of Whitebeard fell. Boom, as if something was brewing. The whole surrounding land was shaking slightly. From Whitebeard's body, a shocking force slowly flowed out of the earth. Whitebeard's eyes looked at Peach Style extremely calmly. Lousy. But Whitebeard, shout out, the surrounding world seems to be quiet. The rumbling voice sounded. The earth trembled. Whitebeard stood there, like a terrifying humanoid natural disaster. Pirate World. I don't know where on the unnamed island. Advertisement. Blackbeard Teach fell to the ground after fleeing. Blackbeard's face was shocked and terrified. This is the power of the old man. Father. Blackbeard's tone was shocking, and a heart trembled even more. If he had known that Whitebeard would return to the top, he would never defect to the Whitebeard pirates. Otherwise, it won't end up like this one. He was hunted down by Father Whitebeard. None of the 4 emperors can stand up to him. No one wants to take refuge in him. So much. Blackbeard has been living in tension and fear since he defected. Every day, he was afraid that old Whitebeard would show up in front of him, shattering his ambition with one punch and one punch. In the original book, it is precisely because of the fear of Daddy Whitebeard. That's why Blackbeard is so obsessed with shock fruit. 723 At the risk of being killed by Whitebeard, he must go to naval headquarters to capture Whitebeard's fruit. Actually, is shock fruit really that strong? Is Blackbeard really because of shock fruit? Do not, it's because of Whitebeard, because of Edward Newgate. Because of the name of the strongest man in the world. To some extent, Blackbeard imagined shock fruit as the power of Whitebeard. I thought that if he got shock fruit, he could be as strong as Whitebeard. As everyone knows, even if he got shock fruit, he became the 4th Sea Emperor after Whitebeard's fall. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the battlefield of the heavens, Whitebeard has no scruples. Once his power is used, it will cause irreparable injuries to the body. Whitebeard looked at Dao Shi, and the smile on his face grew bolder. But has he become the strongest man in the world? Break out like never before, from Whitebeard's body, that power burst out suddenly. But now it's different. In the past, it was because of using this power once that he lost most of his combat power in his old age. He teach, always a caterpillar living in the shadow of Whitebeard. If this were in the pirate world, he would still be cautious. After all, and in the battlefield, you can explode with everything you can. No, boy, let you see and see today, the real power of the old man. Boom. Seeing Whitebeard's power erupting like a natural disaster at this moment, Teach was really scared. Chapter 236, Auto-generated chapter title, 236, Whitebeard was defeated, arrogant Peach style. The island where the two were trembling, the surrounding sea roars even more. The scene of the mountain whistling tsunami, destroying the sky and the earth appeared before the eyes of the people of 10,000 realms. Whitebeard's peak strength, although not as shocking as old Yamamoto, Kenpachi Kagaya. But Whitebeard can explode such ultimate power with just a small body. This is still shocking. Holding Kong Yunki, Whitebeard stood in this turbulent world, like a peerless god of war. At this moment, countless people in 10,000 realms trembled. Pirate world. Seeing Whitebeard, the pinnacle power that destroys the world, the entire sea is a crazy earthquake. Inside naval headquarters, 3 admirals' eyes widened, as if completely unbelievable. The whole island trembled under Whitebeard's ability, which was too shocking. The rumbling voice continued to pass into the ears of the 3 of them. Seeing the ruinous scene, Akainu's figure trembled. It seems, even if his combat power has improved now, he will not be the opponent of peak Whitebeard. Such a terrifying ability is really a natural disaster. Garp and Sengoku looked at each other and their eyes were serious. Sengoku, I remember, the last time Whitebeard exploded with such terrifying power, was it still that time? Garp said solemnly, his words full of shock. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku nodded. With caution in his eyes, Sengoku said solemnly, yeah, Garp, remember the last time, that ruined scene. Listening to the words of the 2, the 3 admiral are a little unclear. But Garp and Sengoku didn't mean to explain to everyone, they looked at them in shock. New World. Aboard the Moby D*K. Marco, Ace and others tremble. Joe said in shock. Daddy is so terrifying, even we have never seen him before. Brother Marco, have you seen it? Joe's asked, but Marco also looked shocked and shook his head slightly. At first, Whitebeard formed his own pirate group only after Rock's pirate was disbanded. Although Marco is the first, but since then, I haven't seen Whitebeard's peak combat power. Therefore, even Marco had never seen this outbreak of Whitebeard. Super God World. The angels looked at Whitebeard's destructive power and were very moved. Although Whitebeard, unlike the old man Yamamoto, he burned everything to the point where they were ashamed of themselves. Advertisement, however, this does not prevent Whitebeard from being able to shock everyone. It is really, the heroism and hockey he showed are too strong. The angel's face was cold and ugly. Let this peach-style beard, let's see how Whitebeard should deal with him this time. Angel Yan and others are also filled with righteous indignation. This strain is indeed damn it. Insulting the holy Gaisha, this is one point that all of them can't bear. Now that Whitebeard teaches this peach style, they're very happy. Seeing all the angels are confident in Whitebeard. The holy Gaisha on the throne shook her head. Yan, do you all think that Whitebeard will win this game? Yan, Leng, Lingxin and others suddenly changed when they heard this. Queen Gaisha, is there any other means for that peach style? Yan's words are very different, among the doubts of the guarding angels. Gaisha nodded. Don't you think this peach style is too calm? And his excitement, can you understand what's going on? Hear the words. All the angels looked at the peach style in the battlefield. Probably because of Whitebeard's power, everyone took the initiative to ignore the peach style. Now they can look. This type strain's indeed, a very abnormal. He was too calm. In the battlefield, peach style looked Whitebeard, just like watching a peerless treasure in general. His face was overjoyed. This force is really good Unfortunately, this lower organism's used to you, is really unworthy of this force I Whitebeard hear his voice, without the slightest care to laugh. Cool la la la. The old lady would suit use, it's not you. Naturally, I am able to experience the pinnacle of power, the honor is yours. Whitebeard laughed. Pichu knife again against peach style. That thereon embodies the very forces of terror shocks. The air in the crack spread all around 1,000 meters, everything is burst. And Whitebeard, this trick is not simply shock fruit ability. Among them, has a strong armament Haki. Force shock of terror swept rumbling toward the Peach style. Can be the next moment. Peach style again extended his right hand. Next to their eyes as blue veins emerge, Bai Yuekui use out. Advertisement. Air hanging crack. Peach spread to the front body type, faded away again. Rinnegan which is completely absorbed at the right hand palm. Whitebeard face serious, but he is not just this trick shock fruit force. Really. Next moment, Peach formula looking for a change. But that was not looking into dismay and shock. Instead, more confident. He looked at Whitebeard. Really, I thought I was a brain dead. I cannot absorb the kind of material, you think I really have no way of escape. Peach style talking. Left fist directly fired. Emperor spirit of respect for high production out of use. Whitebeard's armament Haki not hack into his body. Peach was force type shock of a mind more terror to destroy all collapse. Near the Whitebeard just the blow lifting 2 or 3 times. From Peach style left fist at everything full of cracks. The earth trembled. Whitebeard whole body were all shrouded shock force. Otsutsuki family although arrogant, but they do have as Zhong's capital. All qualified heaven defying, on any world as a peerless genius level. This type of Peach is a direct descendant Otsutsuki family, is a genius. Although he no brain mocking the heavens, but never lost his mind. After Whitebeard 2 attacks, he has to find out the use of this method, Zhao Good force shocks. Until now, he had almost his arms so. Boom. Rinnegan palm of the left hand are slightly concussion, slightly overwhelmed intended. But Peach did not care about style, or Bai Yuekui blasted. Coffee taste. Not far from the Whitebeard stature he directly into the ground. Just the blow, can be said to be the pinnacle of a strike Whitebeard. He thought he was mixed up with armament Haki, Peach type cannot absorb, it will definitely be seriously injured. Can Whitebeard miscalculated? The look pale Peach formula Whitebeard is 2 or 3 times by Fu punch complexion changes to bombardment. Beyond the physical strength to withstand the range of plus body. Rao is Whitebeard, now have some bare a. Whitebeard whole body bone buzzing sounds. If he is desperate to break out armament Haki defense brother. I am afraid that he is now the body has been falling apart. But even so, Whitebeard has been hit this Peach style collapse of the trend. Chapter 237 Auto-generated chapter title. 237, Cruel type of Peach, Murder Whitebeard. In the battlefield, Armageddon-style Peach of a strike lasted but a moment. After dissipated, Whitebeard where the earth had he played more than 1,000 meters in diameter pit. That pit full of cracks everywhere, Whitebeard was standing the center of the pit. Covered in blood vessel stud violent conflict. Next moment. Whitebeard entire surface of all blood vessels burst open. Blood into the whole body splash. Shui Wu moment full of vision for all. Ling pet world, lowly small summer beans enclosed in his eyes, did not dare to look. Her face is a pale. Whitebeard uncle, will not just die, right? Even the heart of how not believe it. Whitebeard is a strong man, so how could it be killed? But, Peach typed just the blow, but rebounded Whitebeard's strongest blow. By Fu and also 2 or 3 times. The kind of power, I am afraid that really is not able to withstand the Whitebeard. Ground teams are nervously watching the crowd. Heaven's Wand sector owners also look nervous at the same time. Whitebeard not directly hit collapse just that, right? Do not awe, Whitebeard can be sure to win, cannot allow that type of Peach win arrogant awe. He wins, we won community who refuses to accept. 723 child who white, can be sure not to lose awe. Quote. Oh, but that being said, quote, Peach can just type the blow too strong awe. Whitebeard himself that he did not resist attack, to mention just these type of Peach 2 or 3 times by the blessing of a strike. Quote. Tamian Zhong ah, this Peach-like ability, 2 heaven defying up. Company, Heaven's Wand circles sigh at the same time, among the battlefield. Shui Wu gradually dispersed, Whitebeard stature reappear in front of the crowd itself. He Kong cloud hanging one-handed cut, figure trembling on the ground. Whole body blood flow, every single minute, the body's blood will Whitebeard lost a lot. Go on like this, Whitebeard die. This war, it will lose. Pirate world, aboard the Moby DK. Whitebeard pirates to the captain, to lower ratings. Everyone will look very nervous. They looked at Whitebeard, the heart is very anxious. Ace teeth clenched. Damn it, this Peach style. Quote. Quote. Listening to the voice of Ace, Marco came up and patted him on the shoulder. Ace, we now believe only father. Advertisement. Right. We want to believe daddy. Jor's waving his arms shouting. Whitebeard pirates outrage in Japan. In the battlefield. Even by a very severe injury. Even just a few minutes, Whitebeard will dry blood flow, direct die. But he stood there, his eyes still pull off. Looking Peach style. Whitebeard face no trace of the pain of the color, but full of heroic. Cool la la la, cool la la la. Whitebeard stood in the depths of the pit, the foot has done his own blood. But even so, he even did not even frown about. But everyone can imagine, Whitebeard's body exactly how badly injuries. Be so, he should be able to laugh out. Wand circles for a time, again with the understanding that Whitebeard heroic character. Spirit Cage World. Lowly small summer bean eyes blinking, watching the Whitebeard. Both full of admiration, but also full of bear. Uncle Whitebeard, really a very heroic. His character is really admirable. Alexander also widened eyes, look shocked. So many injuries, much hurt. If this was me, I must have been long stand it. You can see Whitebeard, he did not even frown a bit, it is quite shocked it. Ground teams are caught in full admiration for the worship of Whitebeard. Hokage World. Akatsuki within the organization. A member of the public eyes fretting, all very admire the boldness of vision of Whitebeard. The Madara on the theme is the same. As Whitebeard and fought a presence of, Madara God can claim to be fully aware of Whitebeard. His bold personality, wild spirit let God Madara 10 people shocked. Let Madara heart has to be a certain admiration. Madara Rinnegan pair full of dignified, murmured. Whitebeard. AJFD. Konoha Village. Hokage office building. Senju Hashirama looked complicated. He thought again and Whitebeard that war. Actually been, Senju Hashirama think they lose that war with some resentment, and admit defeat. But now, looking at Whitebeard that heroic spirit. He knew that he was really that war is lost. Regardless of the strength or boldness. Watching the Whitebeard covered with bloody figure, Senju Hashirama eyes full of complexity. The million industry that everyone admire Whitebeard heroic character. Be in the battlefield, peach style floating in the air, just like a godlike looking down Whitebeard. On his face full of disdain. Cold voice sounded. Advertisement. Whitebeard, up to now, do you laugh? I'll let you take a look, what is God's powerful? Seeing this, wand circles are instantly angry. Pirate world. Sky Island above, God Enel ugly face. He claimed to be God, but never this peach style so arrogant. And he that way, simply go to God in the face of this call. He does not deserve claim to be God. Chat group also discussed. Open black lens bracket oh my god. This is simply arrogant style peach no edge up. Quote. I really want to ask him, but for his ability to have that bug, he Whitebeard enough hand to play it. Ha ha ha, yes if there is a kind of ability, I think Whitebeard single hand can end abuse him. This formula also face peach arrogant. Someone else has been using waste capacity of bail. This move will, I think Whitebeard sure can come up with how to deal with him. Close black lens bracket. Chat group talking about, they are mocking peach style. In the battlefield, peach type face looked Whitebeard sneer. He suddenly raising his hand. A few black bars directly shot him. Whitebeard face sank. His body now, even if standing motionless, full of fragmented pain. Not to mention more move. Then, because of serious injury, Whitebeard even these black bars are not fully dangxia. 2 black bars, inserted Whitebeard straight shoulders, the moment he nailed edge of that pit. Peach formula face with sneer slowly descended. He drifted like a god in front of Whitebeard. Boom. Suddenly, peach style punch a direct hit in the chest Whitebeard's. Whitebeard eyes sudden storm, but he did not issue a trace of pain sound. Mouth still. Cool la la la, to laugh. Peach formula seeing, frown. Inferior human beings, why do not you scream? Then, peach type is a punch in the chest Whitebeard's. The punch just heavier than the thunderous punch even through Whitebeard's body. Directly to the ground again played behind a pit. Moment, Whitebeard eyes again violent conflict. Stature trembling Whitebeard but a move cannot move. Watching the peach type, Whitebeard's face, although painful, but it brought back a touch mouth smile. Boy, just the word export, peach style if not stand their anger. Lay punch again. Boom. Chapter 238 auto-generated chapter title. 238. Garp. The power of shock fruit is not something you can control. With this powerful punch, Dao Shi banged on Whitebeard's body for an instant. Whitebeard also spouted a mouthful of blood, but his face was still decisive. Don't say screaming. Whitebeard didn't even make a sound of pain. Mimosa really gets impatient. I make you scream. I make you scream. As he said, he went crazy, hitting Whitebeard with one punch. Whitebeard spouted blood, but from beginning to end, Whitebeard didn't make a painful sound. Momoshiki ran away completely, blasting his fists against Whitebeard again and again. His expression is even more healed. I make you scream. Inferior humans, scream at me. Seeing this scene, 10,000 realms became angry. Aboard the Moby DK, all members of the Whitebeard pirates' eyes are cracked. Ace's eyes widened, and his figure trembled. Dad. Peach style. Otsutsuki peach style. I'm going to kill you, I'll kill you Ace yelled angrily. On the side, Joes and others roared frantically. Even Marco, who has always been good-tempered, breathes fire with his eyes. The entire Whitebeard pirate group was completely angered by the peach-like behavior. Their daddy Whitebeard, when has he suffered such humiliation? Don't say that Whitebeard has never been defeated. Even if he was defeated, no one would be like this in pirate world. At the same time, not only the Whitebeard pirate group, but the entire pirate world is full of rage. Cake Island. The ant's eyes were red, and she stood up directly from her seat. The momentum of the 4 emperors was released, and all the children showed cold sweat on their faces and their faces were full of horror. Charlotte Linlin looked at the battlefield and shouted angrily. Peach style, I'll catch you when I'm letting my old lady catch you, and if I catch you, I will definitely break you into pieces. All the children of the Charlotte family were also filled with righteous indignation. But young girls like pudding don't understand. He looked at Katakuri and asked in a low voice. Brother Katakuri, why is mother so angry? Katakuri whispered. Whitebeard, that's one of the few people my mother recognizes. The pinnacle of Whitebeard, my mother is even more ashamed. But that Peach style insulted Whitebeard openly, and my mother must not be able to bear it. Pudding nodded and understood. And on the ghost island of Wanokuni, Kaido was holding a mace and hitting his surroundings in a mess. Advertisement. His mouth was even more angry. Hokage world, are you all such rubbish people? Otsutsuki Momoshiki, when Lousy has the chance, I must kill you by myself. Enter Red Force. All crew members of Red Hair Pirates also looked furious, and were full of contempt for this Peach style. Everyone in the heavens and worlds is also full of disgust and anger towards Taoshi. His behavior really provokes everyone's bottom line. But no matter how angry the 10,000 realms were, the Peach-like movements in the battlefield did not stop in the slightest. Double fists hit again and again. Until Whitebeard in front of him was almost dying, he didn't hear the slightest scream. Momoshiki was completely angry. He lifted one hand, and a black rod appeared in it. He wants to completely put an end to the rubbish in front of him that makes him angry. Looking at Whitebeard, Momoko's eyes were full of anger. Inferior humans, die. There is no lag. The black stick in Momoshiki's hand flew towards Whitebeard's head. But this moment, there was a smile on the corner of Whitebeard's mouth nailed to the edge of the big hole. The last force burst out of his body. The black rods on the shoulders collapsed directly. The terrifying shock power reappeared. Seeing this scene, many people in 10,000 realms looked excited. Whitebeard, stand up. Must kill him. Too damn it. This Peach style is simply too damn it. Whitebeard, we look forward to your final blow. You must win. Can't let that Peach style win. Whitebeard. When countless people in 10,000 realms shouted. In the battlefield, Whitebeard raised his fists. Condensed on it all his last strength. The terrifying shock made all the expressions on Whitebeard's face shake. The earth trembled, and the distant sea roared again. Whitebeard's move is even more integrated with armament hockey. At the deepest level, there is a terrifying conqueror's entanglement. At this moment, even Dao's complexion changed. He looked at Whitebeard with shock in his eyes. But the next moment, he looked down on Whitebeard in his bones, and a sneer reappeared on his face. It's just an inferior human who finally struggled. I will make you feel truly desperate. 0***7e. Momoshiki said, and stretched out his right hand toward Whitebeard. Advertisement. The red Rinnegan in the palm of his hand is still very weird. Next moment, Whitebeard fists out. It's stubborn. The sharp cracking sound resounded. Spread in the hearts of countless people in the heavens and 10,000 realms. Everyone watched nervously. They want Whitebeard to win this battle. No one likes it because of the Peach style. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Dudu looks nervous. Uncle Whitebeard can really win this trick. I hope he must win, and don't be defeated by that Peach style. This Peach style is so disgusting. Shonda also met on the sidelines, looking angry. This Peach style really doesn't deserve to be a strong one. It's nothing more than relying on your own ability. It is really shameful for everyone to do that kind of thing to the opponent in the battle. This, Peach style, really rubbish among rubbish. The more Shonda said, the more angry. But he can't do the slightest thing. We can only wait for the final result of this battle. In the battlefield, the crack in the air spread to ultimate. The speed is even faster. In an instant, I came to Momoshiki's body. This moment, countless people are watching. If the Peach style bug's ability can still absorb the power of Whitebeard, then Whitebeard will be powerless in revolving heaven. On the contrary, if he can't absorb it, that Peach style must also die. This was Whitebeard's final blow. Just like countless people in the heavens and 10,000 realms. After Whitebeard threw this fist, his blood-covered hand held Kong Yunchi next to him again. Only in this way can he barely keep standing. That dangling scalp, the tingling sound still rang. The shocking force of horror is endlessly blasting towards Taoshi. The boundless vibration lifted the dust around. For a moment, everyone couldn't see how Dao style was going. Whitebeard, win or lose. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. The Dao-like figure reappeared in Wanji's eyes. I saw him at this moment. His face was extremely ugly, extremely hideous. He looked at Whitebeard, his entire face twisted to ultimate. Whitebeard. Seeing this scene, the heavens and all realms sighed. It seems that Whitebeard's blow was absorbed by the Peach style again. What? Chapter 239. Regret, the No. 1 Battle Power List changed owner. Naval Headquarters. Yuanshi's office. Seeing Taoshi's figure reappearing, she still looked all right. 3 Admiral leaned on the back of the sofa at the same time. The 3 of them were weak and discouraged. It seems that Whitebeard may have lost. They pirate the world. Even the number 1 position can't be kept. Look at the top 3 of the current battle list, there is only one Whitebeard. But right now, Whitebeard's number 1 can't be kept. Although the Akainu trio could have expected this situation a long time ago. Sooner or later, the countless bosses in the chat group will let go of the first position in the battle power list. But the 3 of them didn't expect that even so fast, their top 3 in the world would be gone. The faces of the Akainu trio were a little ugly. But this can't blame anyone. The 3 are clear. If they hadn't just drawn into their world, then they might not even qualify for the list. So they had to sigh and keep watching. 3 Admiral thought so. Garp and Sengoku also showed heavy faces. Sengoku glanced at his old friend and shook his head slightly. Whitebeard, you might really lose. Hearing Sengoku's voice, San Admiral became more frustrated. But Garp shook his head at this moment. Sengoku, have you forgotten Whitebeard's peak combat power back then? When Garp said this, a flash of memory flashed in his eyes. Sengoku's eyes shone slightly, but he still shook his head. Seeing this, Garp smiled slightly and shook his head. That's right, Sengoku, you haven't seen Whitebeard's power with your own eyes. Sengoku's eyes widened in an instant, his face filled with disbelief. Garp's eyes reappeared solemnly, looking at the arrogant Peach style on the battlefield. As if whispering, it seemed thoughtful again, Garp said. The power of shock fruit is not something he can control. Listening to Garp, Sengoku seemed to understand something. And the 3 admirals said with a full face and looked at each other in a different place. Garp, what do you mean? Cake Island. Seeing that arrogant Peach style, Charlotte Linlin also sneered. In that battle, Whitebeard broke out with all his strength. Even the captain at the time was ashamed. If it weren't for that incident, Garp and Roger wouldn't have the slightest chance in that battle. When the ant said so, Katakuri's face was full of doubts. Advertisement. Charlotte Linlin watched the situation on the battlefield. At this moment, it seems that the Peach style is gaining power and is about to win. And Whitebeard's also stood there, motionless. But, did it really turn out to be like this? The ant couldn't believe it. But in the Sky Group, is it not so? How is it possible? This can be absorbed. Whitebeard's blow just now was the strongest blow, right? Yes, besides, what armament hockey does Whitebeard have? Can this be absorbed? Doesn't Momoshiki say by herself before that he can't absorb that black substance? What's going on now? Why can it be absorbed again? Whitebeard can't really lose, right? No way, no way. If he loses, let this Peach-style seat take the first place, this is really the sorrow of our heavens and myriad worlds. Quote. Yes, it is really sad for 10,000 realms to have such an individual be the number 1 in combat power. When Wanji sighed a little. In the battlefield. Momoko stood there, trembling constantly. He looked crazy, looking crazy at Whitebeard. Ah. The low roar gradually came out, which shocked everyone for a while. Whitebeard, I am going to kill you. I want you to feel that life is better than death. Momoshiki said, revealing his right hand inadvertently. Everyone in 10,000 realms instantly shrank their eyes. Hey, look at it. How did Rinnegan close this Peach-style right palm? How is this going? Also in his current state, how come he looks so stiff and trembling? No, Whitebeard just worked the trick, right? Is there another chance for Whitebeard? Everyone became excited for a moment. Because the Peach style at the moment is too weird. He was trembling, and Rinnegan closed on the palm of his right hand. Next moment, Momoshiki's right hand shook suddenly. Everyone in 10,000 realms is nervous again. After everyone saw the Dao-style right hand, 10,000 realms suddenly. Furthermore, it was extremely excited. Because Dao Shi's right hand at the moment. Rinnegan exploded in the palm of his palm, leaving only a big hole next to blood. There was excitement in the chat group, and everyone looked ecstatic. Ha, this Peach-style Rinnegan is blown out. Advertisement. Is he going to lose? Whitebeard has a chance. Whitebeard, teach him, give him one last blow. I thought there was no upper limit for the absorption capacity of this plant type 0. Isn't this blown up by Whitebeard? Does he claim to be a god? Why does he have that face? More than that, have you forgotten? He also called all our creatures low-level creatures. Quote. It's really, I don't know that there are people outside the world, there are days outside the sky. Quote. He was sanctioned directly by Whitebeard without letting the Holy Geisha and Queen Morgana take action. How arrogant people are, it hurts when they slap their faces. Open black lens bracket ha. But when everyone laughed, in the battlefield. Momoshiki's eyes showed unparalleled brutality. His eyes were directly on Whitebeard. Inferior humans, even dare to let me lose Rinnegan. But, even if this Rinnegan is gone, your blow just now will be enough for me to kill you. Inferior humans, accept God's judgment. I will teach you today how to use your ability. It's really useless to give you such a powerful ability. Momoshiki said, her figure was about to rush out towards Whitebeard. But after he said so much, Whitebeard who was opposite didn't respond to him at all. This moment, everyone felt something wrong. Momoji's face was ugly and angry. An inferior 5.3 human, if God asks you something, how dare you not answer? But no matter how arrogant Taoshi is, the Whitebeard on the opposite side has no voice at all. Finally, someone looked at Whitebeard. All worlds are silent at the same time. Whitebeard, what about him? Everyone was stunned. Because Whitebeard, who was standing on the battlefield at this moment, had already lost his life. However, his eyes were still firm, staring at Dao Shi. His figure is still tall and straight. You can't stand it. Whitebeard stood there, his face full of determination. But he was already a corpse. At this moment, everyone was stunned. But everyone also understands. Whitebeard was defeated. Number 1 on the battle list. Change of ownership. Chapter 240, auto-generated chapter title. 240 Idiographic, Peach-like evil deeds. 10,000 realms wrath. Pirate world. At this moment, countless people were silent. All the strong on the sea are silent. The strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Defeated. This almost meant that the strongest man in their world was defeated. Although in fact, Whitebeard's strength is not the strongest. But in the eyes of countless ordinary people, Whitebeard's name is resounding, and it is the strongest in the world. But now, Whitebeard was defeated. Seeing Whitebeard in the battlefield, although he was dead but still tall and tall, everyone was stunned. Furthermore, there is a deep disbelief. Aboard the Moby DK. The crew of the Whitebeard pirate group were staring, their faces all in disbelief. Their father. Their invincible daddy Whitebeard, how could they lose? Ace looked shocked and murmured. Father, this is the daddy of the pinnacle. Ace said, his tone trembling more and more. The figure also trembled crazily. Marco patted Ace on the shoulder quickly. Ace, the old man said. What he told us in this battle is, even in the face of an invincible enemy, the strong must rise head on. Ace, the old man is defeated. Oh nine, but he can stand tall. But his expression is still firm. His heroic spirit still echoes in all of us. Papa Whitebeard, despite defeat. It's so glorious. It's a glorious defeat, Ace murmured. At this time, everyone in the chat group admired Whitebeard. Open black lens bracket Whitebeard was defeated, but look at his figure. Quote. The first time I saw it, a person died, and he could still stand tall. Quote. Yes, Whitebeard's spirit still echoes in my heart even after death. This scene may be the most shocking scene in my life. Yes, Whitebeard is a glorious defeat. Although Momoshiki won, but we all despise him. Although Whitebeard lost, we all admire him. Open black lens bracket yep. This is just in response to that sentence. Some people are alive, but he is already dead. Quote. For example, Otsutsuki bed, blow peach. But some people died, but he is still alive. Such as Whitebeard at this moment. Quote. Ha 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 ha. Otsutsuki dementia. Open black lens bracket so funny. In the battlefield, Momoji couldn't see the mockery of everyone in the chat group. Advertisement. And he couldn't believe it for a while, his expression was slightly shocked. But the next moment, he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Inferior humans, can't even you bear that power. It's really weak, this kind of power is only worthy of such a god as me. Weak and low-level creatures can die under God's light, and you are enough to do it yourself. But as he talked, Momoko's expression became more and more ferocious. But God can't forgive the injury you brought to God. Looking at Whitebeard's tall and straight, even if he died, he could not stand upright. Momoko moved. His left hand turns into a fist. Condensed on it was shocking power that was more terrifying than Whitebeard's last blow. Boom. The ruining scene reappeared. At this moment, the faces of countless people in 10,000 realms have changed. What is he going to do? Whitebeard is dead, he has won this battle. What else is he doing? Open corner bracket could it? He doesn't even let Whitebeard's body go. Backquote, it's really intolerable. It's really intolerable. I have never seen such a sinner. This peach style is simply the representative of evil in the world. It's really sad to be able to win this kind of people. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Sha Do's eyes widened. Sister Broken Star, what do you do with this peach style? Little Lowly's voice trembled extremely, and he couldn't accept what happened next. And Broken Star is a bit unbearable. Sha Do. Shonda hammered his fist to the ground. This peach style is really damn it. Damn it, how can this be done? Whitebeard has already lost. Even Bayu's eyes were a little angry. This peach style really doesn't have the slightest demeanor of a strong person. He is not worthy of being a strong man in the heavens and all realms at all. People like him are not worthy to live in any world. Hokage World. In Konoha Village, the Hokage office building was a sensation at the moment. Naruto clenched his fists and watched the scene on the battlefield breathe out fire. The nine tails in his body even tend to be unstable. If it weren't for Namikaze Minato, pressing one hand on Naruto's body, secretly transporting his own chakra. I am afraid that the current Naruto has gone violently. But Namikaze Minato helped to suppress it, and Naruto's eyes gradually became blood red. Damn it, really damn it. This, peach style. Naruto clenched his teeth, and the anger had swept through the entire brain. Advertisement. He really couldn't imagine why there would be people like peaches in 10,000 realms. And, this peach style is still in the same world with him. Looking at Naruto's appearance, Senju Hashirama and others also have complex faces. Senju Hashirama lowered his head slightly, with a touch of regret in his eyes. Whitebeard. Akatsuki is in the organization. Except for Madara, everyone was staring. Gui Zhao didn't even care about the Lord Madara, and said furiously. This peach style is really damn it. I have never seen such a person. The person beside Gui Zhao touched him. The members of the Yijiangxia organization are also a little nervous. Madara hates yelling the most. Kisame, bad luck. But Madara in the main seat was still sitting and didn't mean to blame the ghost. At this moment, even if he watched Dao-style movements, he was very angry. This peach style is simply a shame in their world. Ban's heart was filled with anger. He promised that when this Dao Shi came to the ninja world, he would definitely kill him by himself. 723. All the people in the 10,000 realms are angry. The Whitebeard pirates is even more conceivable. On the endless sea, the whale-like pirate ship drifted slowly. But at the moment, everyone on the deck looked furious. Marco, Ace and others clenched their teeth. Papa, Papa. Many people screamed out loud, but they couldn't stop Dao Shi's punch at all. Shattering. The cracking sound of scalp tingling spread all the way. Moment. Under the eyes of the Whitebeard pirates group with cracking canthus. Momoshi's punch hit Whitebeard's body. For a moment, Whitebeard's body was shredded by the force of the shock. Ace and others were stunned, their eyes widened and they couldn't believe it. Blood mist enters the play. Whitebeard's body was torn apart, each flying towards the surroundings. And the surrounding land was once again torn apart by the blow of Dao Shi. Demonstrates the power of the peach-style punch. 10,000 Realms was angry, staring at the same time. Momoko stood in place, Rinnegan in the palm of his left hand seemed to be unable to bear it, bursting. Wanji applauded in an instant. But the peach-like complexion is even more hideous. His figure was flying, toward the torn-apart body of Whitebeard. At this moment, 10,000 Realms was stunned again. All applause stopped. What is he going to do? This peach style is really a sin. Backquote indeed. How can there be such a person? Chapter 241 Auto-generated chapter title. 241. Shock Fruit. The Horror of Shock Fruit. Countless people watched Dao Shi's upcoming movements, all of them had their eyes open. I saw it in the battlefield at this moment. Peach's foot is on Whitebeard's head. The expression on Whitebeard's head was still bold. But Dao Shi smiled grimly. Ha 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 ha. His body trembled exaggeratedly. Accept God's punishment. Ha 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 ha. Aboard the Moby DK. Ace's eyes widened, and his body trembled to ultimate. Father. There were tears in his eyes. Up and down, the entire Whitebeard regiment. All of them have split eyes. Father. The soaring anger swept through. Joes and others hammered the floor angrily. Dad, Dad. Except for the Whitebeard pirates. The whole pirate world is also screaming crazy. Ordinary people on countless islands look nervous with fear. But in the deepest part of their eyes, there was a deep anger. Whitebeard. How can Whitebeard be so insulted? This peach style is really too damn it. Naval headquarters. Countless marine soldiers were filled with indignation. Although they can't talk about a good relationship with Whitebeard. Speaking of it, Marine and 4 emperors are even more incompatible. However, this does not prevent all Marines from being full of anger at peach-like behavior. Garp was even more furious. He looked at Dao Shi, his eyes widened, and his anger swept across. Peach style, don't let me meet you. Let me meet you, I must kill you. Scum, scum. Garp speaks for Whitebeard like this. But Sengoku and others did not dislike it at all. Even Akainu, who believes in absolute justice and is incompatible with the pirates, has a very gloomy expression. He looked at the arrogant peach style in the battlefield, his face was incomparably gloomy. Sinner, I, Sakazuki, will bump you into scum when I meet you. The whole pirate world is full of anger. People like Whitebeard, even if they lose, there is nothing to say. However, Dao Shi must not be so insulting. Shinigami world. Inside the jingling court, the captains looked angry, and Zaraki Kenpachi's hair was standing upside down. Advertisement. Peach style, I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. The weak, rubbish. Kenpachi roared more and more. The captains had no doubt that if it hadn't been for Kenpachi, he had already used that opportunity to travel to other worlds. Otherwise, he must wait for the end of this battle to rush to the Hokage world. And at this moment, even the captain Yamamoto Motoryu Sai Shigekuni was indifferent. Looking at the peach style in the battlefield, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni became angry with a long-lost heart. The highest point of Zai Palace. Aizen stood here, quietly watching the battlefield. Looking at Momoko's appearance, Aizen's eyes looked like a dead person. And 10,000 Realms was also full of roars at this moment. Countless people yelled for Momoshiki to stop. But the shout of 10,000 Realms did not affect the slightest movement of Dao Shi. One of his legs stepped down suddenly. At this moment, the world is silent. The battlefield is silent. Everyone was shaking. This peach style is really damn it. But just when Peach is about to step on Whitebeard's head, his body suddenly stagnated. And then, Momoshiki's face has changed. Because he felt that his body couldn't bear it anymore. Whitebeard's final blow was mixed with thick armament haki. Even Conqueror's haki was entangled so much. His peach-like Rinnegan can absorb the shock of Whitebeard. But he couldn't absorb haki at all. And the reason why he was able to forcibly absorb it was that he directly sacrificed his own Rinnegan. Including that punch, it was all at the expense of Rinnegan. But now, his body can't bear it anymore. Can't stand the erosion of the armed color Conqueror's haki. Similarly, I can't bear Shock Fruit's backlash. The Hokage world has high offense and low defense. His peach-style physique is even more so. Before absorbing Jinshi, the peach body is not strong. And Whitebeard's Shock Fruit, even himself, couldn't bear the unrestrained explosion. This plant can increase Shock Fruit's ability by 2 or 3 times, and it has persisted until now, which is already pretty good. In the battlefield, Momoko's body began to tremble. The tremor became more and more intense. Momoko's complexion changed. There was a trace of disbelief across his face. How is this possible? Impossible. I'm a god. I'm a god. But just before his voice fell. Advertisement. His figure exploded directly. The shocking force of horror swept all over. The peach-like figure was suddenly torn apart, and there was not even a trace of scum left. Blood goes in and out. The 10,000 realms who saw this scene were so happy. This damn it's peach style, finally tasted the consequences. Yes, he is too damn it. Whitebeard loses, so he just ended the battle directly. But he still wants to kill Whitebeard's body, it's too much. This kind of person, I don't think the leaderboard should give him rewards. Yeah, the leaderboard shouldn't admit that he won. Let's speak up together and see if we can let the rankings punish this peach style. Quote. There was indignation in the chat group. Everyone is counting the peach-like evil deeds. Looking at the barrage in the chat group, Xiaololi Shadou's face was slightly happy. Ban, Sister Broken Star, Shonda, we will soon speak for Whitebeard. Let the leaderboard deprive this peach style of victory, let the leaderboard punish this peach style. Shonda nodded when he heard the words and spoke directly in the chat group. Shonda. Everyone, this peach pose is really sinful, and he doesn't deserve to exist in this world at all. Quote. Even Broken Star spoke in the chat group. But Bai Yuekui shook his head slightly as he watched the actions of several people. Do not be silly. With her cold words, everyone's eyes were pulled over in an instant. Shonda's face was puzzled. Boss, we can't just sit and wait for death, should we do something? That peach style. Mountain University. Bai Yuekui interrupted directly and said coldly. What do you think is the battle list battle? Zhao Lahao. Do kids play? This is the war of every world, the cruelest war. Here, no matter what method is used, it is all possible. Although this peach pose makes all of us angry, I am also angry, and I want to rush in and kill him directly. However, the ranking is supreme. Sacred, fair, and just are synonymous with it. Do you think the leaderboard will take care of this kind of thing? Don't waste your effort. Think about it, how to improve your own strength. After Bai Yuekui finished speaking, her eyes were deep. Although Shonda, Dudu and others are still aggrieved. But they also understood that Bai Yuexi's words were not wrong in the slightest. The rankings are so fair and so cruel. How can they change the final result because of their private parts? Even punishing peach style. Impossible. Everyone sighed and shook their heads. The peach style barrage of spurning in the chat group still continues. Chapter 242, auto-generated chapter title. 242 ideographic, it's a peach style, exaggerated reward. In the battlefield, the golden light shrouded and everything was restored. The figures of Momoshiki and Whitebeard also stood there again. Whitebeard's face was flat, and he had nothing to say about what had just happened. Winner and loser. Since he has lost, he is ready for everything. But Dao Shi still looks stunned, as if accepting rewards. Open black lens bracket in the 4th round, Otsutsuki Momoshiki wins. Close black lens bracket. Golden light covers the peach style, and rewards are distributed. Reward 1. Rinnegan with both hands is enhanced, it will have memory function, and can copy the moves once absorbed once more. Quote. Reward 2. 1 chance to save your life. Quote. Seeing the peach-like rewards, 10,000 realms looked ugly. Pirate World. Among naval headquarters, Sengoku looked a little ugly looking at the reward Momoshiki received. Needless to say, reward 2 is endless. A real life-saving whole card. No matter you have suffered multiple injuries or even death, the leaderboard can bring you back to life. Since this reward appeared in Kenpachi, I don't know how many people have dreamed of it. After all, that is something that can be resurrected once. Resurrection. This means that you have a chance to die once, and it is self-evident how valuable it is. But this is not the main reason for Sengoku's ugly face. Sengoku felt a little grateful in his heart looking at the reward 1 of Dao Shiki. Fortunately, 723. The second reward is an opportunity to sign up, not an opportunity to travel to other worlds. If it is the latter, then if this peach style comes to Pirate World, then almost no one can stop it. In the battlefield of the heavens, Whitebeard and Dao Shaddai did not even destroy the island. But where is the battlefield of the heavens? That is the casting of the sacred power of the leaderboard. If Dao Shi and Whitebeard are not fighting in the battlefield of the heavens, then the aftermath of the confrontation between the two is bound to be the island where they are at war. And Whitebeard's strongest blow could even shatter the space of Pirate World. If this is an increase of 2 or 3 times to be beaten in the Pirate World by Dao Shi, it will kill Sengoku. Garp's face was also a little serious. Sengoku, that guy's abilities have improved. If he comes to our world, just by virtue of Whitebeard's 3 tricks, it will be enough for us to drink a pot. Garp's voice caught the attention of 3 Admiral at the same time. Everyone looked ugly, thinking about the words in Garp's words. Besides, now this Dao Shi has only absorbed 3 attacks from Whitebeard. Advertisement. If this is what powerful attack he has absorbed before, isn't this peach style invincible? There was also a mournful voice in the chat group. AJFD. In their eyes, this Dao Shi's current combat power is almost unmatched. Not only can you rebound your moves, but it can also increase your moves by 2 or 3 times. And, peach pose can store an attack, are you out of breath? In the battlefield, Momoshi looked at the words in the chat group that said he was invincible and couldn't help laughing. Momoshiki stood there just like that, looking up to the sky and laughing arrogantly. It doesn't care about the feelings of the heavens and the world. Whitebeard's face was complicated on the side. Momoshiki laughed, and first glanced at the barrage in the chat group with disdain. The look in his eyes seemed to not put the heavens and the world in his eyes at all. Then, Momoji looked excitedly at the pair of Rinnegan on the palms of her hands. Rinnegan at this moment. The color is more bright red, and it feels even more weird. And the eyeballs were more lifelike, like a demon in a strange place. But Dao Shi looked at her two Rinnegans, but she didn't have the slightest feeling of disgust. On the contrary, I was very excited. The longing in his eyes almost overflowed. Looking at these two Rinnegans, Momoko laughed wildly, and said even more. From now on, the heavens and the world, I will no longer be invincible. Ha ha ha, my Otsutsuki Peach style, is the first person in the heavens and the world. Countless people in 10,000 realms were a little speechless when they saw the appearance of Dao Shi. Some of them are even more speechless. Super God World. Inside the City of Angels. Looking at Momoshiki's appearance that he thought he was invincible, Yan and others were a little speechless. This is so much that I have never seen the world before. I can gain a little strength and expand like this. The angel snorted coldly, his expression full of disgust. This, Peach style is really arrogant, not to mention Queen Gaisha and Queen Hexi. As long as there is Queen Gaisha's authority, he can't stop one of my big trials. Besides, without a big trial, he can't stop my god-level weapon at all. Just such a person. Is there still a face calling myself a god? I still feel like the heavens are invincible. I really admire him a bit. Rao is an angel with a cold personality, and at the moment he is laughing with anger. When Yan and others heard it, they all bowed their heads. They both regret watching this battle between Momoshiki and Whitebeard. Advertisement. It's really a bit spicy eyes. And this Peach style is too special. The same as a villain. Yan and others are like this, Gaisha and Hexi are even more speechless. I haven't seen the world before. Hexi sighed and shook his head slightly. Gaisha smiled slightly. This kind of person just hasn't been taught well, so look forward to it. Lingxi clenched his hands on the side, looking forward to it. Sister Yan, in the next game, will my Lan Da come to teach this Peach style? With my Lan Da's appearance, this style will definitely be over, depending on how arrogant he is. Lingxi said, the desire in his eyes was about to overflow. And, when I think of Aizen, her pretty face is a little red. Looking at Lingxi, Ting nodded. It should be, yes, your blue sky should be on the stage soon. That Taoshi finally had someone teach him a lesson. Just when Yan and others looked at the Peach style in the battlefield was full of speechless. Whitebeard, who was not far away, turned his gaze to him cautiously at this moment. Whitebeard's heroic voice sounded. All the worlds were silent for a while, listening carefully to Whitebeard's words. Whitebeard looked at the Peach like laughing with a kind voice. Hey, when she heard Whitebeard's words, Momoko's laughter was interrupted, and an unpleasant color flashed across her face for an instant. Momoshiki turned his head and looked at Whitebeard. How can I have the mind to talk to a trash human like Whitebeard? It's like a building ant. Whitebeard smiled slightly, staring at Momoka. After Whitebeard finished speaking, he stood there and laughed. Cool la la la. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard mighty. Dao Shi has no good spirits, he is celebrating his victory and strength. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Boy, save your dog's head for Lousy. Whitebeard is so bold. Because you are all rubbish in my eyes. Lower creatures, what's the matter? Lousy came to you when the province was saved, but you died first. Inferior humans, what are you talking about? The chat group admired Whitebeard for a while. When Dao Shi heard it, her face was furious again in an instant. To tell you the truth, these heavens and myriad worlds, I don't put anyone in my eyes at all. Just you, a low-level creature. An extremely incredible look flashed Acro chapter 243, taunting the heavens, 10,000 realms faced black. Listening to Peach's words, all the big guys were taken aback again. And then, it's a deep anger. Super God World. Aboard the Devil Queen. All the big and small demons are madly mad. Even an honest person like Atuo has his chest ups and downs, his eyes are like a dead person, staring at Momoka. Morgana was even more angry and couldn't help it. Peach style, how does your brain grow? Backquote, I'm really like prying your head open, take a good look at what kind of shit is inside. As far as your strength is concerned, my old lady was wrong before. Quote. I hit you, do you have to use your hand? My old lady can beat you out without using her hands. No strength, just arrogant. Quote. Do you think you are heaven defying if you get a reward? To tell you the truth, as far as the powers that have appeared on the battle list so far, the old lady hasn't been afraid of one. Quote. But the old lady didn't think she was invincible, even Gaishana Bichi never said she was invincible. Quote. Can you look at you? Regardless of others, I will tell you today. If you show up in front of me, my old lady can crush you into dregs without using her hands. Close black lens bracket. Just so I have never seen such a brainless brain damage. After Morgana said these words, it took a long time to suppress her anger. Countless people in the heavens and worlds were also taken aback. Seeing Morgana's words, they didn't feel relieved for a while. However, when the group of people reacted, they laughed. FK. Queen Morgana really scolds the essence every time. Quote. Open black lens bracket ha ha ha. Shente Mo pry open his head to see what kind of shit is inside. Open black lens bracket ha ha ha. I guess, it's the shit of the brain dead brand, ha 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 ha. Really, I have never seen such a brain-dead person. I wonder, how can there be such a brain-disabled person? Don't he know that there are people outside the world, and there are days outside the sky? It is so big in the world, there are no surprises. Quote. No, you are wrong. It should be, the heavens and the world are so big that they have all kinds of brain damage. Open black lens bracket ah ha 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 ha. Queen of Morgana is really tempted to curse, and this peach style is really too arrogant. Don't you think that since Queen Morgana appeared, our view of demons has changed? In the past, we would only think that demons are evil and filthy existences. Quote. But look at this Queen of Morgana, this is so straightforward and so relieved. Quote. She must be a big beauty herself, right? Advertisement. Devil, it should not be as evil as we thought. Close black lens bracket. Ha ha ha, yeah, I'm looking forward to the look of Queen Morgana. Aboard the Devil Queen, Morgana looked at the sentence in the chat group and couldn't help nodding slightly, with satisfaction in her eyes. But when she saw Taoshi, her expression was as ugly as she had eaten a fly. At the same time, Spirit Dragon World, seeing Morgana's anger, everyone on the ground team was very happy. Sean furiously slapped his thigh and laughed loudly on his face. The Devil Queen is really good at scolding. Ha 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 ha. My Shonda can't understand that peach-style arrogant look. Who does he think he is, dare to be like that? No matter how strong he is, there must be someone in the heavens and all realms that can cure him, right? Even if the heavens and worlds don't have one, it's the supreme leaderboard, right? So, I really don't know what he is arrogant about. Sha Do's face was also full of delight. What the Devil Queen said is so nice. It sounds good, we should let her talk more. Ha 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 ha. Shonda and others laughed again upon hearing this. Even Oni-san Broken Star interrupted and laughed. Bai Yuekui's eyes flickered, and suddenly said, "You didn't find the point in Morgana's words." Hearing Bai Yuekui's words, several people looked at her. Boss, what's the point? Sean said with a big grin. Bai Yuekui shook his head. You didn't find out, did Morgana just say something? That sentence, so far, she hasn't been afraid of anyone who has appeared on the battle list. Boom. Moment. The minds of Shonda and others exploded like a grenade. FK. Shonda slapped his thigh. Boss, you are right. Does the Devil Queen's words mean her strength? FK. Having said that, Shonda couldn't hold back again and exploded with a swear word. Because the amount of information is too big. When everyone was stunned, Bai Yuexi spoke again. And, you didn't find it. The demons in our impression are synonymous with evil and ugliness. Advertisement. They don't do anything evil, just like a beast. But, 0. Look for flowers. Before Bai Yuekui finished speaking, Shonda and others understood. Sha Do said with some doubts. Boss, what do you mean? It is this demon Queen Morgana, not like the devil in our mouth in the traditional sense. Bai Yuekui nodded cautiously. Shonda and the others were also thoughtful, gradually looking brighter and brighter. They thought of Morgana's remarks and actions. This is not a demon in the traditional sense at all. On the contrary, Morgana, the demon queen, is very attractive. In the battlefield, looking at the words Morgana sprayed him in the chat group, Momoshiki was naturally angry. Peach style. At Mogon Na, what a devil. You are also worthy of being called a devil, it's rubbish. Quote. Can you come and hit me? No, just don't compare, don't talk about it here, just like a dead woman. Also believe in demons, demons are like you. Also, who is afraid of you? Come here, see if I will write down your head. Also, you people from the heavens and 10,000 realms are all the same rubbish in my eyes. Quote. Trash in the trash, ants. Lower creatures. Seeing Dao Shi taunting everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms again, putting all of them in their eyes, all the big guys were also angry. The supreme rulers of the 12 universes, the king of all things, at Dao Shi, what are you? You wait for me to locate your universe, and you will be destroyed by blowing your breath, believe it or not. As far as your strength is, in my eyes it is not as good as a swarm of ants. Do you know how rubbish you are? Just this, do you still think you are the strongest? Invincible. I really don't know what power is, I really feel sorry for you. Quote. Seeing this cosmic boss speak, the chat group was shocked. FK. Big guy, FK, have you seen it? The series of names in front of the big guy's name, I'm really bad. The supreme rulers of the 12 universes. How strong is this? Queen Morgana and the others study the universe and put the galaxies to their lips. This is already very strong, alright. Quote. But this king of the king is actually the supreme ruler of the 12 universes. Universe. FK it. The chat group was shocked. Everyone was insanely shocked by Quan King, the cosmic magnate. What? Chapter 244, auto-generated chapter title. 244 ideographic comma I'm so brave. Taunting the rankings, Poros is terrified. At this moment, everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms was stunned. The name of the king of the universe is too loud. And at this time, even the always arrogant Peach Style was a bit stunned. He glanced suspiciously at the title in front of Quan King's name, and felt a little nervous for a moment. Can be the next moment. He calmed down again. His complexion became tensed again. Dao Shi is still arrogant and doesn't care about the words of the king at all. Peach Style. Quan King, what universe boss? Does my name count? It's such a sad low-level creature. Quote. What are the 12 supreme rulers of the universe? Can you change the word? Open black lens bracket, that's it. Close black lens bracket. I am still the supreme ruler of 120 universes. It's sad. Do you know how big the universe is? Small low-level creatures. Quote. Seeing Dao Shi's words again, Wan 723 Realms was stunned again. They really doubt whether this peach pose really has a brain problem. It's just a mental illness. Everyone was speechless at the moment, watching the arrogant Dao Shi and sighed slightly. You say it. If he is really mentally ill, that's easy to deal with, it's fine if everyone ignores him. But this peach style is still selective psychosis. I am extremely confident in my own strength, and look down upon everyone in the heavens and worlds. The chat group was full of curses against him. Otsutsuki peach style. You will change your name in the future. Just called Otsutsuki to P. Quote. I really doubt why you Otsutsuki clan sent you out. Send someone who is normal, isn't it fragrant? Seeing this person's remarks, the heavens and all realms were laughing crazy. Open black lens bracket, ha 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 ha. You are really going to laugh at me. Open black lens bracket, ha 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 ha. Open black lens bracket, why did the Otsutsuki clan send you out? Close black lens bracket. Send someone who is normal, isn't it fragrant? Open black lens bracket, ha ha ha. Same question and same question. At this moment, all the bigwigs of 10,000 realms also looked different. Marvel Universe. Thanos looked at the two names in front of Quan King's name, his eyes filled with solemnity. Of course, he would not think that the title of the ranking list is not targeted like that of Taoshi. Since the leaderboard says so, it proves that the whole network really has that strength. Rulers of the 12 universes. Thinking of this title and identity in his mind, even Thanos was a little bit secretly shocked. Advertisement. As a cosmic leader, although he is powerful. But at best, he is planning for half of the human beings who enjoy the entire universe. But the king, what are the 12 universes? This is what Thanos didn't know. Quan King was originally the supreme ruler of the 18 universes. As for why it became 12, it's not that he is weak. Rather, those 6 universes were destroyed by him because they offended him. At this moment, even the top gods in the Marvel universe are slightly frightened. The name of Quan Wong is really too fierce. No one dares to ignore it easily. But everyone looked at the peach style of the Dr. Zhang on the battlefield, and their faces were all contemptuous. They are like looking at a brain dead. This strain. Until now, I still think that the title of the leaderboard is false. Say he has a brain problem. Or does he have cerebral palsy? Shouldn't this kind of person be in a mental hospital? Who released it? But no matter how cautious 10,000 realms are towards the big brother of Quan King. In the battlefield, Dao Shi still arrogantly mocks the heavens. He is like that, no one takes it seriously. It's bad, and even insulted with the leaderboard. At this moment, Momoshi seems to be tired of scolding. His expression was a little impatient. Looking around, Momoshiki said a little displeased. What kind of shit rankings, why don't you send this god out? Boom. At this moment, all worlds have collapsed. Completely stunned, they refreshed again, the degree of brain damage and arrogance of this peach style in their hearts. Before, it was arrogant with them in the 10,000 realms. No matter what, besides the old man Yamamoto has the strength, there is also a way to teach him. No matter how strong the other big bosses are, they are like Quan Wong. But none of them can go to the Hokage world at all. The battle of the battle list has not yet reached their turn. So in a short time, they have no chance to teach peach style. No one thought of it. How dare this peach style ridicule the leaderboards arrogantly? Even insulting. Dog urine rankings. Thinking of the words Dao Shi just now, everyone looked down. And in the battlefield, advertisement. Whitebeard, who heard the peach talk in person, also stared at Zero. His figure trembled slightly. Thinking of what Dao Shi said just now, Whitebeard took Kong Yun and cut forward. Hey, kid, you can insult anyone, but you dare to insult the leaderboard. Boy, don't you want to live anymore? Whitebeard's voice was cold, and the power in his body began to gradually activate. This time, he is not going to use the shock fruit ability anymore. He wants to use pure physical skills to smash this peach-like pair of Rinnegan first. If it weren't for him, Whitebeard didn't know the peach-like information at the time of the battle. Otherwise, whoever loses and who wins in that battle is not necessarily true. Destroyed the peach-style Rinnegan, he was like a scum, incomparable rubbish. At least in the eyes of Whitebeard, peach is of this degree. Seeing Dao Shi, the power in Whitebeard's body is about to be released. And 10,000 realms also caused an uproar. The chat group is almost fried. But in the battlefield, Momoko turned his head to look at Whitebeard. What did you say? I do not want to live. Hee hee. Does this ranking list dare to do anything to me? Just such a rubbish thing, am I afraid of him? And your tone? Boy, are you talking about me? Momoko stared at Whitebeard coldly, her left hand gradually raised. In his hands, there is a terrifying shocking force brewing. Rinnegan, who has been promoted through the rankings, is able to replicate the abilities that he once absorbed. There is a huge spaceship flying fast here. Momoshiki sneered and attacked Whitebeard again. Poros trembling, looked at him without daring to say a word. Seeing Dao's movements, thinking of his lawless words. Poros seemed to have seen the end of this plant. In the vast universe of stars, the aura of a cosmic boss has long since disappeared. Punch the world. And at the moment, he can now use Whitebeard's ability 3 times 5.3 times. Universe Emperor Poros looked at the peach style in the battlefield, his face was scared to death. Watching Momoshiki's action against Whitebeard. And it was 2 powerful blows that strengthened 2 or 3 times, and another Whitebeard's full blow. Except for him, no one may know. How serious are the consequences of provoking the rankings? The heavens and all realms are truly stunned. A huge eye is even bigger. Chapter 245 Auto-generated chapter title. 245 Ideographic, it's so happy, and the rankings are coming. 245. Countless people in the heavens and worlds are also staring at this movement of Dao Shi. At this moment, the 4th battle is over. Although the 2 sides have not yet been sent out of the battlefield, the leaderboard has been announced and the battle is over. And this time, Momoshiki shot Whitebeard. What will happen? Everyone was watching attentively, thinking about the consequences of a peach-like shot. They are also looking forward to how the leaderboard will punish this style. Presumably the supreme leaderboard surely won't spare the peach style lightly, right? The chat group was also very happy for a while. Many people are excited. Because in their eyes, this peach style is really going to be sanctioned. The leaderboard appeared in everyone's minds. No matter how arrogant people are, they dare not provoke the rankings. What about direct insults like Dao Shi? My god, this peach style is really bold. He even dared to openly insult the leaderboard, or in front of all of us. Quote. Guys, can you say that the leaderboard can spare him? Ha ha ha, that must not be possible. Quote. The ranking is supreme, and the sacred status is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Quote. This is something that all of us dare not to offend. He even dared to disdain and even insult the leaderboard. Close black lens bracket. I think his good days have really come to an end in 2009. Quote. Wait, I'm looking forward to the leaderboard's punishment for this blow-up peach. Quote. But no matter what you say in the chat group, the sacred leaderboard seems surprisingly magnanimous. There is no intention to stop the peach style at all. Momoshiki rushed towards Whitebeard without hindrance. Whitebeard's heart sank. He knows how strong Momoshiki's blow after 2 or 3 times blessed him is. So Whitebeard dare not care. He had to lift the big knife and cut through the clouds, standing in front of him in a resisting state. Whitebeard's heart is full of determination, and his eyes are even more determined. If there is no leaderboard, how can he get back to the top? Without the leaderboard, how can he save his son Ace intact? So, the supreme leaderboard is his benefactor of Whitebeard. The benefactor was insulted in front of him, and Whitebeard had to make him pay for what he said. In this peach style, he will kill everything he pays. Even if it's crushed. And Whitebeard is not without chance. Although the peach style in front of me has the 3 tricks of Whitebeard, it is still super 3. But Whitebeard only had to make it through. Then use Haki and physique to directly destroy this peach pose, then he has a high chance to kill peach pose. Whitebeard was thinking about the plan in his heart. Advertisement. The peach style blow has also arrived. With a fist wrapped in a terrifying shock, it directly bombarded Whitebeard. But a scene that made Whitebeard a little bit stunned appeared. A faint golden light enveloped Whitebeard. The peach-like blow hit the golden light, and it couldn't shake the slightest in an instant. A smile came up at the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. The leaderboard did not sit idly by. And 10,000 realms also breathed a sigh of relief. They are a little scared. This is not in the middle of a war now. If Whitebeard is killed at this time, what if it can't be resurrected? But since the ranking has dropped to the golden light, it must be fine. But everyone in 10,000 worlds thinks so. Momoshiki saw that his own blow didn't work, or even no effect at all. He became angry again. Looking at Whitebeard, who was close at hand, Momoshiki punched again, wrapped in a terrifying shock, and hit the faint golden light in front of him. The golden light was very pale in color, as if it would break with the touch. And Dao Shi's punch also carries extremely terrifying power. The shocking force that shook the world could even smash a mountain with one punch. But it was such a punch. After hitting the golden light in front of Whitebeard, it slowly disappeared. Momoshiki's eyes widened, her eyes a little angry. He looked at Whitebeard in the golden light and roared. Whitebeard, my Otsutsuki peach style, today is going to kill you. No one can stop it. The rubbish leaderboard is not good either. I will kill you, Momoshi snarled, as if completely losing her mind. Talking, he raised his left fist again. The horror punch that smashed Whitebeard with one blow slowly condensed. Seeing this scene, everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms was shocked. Whether it is an ordinary person without the power to bind a chicken, or a top boss of the universe. All of them were shocked. Before today, no one had thought that this peach style would dare to provoke the rankings like this. He even insulted twice. But just today, this happened literally. Spirit Cage World, Shonda and others were full of anger. This peach style is really damn it, dare to insult the rankings like this. He is too unhuman. He dared to insult the leaderboard like this. I just don't have the ability. If there is, I will kill him. Shonda said fiercely. Advertisement. Little lowly Shado and others were also angry in their eyes. This peach style is really arrogant and endless. Bai Yuekui shook his head. Shonda, except you, many people now want to kill him. Don't worry, You don't need to do it, someone will do it later. Bai Yuekui's voice was flat, but she said the coldest words. Shonda nodded helplessly. Boss, I know what you mean. But, I really can't stand this peachy insult ranking list. That is a great opportunity for all of us, and it can also be said to be a benefactor to all of us. Without a leaderboard, those of us in the low-spirited world have no chance at all. We can't even see that level of war. Our whole life is confined to the battle with the extreme beast. With the leaderboard, we at least have a chance at 723. It's a chance to become stronger and become a strong man like Whitebeard and even Yamamoto. So I can't bear it anymore. Listening to Shonda's words, Bai Yuekui nodded. Dao Shi's arrogant face was also reflected in the gray pupils. And at this moment, in the battlefield, the golden light in front of Whitebeard slowly dissipated. Watching this scene, everyone was even more shocked. What does the leaderboard mean? Regardless of Whitebeard. Are you going to give up Whitebeard? Let this peachy arrogant. No way, no way. How did the golden light disperse? The leaderboard won't ignore Whitebeard, right? In that case, Whitebeard would be a little dangerous. I think it should not be possible, but the golden light still literally dissipated. Quote. So worried about Whitebeard. The main reason is that I don't want to see that peach-like arrogance and domineering anymore. Quote. Great ranking list, come out and cure it. Yes, I can't let such a person live anymore. Holy ranking, come out and suppress this peach style. But just when the chat group was shouting, in the battlefield, a peach-style punch is about to hit Whitebeard. Next moment. It seemed that everyone's wish worked. A bright and magnificent golden light descended. Everyone's brains roar. Chapter 246 Auto-generated chapter title. 246 Ideographic, the anger of the big guys, who else is going to get rid of him quickly? Looking at the brilliant golden light. The entire world of heaven and earth. Up and down. No matter how strong the existence is, everyone is stunned at the moment. Punch the world. In the spaceship, Poros trembles directly. His eyes were full of fear and awe. This golden light once again reminded him of the feeling of being suppressed by the rankings. And this time, the magnificent golden light in the battlefield. Sacred, majesty, supreme, all words, are not enough to describe the sacred supremacy of that golden light. Everyone in 10,000 realms looked shocked and their brains roared. In the spirit cage world, Shonda slapped his thigh. The expression on his face is extremely excited. The leaderboard is shot. The leaderboard is finally out. I believe that the leaderboard will not let go, ha ha ha. Little lowly Dudu was also very excited and shocked. The power of the leaderboard is so sacred. I thought Uncle Whitebeard was going to be killed by that peachy. Unexpectedly, the leaderboard was shot at the last minute. Also, it was such a powerful blow. The leaderboard is so handsome. The chat group also sighed. Look at me, as soon as the golden light came out, I found that everything in my heart was purified. As if, I only have the infinite worship of the leaderboards. Quote. Great leaderboard, it's so sacred. Ha ha ha, I finally saw Taoshi's grandson being taught. Let him insult the leaderboard, that is the holiest thing in all of us. Closing parenthesis. It's not that he can insult a little shit. Open black lens bracket yep. When sighing in 10,000 realms. That golden light came suddenly in Dao Style's wide open eyes. Not for a moment. This strain directly sprayed a mouthful of blood, and his eyes were staring. But he was still reluctant and did not see the situation clearly. Dog urine ranking. Rubbish. You dare to FK lousy. Lousy. Advertisement. The words in Dao Shi's mouth dared to say half of it. Boom. The golden light pressed down again, directly pressing his figure to his knees. Wang Ji looked at this scene, it was very happy. Countless people jumped excitedly. In this peach style, someone finally sanctioned him. It's still the supreme leaderboard. But after being pressed down to his knees, this peach pose was the same as Poros before. He still refused to accept it. Looking at Whitebeard, he still roared. Next moment, the golden light pressed down again. Boom. A deafening sound rang. A big hole tens of thousands of meters deep was directly pressed out of this peach body. Poros' eyes widened and his soul trembled. This is just like his scene at the beginning. The golden light lasted for a moment, and slowly dissipated. Until the power of sacred majesty gradually dissipated, everyone in the heavens and all realms dared to breathe slightly. They were really shocked just now. For the first time on the leaderboard, shot in front of everyone. The peach style was directly suppressed as soon as he shot. At this time, everyone also cast their sights on the pit that was tens of thousands of meters deep. For an instant, all the worlds are breathing air conditioning voices. Hiss, hiss. My God, look at it, this peachy tragic situation. Countless people were shocked and their eyes widened. I saw it, deep in the bottom of the pit. Dao Shi's body was lying on the ground with 5 bodies, completely devoid of interest. But everyone knew that he was not dead. Nothing is intact. Even the unique horns on the heads of the Otsutsuki clan were directly cut off. The peach-like body was sparkling with blood, worse than the previous Whitebeard. And he was lying there, his eyes widened, motionless. It was as if he had suffered something that he had never imagined, as if he had become a vegetable directly. Looking at this scene, 10,000 realms are very happy. Spirit Pet World. Little lowly Summer Bean jumped straight up. Great, This peach style has finally been sanctioned. Let him be arrogant and see how arrogant he is this time. Broken Star nodded, with a trace of contempt on his face. This, peach style, fully explained to us what it means to die without death. Listening to Broken Star's words, Shonda and the others burst into laughter instantly. Ha 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 ha, don't tease me, my stomach hurts. Advertisement. Ha 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 ha, Shonda laughed loudly. Laughing mercilessly at Dao Shi, who was suppressed by the rankings. No one went back to sympathize with this Dao Shi, they all looked at him mockingly. This peach-style man is really a little bit unaware. It's okay to provoke Morgana, Guy Shaw, and even the big guys like Quan Wong. After all, they can't do anything with this peach pose for the time being. But this peach style, dare to provoke the rankings. Openly test the majesty of the rankings, jumping repeatedly on the line of life and death. The leaderboard does not suppress him, who is suppressed. If Dao Shido is so provocative, the rankings will remain indifferent. Then the sacred power of the ranking list in the hearts of all the heavens in the world is gone. Therefore, the leaderboard will certainly not stand idly by the behavior of the company. Isn't this a tragedy? Wang Jia looked at Dao Shi with a sneer. And at this moment, a big golden red letter is formed. As if the leaderboards are a bit angry. The announcement is released. Open black lens bracket Otsutsuki peach style provocative rankings, ignoring the rules of the battlefield, unforgivable. Hereby the heavens declare, quote. Punishment 1. Permanent ban on Otsutsuki Taoshi, forever losing the right to speak in the chat group, and depriving it of all rights in the chat group, including all the functions added in the future chat group upgrade, etc. Taoshi has no right to use it. Quote. Punishment 2. The provocation ranking is majestic and unforgivable, depriving it of the right to resurrect in the battlefield of the heavens. If it is injured, it will be injured, if it is dead, it will die. Quote. Boom. The two announcements of the ranking list were released, and the entire world was bombed. However, there are still a group of people who think this peach-like crime is extremely heinous. They think that the rankings are too lightly punished and should be directly wiped out. This punishment is a bit lighter, right? Zhao is good. Provoking the majesty of the ranking list, I think it should be directly obliterated. Close black lens bracket. Yes indeed. Which one of the big shots will just kill him directly? Younger brother. It's so bold. Lying in the big pit, the peach-like eyes were drooping, and there was pain everywhere. He couldn't be arrogant anymore if he wanted to be arrogant. Yes, who else can heal him quickly? Who else can heal him quickly, and teach him how to behave? Or, my god, this thing is still unacceptable. At this time, the heavens and the worlds looked at Dao Shi's still unyielding eyes and became angry again. Open black lens bracket yes indeed. Retaliation ranking. He has also long since disappeared from his previous arrogance. Look at his stubborn little eyes, he has to take revenge at this time. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I don't think you need to worry, isn't there that punishment too? Sigh, I also agree to obliterate directly. Yeah, it should be wiped out. What are you doing with this scourge? Chapter 247, auto-generated chapter title. 247 ideographic, I'm so crazy. Everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms is very angry. Looking at the barrage in the chat group, Bai Yuexi's eyes thought slightly. She rolled her eyes and looked at the heartless little loli. Do you think the punishment on the rankings is lighter or heavier? Or, do you sympathize with this peach style? Now 10,000 realms want him to die, do you think he is miserable? Bai Yuekui's cold voice came. Shonda and the others suddenly looked a little surprised. What did these words of Bai Yuekui mean? For a while, everyone was a little confused. But when they looked at Bai Yuekui's serious face, they didn't even ask. Everyone turned their eyes to little loli. Shado was a little nervous, but she said directly. Boss, this style is really miserable. As soon as this remark came out, Bai Yuekui's eyes suddenly became severer. But she hasn't waited for her to speak yet. Little loli's voice continued. Waving a small fist, Shado gritted his teeth. But this peach style, poor people must have something hateful. He deserves it. Although it is miserable, I even think that the punishment on the leaderboard is not heavy enough. People like Otsutsuki peach style should be directly obliterated. I don't know what the 723 Otsutsuki clan is like, so I can't comment on it. But this peach style is really too hateful. He's not dead, it's not enough to quell our people's anger in 10,000 realms. I'm looking forward to it now, which one of the strong players will directly kill him. This will calm the anger in my heart. Finished listening. Bai Yuekui's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and she stopped speaking. Shonda and the others shrank their necks instantly as they listened to Loli's voice. Did not expect. The cute little Loli on weekdays still has such a tough side. Punishment for that leaderboard. Say it's not important. But when it comes to light, it's definitely not mentioned. Look at that punishment 1. Open black lens bracket permanent ban on Otsutsuki Taoshi. You will always lose the right to speak in the chat group, and deprive it of all rights in the chat group, including all the functions that will be added to the chat group in the future, etc. Taoshi has no right to use it. Closing parenthesis. Permanent silence, plus all functional shielding. This punishment is definitely not light. First, this Taoist lost the opportunity to develop contacts in the chat group. Although he didn't have any contacts. Advertisement. At best, it counts as the existence of individuals shouting and beating. However, without the opportunity to speak, this peach style can't even apologize and repent. And, when something big happens later, Momoshiki can only watch. This is not the most serious. The most serious is. Among this punishment, it is mentioned that the chat group upgrade will increase the function in the future. These peach styles are completely unusable. A chat group of 10,000 realms formed by mysterious and unpredictable leaderboards. Who knows what super powerful features will be available in the future? If Dao Shi is gone, just cry secretly. And that punishment too is even more serious. The provocative ranking list is majestic and unforgivable, depriving him of the right to resurrect in the battlefield of the heavens. If he is injured, he will be injured, and if he died, he will die. Quote. This almost directly sentenced Dao Shi to the death penalty. Don't look at him now at number 1. But, while this first position is good, it also brings him great danger. I don't know how many people are staring at that location. I'm afraid it won't be long, or even the next one. Someone will directly challenge this peach style. This is going to fight, and with the reputation of the peach style in the heavens and the world, you will definitely be directly beaten to death. Even if he is not dead. And after that, the injury cannot be recovered, which dooms sooner or later he will die. Heaven's wand circles the same time, also want to clear this. Many people speak, the satisfaction of everyone. Pirate world. Naval headquarters marshal office. 3 admiral look different. Akainu look of great satisfaction, anger totally disappeared look. Aokiji is returned to the commission askew lazy like. Kazaru face gloating over the peach style. That expression, it was almost say a few words. Let your arrogance, tragedy, right. Sengoku and Garp is also a sigh. Whitebeard, and although they are not a marine squad, and even AJFD is their rival for emperors. But the two sides are pirates after all, the human world. Whitebeard in a sense, they represent the face of the world. Right now peach type sanctions, two hearts do not know how much joy it is intended. And then looking at the peach style punishment, Sengoku face slightly deep. This punishment is not a light awe. Garp also nodded. On the list, we still have to maintain a certain awe, there can be no tarnish. Sengoku nodded. Even Akainu hearts are full of identity. Advertisement. The chat group once again disrupt them. Divine Guy Lisa. Finally clean the ears child, will not have this brain dead and then affect my mood. Quote. Demon Queen Mo Megain. By pool, you finally say a word. Peach-like things slightly calm, Mo Megain and Guy Shaw sisters on mutual forbearance is up. The million sector has also already flattering. We waited 2 quarrel finished before continuing the discussion. This peach style, to me that he was really able to seek death. Quote. Ranking from heaven, has given all of us a chance. This opportunity allows us a chance to go more than strong, even stronger opportunity for us to travel the world, to break their shackles. Close black lens bracket. But this peach style, he did not even cherish, dare insult rankings. Quote. This is our one community are not tolerated. Look from the very beginning, Whitebeard and Senju Hashirama war. Quote. Award given rankings which one is not rich. Even this time of peach type, rankings are not recovered to his reward. Open black lens bracket. What does this mean? Leaderboard supremacy, the Catholic too. Not because you make mistakes, you will deny all. Quote. Punish your side at the same time, but the other side, did not recover to give you a reward. Quote. We do not think this approach is fair ranking it. Quote. Gong is work, 2 is over. Quote. Rankings can clearly separate from the merits and demerits. Close black lens bracket. I think this is the reason everyone is so convinced of our charts it. Closing parenthesis. But who knows? See this, the heavens are shaking his head Yi Tan Wan community. This type of peach ungrateful awe. Quote. Ranking such a big opportunity, he should not cherish. Quote. Really sad, regrettable. This person spoke at the same time, one community are agreed. And at this moment, among deep into the battlefield peach pit type eyes but still has boundless anger. Although he was blocked, may still be able to see everyone in the chat group talk. Look at those words, he grew angry. Hearts, but also increasingly dissatisfied rankings. Sharp-eyed people suddenly discovered the peach-like eyes. We quickly see, this type of peach surprising satisfied. Mad really did not edge it. Quote. We all feel that sanctions should be who is going to take this peach style. Heaven's wand circles the same time, there was a man in the eyes. Although the man loved the loading force. But people neither distasteful, but also respect the list. At the same time, wand circles in unison. It must get on my blue big ah. Chapter 248 Auto-generated chapter title. 248, Aizen. Don't worry, everyone's name has been reported. Seeing the voices to oneself in the chat group was enthusiastic. Aizen at the highest point of the Shuyi Palace's expression moved slightly and his eyes flickered. He looked at all the lists at the moment in an instant. Power list. First place. Otsutsuki Peach Style, Hokage World. Quote. Second place. God of Ninja World, Senju Hashirama, Hokage World. Third place. Uchiha Madara, Hokage World. Fourth place. Pen 6 Paths, Hokage World. Quote. Fifth place. Marine Hero, Iron Fist, Monkey D. Garp, One Piece World. Sixth place. Akainu, Sakazuki, Pirate World. Quote. 7th place. Golden Lion, Shiki, One Piece World. Closing square bracket. 8th open black lens bracket place. Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage World. Close black lens bracket. 9th place. Golden Glitter, Namikaze Minato, Hokage World. Quote. 10th place. Kizaru, Pelusilino Pirate World. Quote. 11th place. Captain, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sai Shigekuni, Shinigami World. 12th place. Chakra Ancestor, Otsutsuki Kagaya, Hokage World. 13th place. Zaraki Kenpachi, Shinigami World. Quote. 14th place. Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, Hokage World. 15th place. Byakuya Kuchiki, Shinigami World. Quote. 16th. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, One Piece World. Quote. Stunning list. Open black lens bracket 6th place. Hyuga Hinata, Hokage World. Quote. 7th place. Shirahoshi, Pirate World. Quote. 8th open black lens bracket name. Perona, Pirate World. Quote. 9th place. Vivi, Pirate World. Quote. 10th place. Alvita, Pirate World. Quote. Power list. 1st place. Konohagakure, Hokage World. Force King list. Open black lens bracket One Piece. Kizaru, Pelusilino. Close black lens bracket. Looking at these lists, Aizen thought calmly. The stunning list is the first to be excluded. The rest is the battle list, the power list, and the king's list. Aizen looked at the 3 lists, and his eyes gradually showed extremely confident light. There is no doubt about pushing Wang Bang. Looking at the world of Shinigami, can anyone else have his skills in acting? No. Aizen is extremely confident at this point. Power list. At that time, he led Zai Palace and directly killed Konoha, and everything was done. The battle list is also the list that Aizen will soon be within reach. This list, he is bound to win. Aizen will make him feel the peach style of Otsutsuki. What is a true god? Advertisement. What is real power? Think about it all. Aizen looked at the top of the battle list, Otsutsuki's peach-like name. Then he looked at the countless barrage in the chat group that taught him to teach him a peach style. Aizen smiled slightly. First enjoy the first place in the battle list. At that time, he will win the power again and force the king to be number 1 in the double list. Until then, Aizen has occupied 3 firsts on the 4 lists that have been released. There is really no way to win the stunning list, otherwise Aizen will try his best to fight for it. Smiling slightly, he looked at the chat group. Aizen Sosuke. Don't worry, everyone, the name has been reported. Closing square bracket. As soon as this word came out, the chat group exploded. FK. Landa, the blue sky is really here. Landa, I look forward to you playing that peach style into a dog, look forward to it. Expectation is dead. Countless people in the chat group are noisy, and 10,000 realms is also applauded. Super God World. Watching Aizen speak in the chat group, he gave everyone a boost. The angels breathed a sigh of relief. Even Gai Sha and Haki on the throne smiled slightly. With the performance of that Aizen boy, there should be no problem with this peach pose. And at this moment, squinting his eyes bright side, looked to the brook. At the moment CP Lingxi eye blinking, closely watching the chat group Aizen words. Repeatedly read it several times, after confirming in the minds constantly. Lingxi this slightly relieved, identified himself and not mistaken. Then both hands in the chest, Lingxi unconsciously looked forward to reveal a look. Her face is gradually flashed a touch of blush. Woo, our sister Lingxi want a man of God. Yan's voice sounded abrupt, and instantly scared Lingxi hop. She had to face, including his hands slightly, so as not to be aware of their own panic look out of the crowd. However, the sight looks like she landed on everybody's eyes even more ghosts. Angels are a hull in the eyes turn over. Heart smiling road. Lingxi, they want the big blue men of God yet. Secretly tell you, God is my male blue big. Yan said with a smile. Count me in, Brooke, I have to admit, you men of God big blue charm really strong. Even I, inevitably some are drawn to him. Lingxi face a lag, then some false angrily. Yan's sister, cardio, I did not with you good. Listening to the Brooke that have not seen Aizen, and that they first fall look. Yan in atmosphere heart is a smile. 0. Seeking flowers. Advertisement. Ming, look at our Lingxi sister, present and future men of God, even I have not had it. It can Zhejiang later married in the past, we must not forget that regard, ah. Yan interesting talking, but can Brooke there, reverie again. Yan seeing this, then said suddenly. No, Brooke, I cannot let this happen. Sister feelings more important than everything. That's the time when the queen let Guy Shakespeare introduced, together with me and greedy it. This way, you can avoid to go completely forgotten us. Do not worry, I'm greedy and no matter who won the final man of God, will stick to the original mind, will not forget you. Yan said, his smile more and more rich. British heart also smiles, she looked so Lingxi. Guy Lufthansa and Crane he looked at 3 jokes, but also could not help as the smile. This can Lingxi when they complete panic. She looked at Yan and Sunburn Heart, a little anxious road. This is how you can. This is how you can. Men of God cannot be shared, nor sisters. I admit, I just want a man of God, must give Queen Guy Lufthansa introduced me. Lingxi anxiously said, look to the Guy Shakespeare. Yan did not find that surprising Lingxi seriously. And this time Lufthansa guy smiled. Lingxi, I do not teach you, and between sisters should put everything to share it. This is how the male god, to die. Guy Shakespeare's discourse is full of interesting and jokes, Yan and Greedy heard out. Can Lingxi has been in turmoil at the moment. What was she who care? Guy looked worried Shaw wrote. Guy Shaw Queen, how this line? Guy Queen Shaw, you do not tease a girl. The brook is relieved. To a large blue. Basilica of Angels is also a laugh. Crane he intellectual sexy voice that sounded. For God. Crane heard directly he laugh. Crane he sigh saying. Although this looks like, let them know Yan, she really cares about Aizen. There Yan, my heart, you two are the Lingxi stop jokes. A man of God, can only be paired an angel, this is our angel rules But now it does not matter. Our little girl, really emotional, Lingxi gave it all. What? Lingxi on Chao Lian is full of confusion, mood somewhat incoherent. Even the angels have to move out of the rules. Chapter 249. The Heavens Regret, the second battle of the power list begins. But in fact, it's not just the super god world. Aizen is well known for her charm in 10,000 worlds. In the world of spiritual pets, little lowly Sha Do looked ecstatic. Ha ha ha, that Dao Shi has just been punished by the leaderboard, and now Lan Da has announced the registration. It's so happy. My Blue University can definitely kill him directly. Really been waiting. Little lowly sat there and muttered to himself, with agitated expression on his face. How about Shonda and others? Mountain God Tier was extremely excited, and read the words of Aizen in the chat group several times. This is great. It's just a pity. I can't see the competition between Blue Sky and Kizaru in a short period of time. I think, in the Shinigami world, my Landau must be a well-deserved king. If this is to compare Lanshan with Kizaru, it would be very beautiful. Shonda looked regretful, but was still very excited about, July 2-3. Broken Star shook his head slightly. Shandong University, it's not bad to see Aizen teach the peach style, not too much. Shonda nodded and said nothing. And Bai Yuekui. In her pair of gray pupils, the figure of Aizen who was playing at the time flashed. That magical hairspray hand. That suffocating breath. That arrogant words. Etc. Etc. These facts make Bai Yuekui a little obsessed with the girl who is not a girl. Not a girl. It is because in the last days, everyone must mature as soon as possible. As the captain of the ground team, Bai Yuekui has to bear the lives of everyone in the team. So her character is the most mature one. It can be said that she is a girl. Also because, Bai Yuekui is not very old and is full of the simplest fantasies of some young girls. Although, she doesn't show it very often. But there will still be such emotions. After all, no matter how powerful a person is, he is also an individual. There will also be 7 emotions and 6 desires. There are no emotions and desires. That's not impressive. Pirate World. Kizaru was overjoyed when he learned that Aizen was about to play in the game against Dao Shi. Finally, he didn't need to be taught by Aizen himself. Advertisement. The people in the chat group have been inciting Lan Da to teach him. But he himself is also a fan of Lan Da, although I really want to see Aizen's demeanor. But Kizaru doesn't want to be the background board. That would be very miserable, and it would also have an impact on his image of being a king. It used to be impossible to hide. Aizen challenged him, he had to face it. But now, Aizen challenges Taoshi, which means that he will not fight Aizen head-on in a short time. This made Kizaru happy for a long time. At this level of pretense. Although Kizaru looks down on the heroes in the pirate world, he thinks that no one is better than him. But in 10,000 realms, Kizaru still knows how to be humble and fearful. Say the simplest. During that live broadcast, Aizen's pretending wave of force really shocked him Kizaru. And the scalp numb, unparalleled shock. Kizaru was very happy to see that he could not face Aizen at this moment. Happy from the heart. And I can see Aizen teach the peach style kid again, why not do this? Big piece of life. In the Hokage world, the country of water. Terumi Mei's graceful body trembled again and again. Her face was full of stars. Open black lens bracket Terumi Mei. Aizen Sosuke, Lan Da, as long as you want, I can marry you now. Quote. You can let me post it upside down. Seeing Terumi Mei's words, many women in the heavens and worlds were shocked. Tsunade. At Terumi Mei, you little hooves. Lan Da will definitely not like you, don't let your damn smelly smell here. Seeing Tsunade's rebuttal, countless women in 10,000 worlds reflected it. Nami. At Terumi Mei, Tsunade is right. Landa is the male god of all of us, how can we let you monopolize it? Lingxi at Terumi Mei, yes. Landa is the male god of all of us, absolutely cannot be monopolized by you. Also, Landa will definitely not like you. Lingxi said very anxiously. Broken Star. At Terumi Mei, I think a few of you are very right. Landa, how can you just look at a woman casually? He is such an attractive man. Broken Star is half talking, and can't go on. Because Shado, Shonda and others all turned their eyes to him. Even Bai Yuekui looked at her with doubts. As a sister of Broken Star, Bai Yuekui can be said to know Broken Star's character best. How could she say such a thing? This made Bai Yuekui very puzzled. Broken Star's face flushed, and after hitting a cross, he directly plugged it in. Advertisement in the Suya Palace. Aizen looked at these women and smiled. However, he has no interest in them at all. The battlefield of Whitebeard and the peach-like heavens had already dispersed as early as when everyone was chatting. The figures of Whitebeard and Momoko also returned to their respective worlds. Dao Shi like a dead dog came to Jin's side. Jin hurriedly put a peach pose on his back with a horrified face, and fed him a medicine. This is made by the Otsutsuki clan walking in the starry sky of the universe and constantly collecting chakra. After taking a medicine, Dao Shi's pale face recovered some complexion. However, the leaderboard shot, which caused him to be extremely injured. So for a short time, he couldn't wake up. Jin's carrying a peach pose, flew towards the nearest planet. And the other side, inside the pirate world, Whitebeard's return to the Whitebeard pirates is the opposite of the peach-style treatment. All the big and small figures of the Whitebeard pirates were standing on the deck, waiting for Whitebeard with admiration. Golden light descended slowly, on the bow of the mobile. Whitebeard strode out of the golden light. Carrying a big knife to cut through the clouds, Whitebeard still wears that heroic smile. Seeing his sons who were nervous or moved in tears before him, Whitebeard smiled in relief. Cool la la la, cool la la la. After laughing, Whitebeard handed the razor to Joe's. What does this lifeless look do? Daddy is back, isn't it worth being happy? Ace couldn't help it, tears gushing from his eyes. Papa, sons, get up quickly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At this time, the announcement of the rankings was released in everyone's minds. With the action of Ace. Now, the cool-down period of the power list is over, and the second battle of the power list will follow. Please choose the representative power of the two worlds. Quote. With that, Ace knelt on the deck with a puff of 5.3. The atmosphere on the Moby DK eased for a long time, and the crowd calmed down slightly. It's like a domino. Everyone in the heavens and worlds has received this announcement. Furthermore, it is a deep regret. Everyone was stunned. Besides, isn't it okay, father? Why are you so frustrated? Whitebeard smiled. Whitebeard's eye sockets were a little moist. Marco, Joes, Beasta, and so on, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, all knelt down to Whitebeard. Daddy can have your sons, this life is enough. For an instant. Chapter 250, auto-generated chapter title. 250, Whitebeard withdraws from the second battle of the forces. Seeing the announcement of the rankings, everyone on the mobile was stunned. Whitebeard was also slightly stunned, and then smiled slightly after a while. He turned his head and saw his own group of sons with high fighting spirit. Cool la la la. Daddy lost the battle just now, and this time I will bring you back in the power list. Whitebeard laughed, as if he had never cared about losing to Momozuki. But on the mobile, only Whitebeard could laugh at this moment. Ace gritted his steel teeth and watched Whitebeard's face stubbornly. Father, you lost the first place and you were humiliated like that peach style. Don't worry, Ace, this life will definitely take back the first place for you. Even if he can't regain the number 1 position, the son will definitely make that Dao Shi pay the price. Ace said these words between his teeth and looked at Whitebeard stubbornly. Joe's was now on Ace's shoulder. Father, not only Ace, we will also carry this hatred. This life is bound to make the peach-style kid pay a terrible price. Everyone on the boat agreed instantly, with anger and peach-like hatred in their eyes. Although Marco and Vista did not speak. But the firm look in the eyes of the two showed their attitude. That Otsutsuki Peach-style 09 will be the enemy of all of their Whitebeard pirates from now on. Seeing the decisive expressions of the sons, Whitebeard laughed in relief. Cool la la la, as expected to be the old man's son. But laughed. Whitebeard swept across their faces one by one. Ace, Marco, Beasta, Joes, etc. etc. After staying on the faces of all the sons for a second, Whitebeard finally shook his head slightly. Sons, do you think Daddy lost his first place? No. Daddy is the number 1, I don't know how many people are staring at it. If you don't get taken away by that peach style, you will also be taken away by others. This number 1 position has always been a target of public criticism. It's a good thing for the old man to come down like this. As for the peach style, there was an extremely disdainful affection on Whitebeard's face. What do you think Lousy is? Lousy has grudges on her own, and will avenge herself. It's not that the old can't walk anymore. When Ace and others heard it, they were more determined in their eyes. Whitebeard laughed and said, Daddy will take you to win this battle of power rankings. The crew suddenly cheered, but Marco was right now. Father, let's stop participating in this power ranking battle. In that world, Uchiha Madara must be sent. And you have just experienced a battle, although there is no physical injury. But your spirit needs to be recuperated. Advertisement. Besides, Madara has already fought with you, and it's boring to fight him again. Marco spread his hand. Of course, old man, I still want you to make up your mind in the end. Hearing Marco's words, everyone thought about it. After figuring it out, they couldn't help feeling that Marco's words made sense. Whitebeard was thinking hard too. Finally, Whitebeard nodded. Fighting with Ban is really meaningless. This time, let the 3 of them compete. Although Joes and others really want to participate in this war. But Whitebeard's spirit does need to rest. Several people nodded their heads, pressing their will to fight. As for the 3 guys in Whitebeard's words, of course it is the other 3-4 Emperor's pirate groups. Just when the Whitebeard pirate group decided not to participate in this power ranking battle, the chat group was already exploded. Oh, sorry. Yes, it's a shame that I can't see the arrogant brat being taught by Landa. Who said no? Quote. We have all forgotten. This time, the cooling off period of the power list has passed. Quote. This is the decision of the rankings. We can't control it, but can only accept it. Quote. It's just a pity. Quote. What a pity. Sooner or later, Lanshan will teach that Peach style, let him live a few more days. Quote. It just so happens that he is seriously injured now. Close black lens bracket. What's the point of letting Landa fight a severely injured Peach pose? I believe in the strength of my Landa, even in the face of the peak Peach style, or even 2 or 3 times stronger than the Peach style, the Landa has an absolute certainty of winning. You haven't found someone like Dao Shi, whose organs are carved in the bones. Quote. This kind of person can completely destroy this kind of person only when he is at his peak and most confident, using all-round strength to crush his self-confidence. How boring just to watch Landa kill him. I want to see Blue Admiral's Peachy will be completely destroyed. Closing parenthesis. Backquote. Yes, I agree. Shinigami World. Aizen looked at the announcement of the leaderboard, his eyes were slightly surprised for a moment. A smile appeared on his face immediately. He merged with Hogyoku, yet he didn't really understand it. It's really not suitable to fight with people at this time. He signed up before because Aizen is confident. Even if he didn't integrate Hogyoku, Momo style is not his opponent. Hogyoku is just the last resort. Aizen must have complete assurance when he shoots. And at the moment, his shot was delayed. Aizen was not in a hurry, so she watched the discussion in the chat group with interest. At the same time, he is also looking forward to the next second battle between the pirates and Hokage. The chat group also set off discussion again. That said, while looking forward to the battle of Landa smashing the Peach style, we can see the other battles on the power list. Quote. That's a battle between the two forces, I'm a little looking forward to it. The battle between Konoha and Naval Headquarters really made us see the power of these two worlds. Quote. Our world's armed forces are not low, but wars of that level cannot break out at all. Advertisement. The original battle, but it shocked me. Yes, I just don't know what forces will be sent by the pirates and the Hokage world this time. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket looking forward to. Waiting for the choice of both worlds. Quote. While talking like this in the chat group, the world of pirates and Hokage also exploded completely. Pirate world. In the Marshal's office of Naval Headquarters. Sengoku and Akainu frowned at the same time. Akainu's face was hard to look again. Their marine has already participated in the first battle, and it is impossible to participate in the next battle. This also means, the forces they sent in this battle of Pirate World must be one of the 4 Emperors pirate group. You don't have to think about it all. Is it necessary to let 5 elders take the world government into the war? Stop it. That is absolutely impossible. Therefore, the result must be 723. All members of a pirate group in the 4 Emperors are dispatched to confront the forces in the Hokage world. This is why Akainu's face is ugly. Let him see that the representative of his own world is a pirate group, which he is somewhat unacceptable. But the whole sea, except for the marine and world government, only the 4 Emperors pirate group has that influence. After thinking about it, Akainu shook his head and sighed. The start of the second round of this power list may delay Marine's plan to enter the new world. Sengoku also thought of this. Before, he said that when the Whitebeard battle is over, Marine will officially enter the new world. That day the Emperor's banner had already been played out. Of course, both Sengoku and Akainu know it. Sengoku felt a headache. So, especially the Beast's pirates and the Big Mom pirates. He sighed deeply. Afterwards, turn the guns and aim them at them. Marine is in trouble. Extinguishing the Emperor is just a cover, absolutely cannot really destroy the Emperor. Such a chaotic situation in the sea is not good for everyone. Are you rewarded? Marine's march into New World has to be put on hold again. This group of 4 Emperors really influenced Marine too much. To achieve this, Marine's action was declared a complete victory. Sengoku couldn't just sit back and watch, and went straight into New World. But their Marine hasn't had the strength to completely solve it. What if any 4 Emperors pirate group participated in this battle and won it? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. They Marine, as long as they shoot all the sea areas outside the 4 Emperors forces, it will be over. All of this is to blame on that damn Roger. But right now, the battle of the power list is unfolding. 251 Beasts Pirates vs Akatsuki. Just when Sengoku and others in Naval Headquarters were thinking. New World. Except for the Whitebeard pirates who had already decided to withdraw from this battle, the other 3 large pirates were all in chaos. On the ghost island of Wano-kuni, Kaido woke up directly from his drunken state. Seeing Yan Catastrophe and Catastrophe Quinn whose expressions were gradually agitated, Kaido nodded. Jack the Drow was asleep, but Kaido didn't mean to wake him up at all. Kaido took a big step and came to the Beasts Pirates base camp with 2 major disasters. Here, there is Fei Liaopao, the highest cadre under the 3 plagues of Beasts Pirates. Kaido's eyes were full of joy, and he watched the people under his command loudly. We want to sign up. We want to participate in this battle. Talking. The skin on Kaido's face became more and more ferocious, and more excited. He already felt the coming battle from his bones. Flame Ash and Plague Quinn also yelled at Kaido's words. The expressions of the crowd were full of enthusiasm. At this time, I came to Kaido's side and said, "Boss, we want to inform Kurozumi Orochi, will you join us in the war?" Kaido's face suddenly became disdainful when he heard the smoke. "No, we beasts pirates, we can win by ourselves. You don't need him, that trash." If Kurozumi Orochi wants to know that Kaido says so, his heart is absolutely full of dissatisfaction. After all, the relationship between the two parties on the bright side is equal collaborators. At the same time, Kaido decided to participate in this battle. IWC, Cake Island. Aunt Big Mom looked at the announcement of the leaderboard with excitement. I don't know how long she waited for this announcement. And Marine's battle is over. Among the four emperors, although Whitebeard's influence is higher. But the aunt is also a smart person, how can she not expect Whitebeard to recuperate for a while? So, count it down. The competitors of their Big Mom pirate group, there are only the remaining two in the four emperors. Beasts pirates. Red hair pirates. These two are their main competitors to win this battle. The aunt thought deeply and gave the order after a moment. Keita, Kuriju, notify all members of the family and gather on Cake Island. Regardless of whether we can get the chance of this battle, we must be prepared. If we succeed in winning this battle, we must win. Advertisement. Keita Curry nodded, and there was unconcealable excitement in his expression. Who doesn't want to participate in the leaderboard battle? He has no chance of ranking him. But this power list, he is bound to win. Look at the rewards for Marine and Konoha. Even if Marine is ultimately the loser. But the rewards they received are worthy of the battle they paid for. Everyone wants to lift the upper limit of their own development. He Keita Curry, but stuck at the threshold of Admiral for a long time. If you can win this battle, then the Big Mom pirates will take off. At least, in this general trend in the future, no one will be left behind. How could they not know Marine's actions over there? It is precisely because of this that their four emperors pirate group must catch up with Marine as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Marine is truly powerful, will the four emperors continue to exist? While Keita Curry thought so. Enter Red Force. The phone worm who hung up the conversation with Whitebeard, the red-haired look full of solemnity. Ben Beckman and others thought they had received some bad news. Reikalu said anxiously, "Captain, is Whitebeard participating in the war or not? If he doesn't participate in the war, our 3-4 emperors' regiments will have a chance. But if he goes to war, in the prestige of Whitebeard, it must be them." The crew of red hair pirates also looked at the red hair nervously and expectantly. The red hair is dark, and I can't see the joy or anger. Marine's movements are getting more and more frequent. Although they won't do anything against us this time, they will only pay the pirates scattered. But it is hard to guarantee that Marine will not do anything to us next time. If our strength can't keep up with Marine's footsteps, then sooner or later we will become a powerful stepping stone for Marine. The redhead said something, but it made the crew even more nervous. Ben Beckman said solemnly, "So, Shanks, then Whitebeard, will you join the war?" Yes indeed. All the crew members were also nervous at this time. They, the captain, came up and talked about the call first, and didn't get to the point at all. The red hair lowered his head, condensed his eyebrows, and said, "Whitebeard won't participate in this battle, accurate news. Our 3-4 emperors' regiments all have a chance." When the crew of red hair pirates heard it, they were all energetic. Everyone looked excited. Advertisement. Reikalu ate the thigh of a wild beast, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Subsequently, 3-4 emperors' regiments signed up for the battle. Some small forces have not received enough votes in these three areas. The number of votes for the 3-4 emperors groups has gone up all the way, and it is almost the same. Hokage world. Like the major forces in the pirate world, the major forces in the Hokage world are all in chaos. Except for Konoha, the country of fire, who has already participated in the war. The remaining Wind Country Sand Shinobi, Soil Country Rock Shinobi, and Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi. And the country of Water Mist Shinobi, and the country of Rain under the control of the Akatsuki organization Uchiha Madara. Everyone was excited. Konoha's failure to participate in this battle means that all of them have a chance. The excited 4th Kazekage Rasa, 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki, and 4th Reikage signed up at the exciting place. They didn't have much chance to compete with Konoha, the country of fire. But with the Akatsuki organization led by Madara, they think they have a chance. After all, the current Akatsuki organization is not the Fourth World War, and its reputation during the period is far from that loud. And at the moment, Rain Country, Akatsuki organization. Lord Madara sat in the main seat, looking at the group of people wearing red cloud coats with black background, and his expression was a little excited. At this moment, Obito stepped forward slightly and said in a low voice. "Boss, do we want to integrate the combat power of the Kingdom of Rain and the Kingdom of Water and join this battle together?" Quote. Obito's words aroused everyone's thinking for a while. In this scene, with Madara's temperament and ambition, it will definitely not Zhao Lahao give up. Really? Under the gaze of everyone. Madara nodded, then shook her head. His look was full of arrogance. Our battle is bound to go to war. But we don't use that trash. The expressions of everyone changed slightly. Is it possible that the class has to lead a dozen of them? And it may be the naval headquarters is so powerful as war. Isn't this crazy? Cannot explain more, eyes closed up. Forbearance Sector 3 countries have registration. Shall organization here also apply to war? In Uchiha Madara can name, all are bound to endure that his vote for the Dawn Tissue brother. Then, list the forces of the Second War announcement. List the forces of the Second War, the Pirates of the World, Beasts Pirates vs Hokage World, Shao Organization. Random offensive and defensive side. Quote. Hokage World knows the organization, attack. Pirates of the World, Beasts Pirates, K Chapter 252, Auto-generated chapter title. 252. Madara's tactics, no tactics. Seeing this result, the heavens and all realms were full of excitement. The chat group exploded. My god, the fighting forces in the Hokage world are sent by the Akatsuki organization. Open black lens bracket. Do you guys still remember? The leader of the Akatsuki organization, is it the Pen Six Paths? Yes, I remember. Quote. This is the character who made Garp famous in the first place, so planetary devastation is really strong. The pirate world is not weak, Kaido. Quote. This product is hard to open with Kenpachi's normal state. Quote. Some watched and some watched. Somewhat looking forward to it. Yes, however, at this time, there were people from the Hokage world in the chat group, and the news that Madara had become the leader of the Akatsuki organization was announced. Boom. Moment. 10,000 realms exploded again. FK. Uchiha Madara, this is the third person in the battle list. I think he is only inferior to Senju Hashirama and Whitebeard. Quote. Even after awakening Rinnegan, he is stronger than Senju Hashirama and Whitebeard now. Open black lens bracket. My god, I really watched it. This is really a big show. Beast Kaidov's U740 Chiba Madara. Ha 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 ha, I look forward to it. Pirate World. Beasts Pirates cheered, everyone yelled. Jack the Drow in the Three Plagues also woke up. Knowing that Beasts Pirates is about to participate in the Battle of the Power List, this can make Jack happy. With the huge elephant head dangling, Jack came to Kaido who was preparing for the battle. The mind that just woke up is still a bit unconscious. Jack looked at Kaido with excitement. Boss, this time, am I charging at the head? With that, Jack's body was already agitated. He doesn't know how long he has longed for this battle. And all the time, Beasts Pirates once made big moves. He is charging at the head. Because of his size and defense. Often Jack charges in a wave, and the opposite side has scattered and fled. Unless you encounter the Four Emperors group or Marine of the same level. Otherwise, the result will not change. As for the reason Jack is so excited. He is warlike and looks forward to this level of war. 2. Jack may have trisomy 21, Alzheimer's disease, etc. Advertisement. To put it bluntly, it's more or less silly. Otherwise, AJFD, he would not do such brainless things in the original book. Either attack the Elephant Master or save Brother Ming. Save Brother Ming, save Brother Ming. But the pirate ship is a warship of Sengoku, Admiral Fujitora, and Chief Staff Suru. That's it, Jack said. It's done. Then, he was tragic. All these things prove that Jack's brain is indeed a bit problematic. But, Jack has one of the best qualities. That is, he is very loyal to Kaido. At the same time, he also respected the two big brothers, Flame Ash and Plague Quinn. Looking at Kaido, Jack's eyes are full of expectation. He looked forward to Kaido saying that he was also charging forward in this big battle. But Kaido's face was a little gloomy at this time. While looking forward to this battle, Kaido seems to be in a bad mood. Jack looked at the smoke and Quinn on the side. Boss, what's wrong? Jack touched his head, expressing some worry. Kai and Quinn look at Kaido. Since the announcement of the leaderboard, Kaido has been like this. They don't know what happened to Kaido. Isn't it Kaido himself, who is clamoring to participate in the battle of forces? Why now? I seem to be a little unhappy. For a time, the three of them were a little worried. Could it be that Kaido is so unspeakable? And the next moment. Under the tense gaze of the three plagues, Kaido expelled a thick breath from his nostrils. Obviously, Kaido is a little angry. The three people's eyes turned into doubts. Jack is even more nervous. Boss, it doesn't matter if I don't charge forward, then I will be on your right, with you. Jack smiled honestly, thinking Kaido was because he was angry. But Yanbanyan and Quinn glanced at each other, based on their knowledge of Kaido. Although Kaido doesn't take ordinary subordinates seriously, Beasts Pirates is a place where the weak and the strong. Even Fei Liaopao can be replaced at will. But the three times still have a certain place in Kaido's heart. Kaido regards the three of them as real brothers. At this time, under the puzzled eyes of the three of them, Kaido spoke furiously. Why are we guarding? Laozi is going to attack. Laozi is going to attack. Hearing Kaido's words, the three plagues were shocked. Jack looked down, too. Immediately, he was also in a bad mood. Advertisement. He had just sobered his head, and he was still a little dizzy. The original intelligence is not very good, which is even worse. So Jack hadn't noticed before that they were defending. But now that I realized that Jack was in a bad mood just like Kaido. Beasts Pirates, when was it defended? Which time is it not to invade others? Where is Beasts Pirates' turn to defend? Thinking of this, Jack is very depressed, and Kaido's complexion is getting more and more ugly. However, they did not dare to violate the ranking decision. The peach-style precedent comes first. Kaido is not a peach-style NTO. Although he is reckless, he is definitely not stupid. Now that he has been assigned to the defensive side, Kaido has to prepare carefully. And the Hokage world. Third Tsuchikage Onoki side. Hey 2. When both Ban and Konoha are there, we have no chance at all in the other big shinobu villages. Do you understand it? The Black King nodded. So Grandpa meant not to mess with them. The Black Soil murmured. This future leg shadow has understood the rules for survival in the future. In Rock Shinobi Village, 4th Cage Luo Sha also sighed. Uchiha Madara. When she read this name, Fengying Luosh's heart was full of bitterness. There are classes, even if Konoha has already participated in World War I. But their other big ninja villages still don't have any qualifications to compete with Madara. The same goes for the third Raikage of Thunder Country. As soon as Pen's words came out, everyone looked at the Lord Madara who was on the main seat. After all, this is a big force on that side of the world. My tactics are no tactics. Pen, controlled by Nagato, couldn't help it. But before Obito could speak, everyone's eyes were burning. Obito was a little anxious at this moment, looking at Madara with nervous eyes. Late, we have tactics. Tactics. After receiving the news of the upcoming battle, the expressions of all the members of Akatsuki's organization were slightly excited. But Madara looked around, his expression extremely puzzled. And Akatsuki is in the organization. But Lord Madara was still sitting in the main seat, without the slightest intention of deploying a battle plan. No matter how confident they are in Madara, they still have a plan. Chief, what is our battle plan this time? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened and their spirits came. After all, Kaido, that beast, is not a character that can be easily dealt with. Chapter 253 Auto-generated chapter title. 253, Push all the way to the cross, Madara Lord of Arrogance. Listen Madara Lord, then stunned everyone knows the organization. They stare at Madara, heart uproar. How could no tactical awe? Today, the organization knows it no matter how strong. Under the leadership of Uchiha Madara. In addition to Konoha, the remaining 4 Forbearance Village on together are not rivals. Even Kiba, today's Dawn and one organization can battle. And you may have to overcome more than semis. But now they have to face a possible and the same force's naval headquarters. And when Kiba's face naval headquarters, how about? But for Kiba is the defensive side, so that a marine at a disadvantage enchantment. You see how the Konoha win. 8-gate guy and all the people die, Senju Hashirama, who is in the last hardcore. If time is not enough, naval headquarters near win that war. And now it seems. That beast's pirates though unlike the naval headquarters is so superpower. But definitely not be underestimated. The two sides in a war, who wins is also still unknown. Besides, this time, they still were assigned to one of the attacks. If like the first fight as everyone has been held, and that this war how to fight. So thinking, people still feel the need to have a heart tactics. See Madara Pain on the theme, dignified began. Leader, we are not, or should some seriously. After all, there is the other side of this battle beast's Kaido. He's fighting, we have seen. Although not as good as Whitebeard, and Kenpachi is immeasurably. But I think we should be careful of some. Pain said. Shaoi public organization members are nodding, heart very much agree. Some of them still feel that it should not be so reckless in Beast's Pirates War. Watching the crowd reaction, even if some of them are melting eyes dignified. Madara's face gradually turned serious. Shall organize a congregation member looked at him the way, I am a little nervous. Madara overbearing they have seen, almost no one would dare to offend the real Madara. A scene of quiet downtime. Madara cannot open, people do not dare to ask. Time goes by so slowly. Pain and looks of members of the congregation are somewhat complicated. Advertisement. They do not know whether they will Madara, then listen up. If you are thinking hard about tactics okay. It can also be as reckless if they were really worried. At the same time, among the Heavens One community is talking about. They are interested in the war. While most people have emotional regret, did not directly see Aizen lesson Peach style. But they still temporarily depressed this sentiment, earnestly looking forward to starting this war is about to happen. Spirit Cage World. Alexander thought Beast's Pirates and knows the names of these two organizations, cannot help but frown slightly. Boss, you think, this Beast's Pirates organization and Shao, who won ah? Listening to the words of Alexander, people cannot help thinking it. Broken Star Road at this time. Beast's Pirates have the Beast's Kaido, had even Kenpachi can Yinkang ordinary state, I feel that this may be greater Kaido chance of winning it. He's not fighting, but his resilience, too strong. Pin down Uchiha Madara, then, the odds still getting bigger. Hear the words of Broken Stars, out of many hearts they are more agreeable. Broken Star has a point. How strong Kenpachi, that the Heavens One community for all to see. Goggles off for a time of Kenpachi take no less than Kaido, which replaced Uchiha Madara, even hanging out. Do not look at the standings at the moment of combat power, Madara Lord the third highest. But that is due to the peculiarities of the rankings. The Heavens and Myriad Worlds have already ranked a correct list in their hearts. Don't watch the first 10. But old man Yamamoto, this is undoubtedly the number 1. Kagaya was second. Kenpachi is third. Sage of Six Paths Yuya is fourth. Others, temporarily uncertain. But these 4 people are well deserved and recognized by 10,000 realms. And being able to fight against Kenpachi in front of Shikai is enough to show that Kaido can play more. So in this battle, Kaido still has a great chance of winning. In the chat group, there is also a heated discussion about who loses and who wins. And just when the heavens and all realms were a little expectant, the golden light gradually shrouded, and the battlefield of the heavens gradually began to take shape. The battlefield of the power list is often bigger than the battlefield of the power list. The golden light is also more magnificent and sacred. For a moment, everyone in the heavens and all realms felt the sacredness of the golden light. The shocking emotion lasted for a moment. The scene began to show slowly. This moment, advertisement. Everyone in the heavens and 10,000 realms rubbed their hands and started to get excited. Wow, it's about to start. 0. Look for flowers. I really look forward to it. I really want to see the collision between Kaido and Uchiha Madara, the world's strongest creature. It must be very shocking. Yes, yes. This kind of battle is really beautiful. Although the battle of the battle list is good looking, the strength of the 2 warring parties is also extremely strong. But the power list is the real battle. Here, I saw all the top powerhouses of the 2 forces fighting, that scene. Upstairs, I was really burnt up by what you said. I look forward to it. I look forward to it. Wait, you don't expect any beautiful women to appear in this show. Ming, when you said that, I remembered it. Quote, among the naval headquarters in Konoha in the previous game, there were several stunning beauties. 0. I won't say much about the female emperor who looks down on the heroes. This is recognized by the 10,000 realms. Don't you have any comments? No. Then I will talk about the next one. Closing parenthesis. The Admiral Candidate T. Dolphin of Naval Headquarters, that heaven-defying long legs, really showed me a nosebleed at the time. FK. Upstairs, your taste is so strong. The T-veins you are talking about, is that very ugly and wretched man. FK. I didn't expect you to be okay with this mouth. Open black lens bracket. I admire you. Close black lens bracket. Ahem. I was wrong, Shimomasagi, the one in the pink top. I remember that heaven-defying long legs are indeed heaven-defying, and I can see my nosebleeds. Okay, then let me go on. Quote, among Marine, there is the Colonel Tina, have you seen it? I won't say much about the rest, they are just so-so. As for Konoha, Tsunade, Yurihong, these are all. Quote, I'm looking forward to it, let's start this battle soon. While 10,000 realms looked forward to it, the battlefield finally appeared in front of everyone. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization is ready. Under the leadership of Madara, they stood on the edge of Rain Shinobi Village, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Pain looked at Madara again. Chief, you can announce our tactics this time. Since he said it at the time, Ben has been taciturn, as if thinking deeply. Up to now, it can be said. Everyone turned their eyes to Uchiha Madara in unison. Madara nodded, brows calmly said, my tactics, push it horizontally. What? Chapter 254, auto-generated chapter title. 254, Sasuke growing up, Naruto's excitement. Listening to what Madara said, everyone in the Akatsuki organization was shocked. They stared blankly at Madara, who was standing proudly with his arms, and everyone's brains were in heat. Nagato even had the urge to vomit 3 liters of blood. Feelings, I thought you were thinking about tactics. In the end, it told me that it was a horizontal push. How is this different from the original one without tactics? Oh no, there is a difference. At the very least, Madara gave clear instructions this time. Push it across. Is this not clear enough? Only this can represent the mood of all Akatsuki members at this moment. They know that Madara is confident of her own strength. But, don't bring such self-confidence. The internal conversations of the Akatsuki organization, the heavens and the world still don't know at this moment. And what appeared before their eyes was the Beasts Pirates lineup first. When everyone sees the Beasts Pirates line clearly, the 74 zeros, all heavens and all realms have collapsed. There is no other reason. On the Ghost Island at the moment, Kaido took all the Beasts Pirates and stood on the edge of the island. In the lead, it is the fierce beast Kaido, the strongest creature in the world. Then, these are the 3 famous Beasts Pirates. Fire Disaster, Plague, Quinn, Drought, Jack. Afterwards, Fei Lu Pao and everyone really fight. They are straight in front of the island, as if ready to rush into each other's world at any time. Headed by Kaido, the entire Beasts Pirates is fierce. Everyone is like a wolf, like a tiger. The whole staff is gearing up, their eyes are like tigers and wolves. This makes everyone confused. Hey, what do you mean by Beasts Pirates? Aren't they the defensive side? Why it looks like they seem to be attackers. Yes, look carefully, this is an attacking lineup. Quote. Does this Beasts Pirates want to directly attack the opponent's world, regardless of? No, it would be interesting if it were. Quote. I don't want to worry about that now, but, why didn't I see any stunning beauty in Beasts Pirates? Advertisement. Upstairs, I can understand this just by thinking about it, okay. Look at the group of Beasts Pirates. Quote. It's not Kaido, it's Jack the Drow, or Plague Quinn. Quote. Look at them, which one looks like a good person? With this sturdy atmosphere, Beasts Pirates is weird to have beautiful women. Still looking forward to Akatsuki's side. Quote. Yeah, I see, Beast's pirates is hopeless here. They are all big lords. Look forward to Akatsuki. When there was a lot of discussion in the chat group, the heavens and the world were shocked to see the aura of Beast's pirates. Spirit Cage World. Seeing the terrifying aura of Beast's pirates, although no one on the ground team would be scared to pale. However, looking at this wolf-like Beast's pirates, everyone is still very shocked. This is different from the old Yamamoto and Kagaya, who are more powerful than ever. The single body may be exceptionally powerful in combat power. However, the aura of the group is far from being easily overcome by a single person. The shock brought by the two is completely different. Super God World. Angel Yan and others are closely watching the Beast's pirates lineup. Although Akatsuki has not yet come out, they looked at Beast's pirates and began to analyze the difference in combat power between the two sides. And in Yan's analysis, this Beast's pirates' combat power is a bit exaggerated. Although there is no such grandeur as naval headquarters. Marshal Sengoku, Hero Garp, 3 Admiral, 7 Warlords of the Sea, Admiral Alternate, 16 Vice Admiral, etc. But, Baiju Kaido and others are known for being fierce. Faced with the Akatsuki organization with Uchiha Madara, it is really uncertain who wins and loses. The remaining 3-4 emperors in Pirate World also have different thoughts. Aboard the Moby DK, Whitebeard laughed, but his eyes were a little serious. Kaido, do it hard. Madara, it's not your previous opponents. Enter Red Force. Hongfa pressed the sword with one hand, thinking about the various battles between himself and Kaido. That immune to death Xiaoqiang. I don't know how far Kaido can play against Uchiha Madara this time. Cake Island. Charlotte Linlin laughed. Well, Kaido, you have to fight hard. If you lose, shame is 4 emperors, my old lady will kill you. Oh, various worlds were a little shocked when Beast's pirates, Akatsuki also began to appear here. Firstly, it was Madara with an arrogant face holding his arms. Advertisement. Still in the combat uniform, Lord Madara did not wear a black-bottomed red cloud windbreaker. He was the only special person in the Akatsuki organization. 0. But Lord Madara stood there, no one thought he was not strong enough. Then, Engel, Hidan, Sasori of Red Sand, Deidara, Hoshigaki Kisame, etc. appeared in sequence. It was not until the time of Uchiha Itachi that the heavens and the worlds condensed their eyebrows slightly. Because, in the eye sockets of Itachi, there is a blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan turned slowly, staring at the golden light that was about to open in front of him. Little lowly Summer Bean condensed her eyebrows slightly. Boss, Sister Broken Star. This, Sharingan of Uchiha Itachi, isn't it the kind before Madara? It looks amazing too. This touch should be very strong too. Shado continued to look down while talking. Afterwards, Sasuke, standing behind him, also appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Sasuke took on a mature breath. Knowing everything, he only has the word vengeance in his heart. And Sasuke, like Itachi, had 2-3-tomo Sharingan in his eye sockets turning slightly, standing behind Itachi and staring straight ahead. Defeat Beast's pirates and get rewards from the leaderboards to enhance your strength. This is the first step in Sasuke's revenge. Looking at Sasuke's firm eyes. Inside Konoha, Naruto's eyes were filled with disbelief. Sasuke, did you go to Akatsuki to organize? Naruto murmured. Namikaze Minato, Senju Hashirama and others have complex faces. To be honest, they are a bit sorry for the Uchiha clan. But there is nothing to say about it. In the position of Sarutobi Hiruzen, there is no other good way. Besides, in 5.3, there is Danzo's shit-chucking stick to add to the chaos. This is the end of the matter, and we can only go on this path firmly. But Naruto looked at the growing Sasuke, but gradually became excited in a low mood. Looking at Sasuke on the battlefield, Naruto was filled with determination. Sasuke, I will definitely let you go back to Konoha, and I will definitely let you put down your hatred. Naruto thought so, but the eyes of the heavens and the world did not stop in the slightest. Absolutely, the figure of Obito skip it. Until it's Conan. The heavens and all worlds are silent. In an instant, the chat group exploded. Open black lens bracket, oh my god, close black lens bracket. That Conan, it turned out to be from Akatsuki. I saw her dressed in white at first, her temperament was too cold. It's so attractive too, now I see her wearing that black-bottomed red cloud windbreaker, it's also really good looking. Chapter 255 Auto-generated chapter title. 255 Ideographic comma it's a good thing. When the heavens and the world saw the blue-haired Conan, everyone was a little confused. Pirate World. Kizaru's eyes widened in the marshal's office, and his expression was even more shocked. After a while, Huang Yuan directly spoke in shock in the chat group. Kizaru. My god, this Conan. Surprised. The other 6 among the 7 colors of the heavens all smiled when they saw Kizaru's words. Shonda. At Huang Hu. Shocked, right. Genos. At Kizaru. Shocked, right. Tony Stark. At Kizaru. Shocked, right. Senju Hashirama. At Kizaru. Shocked. Zillai also. At Kizaru. Shocked. Sarutobi Hiruzen. At Kizaru. Shocked. Kizaru looked very confused as he watched the 6 return to himself. Hey, people in the Hokage world at Lao Fu, I can understand. Closing parenthesis. But what do you 3 mean? Kizaru looked at Shonda, Janos, and Tony with a different face. Then, Shonda spoke naturally. We all know Conan, among the 7 colors of the sky, you don't know it. Quote. Oh 9. What, Nani? Kizaru's expression was exaggerated, and he was shocked immediately. This. Kizaru couldn't speak, and felt a little lamented in his heart. And the 3 colors of Konoha in Hokage's office building all smile. This Kizaru reaction fully demonstrated how shocked they were when they saw the Empress. Although Conan is not as good as the Empress Boa Hancock. However, Conan is after all the top spot in the Hokage world. That is amazing enough. It can also bring a certain impact to the pirate world. But just when everyone was shocked by Conan's beauty, the golden light between the 2 worlds slowly dissipated. The appearance of the other party came into view. At this moment, both sides cast their eyebrows. But it is also at this moment. After turning over, Sasuke rushed out directly. He gritted his teeth tightly, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes turned quickly, rushing towards the opposing lineup. Sasuke's face is decisive, with hatred in his heart, and his expression is even more determined. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Rong narrowed his eyes slightly, but when he tried to stop Sasuke, it was too late. And this is the battlefield of the heavens, and there will be no danger to life. Advertisement. Itachi also wants Sasuke to experience more things so that he can grow up quickly. Hoshigaki Kisame smiled slightly. Itachi's brother, really full of energy. Rong did not speak, and the members of Akatsuki's organization also had different expressions. They didn't move, they just watched quietly. Sasuke can also test the beast's pirates with this punch. And Sasuke himself, with hatred of Konoha, he was very firm in his footsteps. Recalling the day when Namikaze Minato was resurrected. Sarutobi Hiruzen's various evil deeds have been revealed, and the truth about the day of their Uchiha extermination has been revealed to the world. How could this make Sasuke bear it? They Naruto father and son lay down their hatred and become virgins. But Sasuke couldn't do it. Sasuke wants revenge. Revenge everything about yourself. Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto, Namikaze Minato, Senju Hashirama. People like them all have to pay for what they have done. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke rushed towards Kaido. Facing the beast Kaido's powerful aura. Face the wolf-like beast's pirates. Sasuke is not timid at all. Although a heartbeat kept beating, it reminded him that there was a strong danger ahead. But Sasuke's speed remained unchanged, and even rushed forward faster. He wants revenge too much. I want to win. Looking at a young man, he dared to attack beast's pirates. This scene made the heavens and all realms a little frightened. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Shado looked at the handsome boy Sasuke rushing forward alone, her eyes a little worried. I remember his name as Sasuke, right? Is this a bit reckless? Beast's pirates line up alone. He thought he was Uchiha Madara. Dudu's gaze was a little unbearable. She knows Sasuke's tragic experience, and knows the various experiences Sasuke has experienced in Konoha. So, she really didn't want to see Sasuke do such stupid things. Shonda and others also have complicated eyes. This Sasuke is a bit reckless. Super God World. The angel snorted coldly. I can't help myself. What is the difference between a person who can't recognize himself at all and an idiot? Angel Leng said so, but Yan and the others did not refute it this time. Because they think the same as cold. Advertisement. Even though Sasuke wants revenge and wants to make meritorious deeds, they all understand. But, I want to be stronger, I want to get rewards, I want revenge. It must also have matching strength. This kind of recklessly attacking the enemy lineup will not only cause him trouble. It will also cause trouble to the current Akatsuki organization and disrupt the deployment of the squad. This kind of person was the first to be killed on the battlefield. Therefore, Yan and others did not have the slightest sympathy in their hearts. And among Konoha, Naruto was a little surprised. Sasuke, are you so brave? Think if you face beast's pirates, does his Naruto have the courage to rush up alone? Absolutely dare not. And now, Sasuke has done it. This made Naruto a little admired in his heart, but also a little distressed for Sasuke. The visions of Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato and others are even more complicated. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Sasuke, it was a good seedling of Konoha. While speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. 740. No one spoke, they all understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. Just when everyone was watching, Sasuke stepped forward, crossing the boundary between the 2 worlds, and stepping on the Ghost Island. At this moment, beast's pirates screamed for killing. They all looked at Sasuke grimly, as if they were about to swallow him. But they didn't move. Because Kaido has ordered, he and San will lead the charge in front. Catch the thief first, catch the king. At this time. It's ridiculous. Ordinary members of Beast's pirates can only follow behind and are not allowed to go over. Seeing Sasuke's actions, the heavens and all realms were a sensation. But this Sasuke, this is totally overweight. But I don't understand, why is Sasuke so self-conscious? If Uchiha Madara rushes up, I can accept it, after all, he has that strength. Quote. Is he an idiot? His idea is very simple. He even rushed towards Kaido at the front. Quote. Catch the thief first, capture the king, I can understand this tactic. Quote. A brainless idiot who wants revenge. If you want to capture the king, you must have the corresponding strength, okay. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The running Sasuke raised his head, and the two Sharingan in his eye sockets stared at Kaido. Hey, who does he think he is? That's 4 emperors, why does he have the courage? Chapter 256 Auto-generated chapter title. 256. Sasuke's shock, Itachi's anger. Just when the 10,000 worlds ridiculed Sasuke. He is not far from Kaido's figure. Kaido, who is more than 7 meters tall, feels full of pressure. The dragon scale tattoo on his left arm is even more hideous. Kaido with the double horns above his head has a gloomy face at the moment. But there was no trace of Sasuke in his eyes. He didn't care about such a small shrimp. Sasuke doesn't have the qualifications to make Kaido's eyes at all. His gloomy eyes kept staring at the arrogant Uchiha Madara who was holding his arms on the opposite side. At this time, Sasuke's figure has rushed to Kaido. His pair of Sharingan turned and kicked his legs. The figure rises from the ground. In the right hand, there was even a creaking voice. Learned from Kakashi's lightning-style Chidori. After leaving Konoha and coming to Akatsuki's organization, Sasuke has been practicing in the secret room. His daily cultivation time has reached a terrifying 20 hours. Eating, sleeping, going to the toilet, etc. were compressed to a terrifying 4 hours. Certainly. Of course, Sasuke's horrible training has also received rich returns. Under the dual guidance of wrong Madara, his current strength has reached the threshold of cage level. This is also the capital Sasuke dared to rush directly to Kaido. Thousands of birds creaked in his hands. Sasuke rushed to Kaido's gloomy face. A flash of thunder flickered in front of Kaido. This made Kakashi himself a little shocked. His eyes widened slightly in Konoha. It is really unexpected. How did Sasuke improve his combat power to this level in a short time? This Sasuke's Chidori is stronger than his founder. Senju Hashirama frowned slightly. He has accepted Naruto as a disciple. And Madara also released the news and accepted Sasuke as a disciple. The two have already started another competition tacitly. Looking at Sasuke at this moment, Senju Hashirama suddenly felt that he was slowing Madara a lot of steps. Now, Naruto is not Sasuke's opponent at all without releasing 9 tails. Although Naruto has 9 tails, he will definitely win in the end. However, if you keep staying in place, Naruto will eventually be overtaken by Sasuke. Senju Hashirama felt a sense of urgency inexplicably. In the battlefield, Sasuke holds Chidori in his right hand. Advertisement. Lightning suddenly appeared in it, as if thousands of birds were crowing together. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little nervous. If it is this level, it is really possible to injure Kaido, the beast. Look at this Sasuke, there are 2 brushes. Quote. It's not completely self-reliant. Close black lens bracket. His attack of this level, if Kaido is careless, is really likely to achieve unexpected results. Quote. Yeah, I thought Sasuke was completely self-defeating. But now it seems that there is a chance. Quote. Squirting. I am looking forward to how Kaido will respond to Sasuke's move. Close black lens bracket. Everyone in the chat group set off a discussion. But none of them thought that Sasuke's blow could kill Kaido. That is absolutely impossible. No matter how careless Kaido is, he will never be killed by Sasuke. That would make 10,000 realms laugh out loud. But under the watchful eyes of 10,000 realms, facing Sasuke holding the lightning-style Chidori, Kaido remained motionless. He didn't even mean to defend. Those gloomy eyes were still staring at Uchiha Madara on the opposite side, and didn't mean to respond to Sasuke at all. This made Sasuke very frustrated. I have seen people who look down on people, and there is no one who looks down on people so much. Sasuke gritted his teeth, his figure flying to Kaido's face. Staring at Kaido's eyes, the pair of Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes shrank suddenly. The illusion is activated instantly. This is his tactic. Use Kaido's carelessness towards him to use illusion to paralyze his nerves for a moment. Then, needless to say, the lightning-style Chidori in Sasuke's hand had already hit Kaido's face severely. Sasuke thought that the members of Beast's Pirates would not let him succeed so easily. But no matter ordinary members, or Fei Liaopao and other senior cadres. There was no movement even 3 times. It didn't mean to stop Sasuke from attacking their boss. Sasuke sneered, and he was even more ecstatic. Kaido was motionless, and the Chidori in his hand hit Kaido's face. He got it. Sasuke's heart is full of excitement. Can be the audience. Except for him, even Ji's gaze remained unchanged. All the members of Beast's Pirates looked at him like an idiot. Sasuke suddenly felt a difference in his heart. Lightning-style Chidori also disappeared slightly at this time. Advertisement. The lightning disappeared, and Kaido's face reappeared in front of Sasuke's eyes. And he will see you. Kaido's gloomy face remained unchanged. Not to mention being beaten through by Sasuke, there is not even a trace of burnt at all. Moment. Sasuke's eyes widened, his face was full of surprise. But before he was relieved, Jack beside Kaido stretched out his big hand and squeezed him. Like a dead dog, Jack dug Sasuke around several times. Sasuke's body also doesn't know how many times it has touched the ground. Then, Jack threw Sasuke directly into the air with a sneer. The figure slowly turned into a beast. The formation of huge mammoths. Great earthquake tremor. Jack charged violently at Sasuke in midair. Sasuke fell in the air, his eyes staring at him, who had nowhere to take advantage of his figure. He really couldn't figure it out. Kaido, Why didn't he do anything after receiving one of his 1,000 birds without any precautions? This is incredible. Sasuke's heart was filled with shock, and he could no longer control Jack's attack on him. A moment. Sasuke's body was suddenly knocked upside down by Jack's huge elephant head. Unstoppable, Sasuke was directly knocked back not far from Akatsuki's organization. Itachi's eyes shrank slightly. Instead, Itachi fixed his eyes on Jack. The battle between the two sides officially kicked off. Even non-combatants like Ju were gradually submerged into the ground to investigate the other side's intelligence. This tragic situation fell in the eyes of Itachi. The 2-3 Tomo Sharingan in his eyes are directly transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan in the shape of a 3-leaf pinwheel. It made his face directly cold, and the surroundings of Itachi looked like bones in an instant. Turn it over, right. Except for Ban, who was still standing proudly holding his arms, everyone rushed out. Seeing the touch, Akatsuki finally stopped watching the show. But I haven't waited for Kisame to finish talking. With a move, Itachi rushed towards Jack at a very fast speed. But after he glanced at Sasuke, he didn't move forward. Thinking of his Zhao's look just now, Sasuke's arms were twisted at an incredible angle, blood spurted from his mouth, and he stared at Beast's pirates. You want, just now. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Gui Zhao's eyes widened slightly, looking at his old partner. Chapter 257, Kaido's Undead Duo. Akatsuki was the first to collide with Beast's pirates on the side of the organization. Uchiha Itachi. Seeing him make a move, the whole Hokage world is slightly squinting. Wrong, this is a legendary name. Konoha's well-deserved genius. Kakashi didn't even look at him enough in front of him. An existence that can kill with a glance. Inside Otonan village. Orochimaru's figure trembled slightly. Itachi, really good Sharingan, good blood. There was a trace of desire in Orochimaru's eyes. As for why it is a trace, Orochimaru now doesn't value Sharingan's abilities that much anymore. What he valued more was Whitebeard's ability to destroy the world. Or, Yamamoto old man, Kagaya Haim. This is what Orochimaru desires now. In other words, if he desires Sharingan again and wants to take action, it is definitely a death-hunting behavior. As the Uchiha Patriarch of the Year, Ban did not say what emotions he had towards the tribe. However, he would never sit back and watch his little Orochimaru plot Sharingan. Provocation class. Orochimaru still knows how he will die in the future, at least not for death. 740 Looking at Itachi's pair of windmill-shaped Sharingan, Orochimaru once again remembered the feeling of being killed by Itachi. In the battlefield, Itachi rushed forward quickly, avoiding Jack the Dro's eyes. And Jack looked at the touch with disdain. The red eyes seemed to him nothing more than that. It's not that Sasuke hasn't used that kind of illusion on him. But that kind of illusion is too low level in his opinion. However, this is Itachi's Mangekyo illusion. Tsukuyomi. Jack was instantly in the dead space. Looking at the blood-red moon in the sky, and then at his huge body tied to the cross, Jack panicked. Although he knew it was an illusion, Jack was still a little flustered. But before he waited, Itachi stabbed him with a knife. Next moment, a fierce conqueror's haki swept out. Standing right in front of Beast's pirates, Kaido with a gloomy face lifted his head slightly and looked at Itachi. Boy, why, are you not convinced? For a moment. Advertisement. All Akatsuki members are solemn faces. Kaido's conqueror's haki is so powerful. And Chi's eyes directly shed 2 tears of blood. He is competing with Kaido for will. And this battlefield is Jack. At this time, Jack's face was stunned, with a foolish look on his face, which made many people feel horrified. Obviously, this Jack was regarded as a battlefield between Kaido and Itachi. Shinigami world. Aizen's eyes were full of smiles, and he looked at Ji with interest. That kind of illusion, Sharingan. Illusion Rely issued eyes, really strange awe. That's right, the consumption seems not small. Ferret eyes looked round after round of blood and tears shed. Aizen has analyzed everything. The ferret force and take the pupil Kaido of Conqueror's haki to fight, which was doomed to defeat. Eyes closed slightly overwhelmed, ferret body trembled for a moment. And Jack, finally able to use their sense of body control. Just now, ferret pupil Kaido force and the will to touch, which gives him the burden caused by it is not light. Now finally be slow over. While the brain is still muddled, but Jack's mind did not mind. Han smile turned to look to Kaido. Jack. Boss. Kaido not looking at Jack, gloomy eyes directly eyeing the distant proudly standing class. You do not rush to come together, is looking down on me. Kaido that low growl rang. Even if the past is Whitebeard, nor had he so despised. Although he often beat his son was like a child in blood Whitebeard hands. Whitebeard was also shot himself. Can this class? These organizations are considered alone knows who will be able to defeat him Beast's pirates. What an international joke. Nostril 2 course discharge, Kaido gradually some anger. And after Kaido AJFD, and such a ferret on the fight, knows the potential impact of the organization stopped down. Under the watchful eye of Kaido, Madara still folded his arms, his face apathy. Its pair of eyes full of Rinnegan calm. Beasts, Kaido, the world's strongest biological. First they solve it, otherwise, you are not eligible to witness the strength of my Uchiha Madara. Listen classes that proudly tone. Kaido, 3 disasters, flying 6 gowns foes begin anger. Jack incarnation of a sudden a huge mammoth four-legged friction with the ground. Kaido as long as the order, he can be forced his way through the group before dawn members of the organization, set foot on the other side of the world. Advertisement. Then, put that Madara, treated like Sasuke general to murder. Kaido be no direct order. He looked at the front of the group members' Shao, eyes brought a trace of cruelty. Aggressive look of terror swept 11. Every member of the organization knows where he to see his face ugly. Until the time when you see pain heaven, Kaido eyes stuck in his body. It was you, Garp beat that guy. Disdain sound opening, Kaido like pen did not put on the eyes the same. Pain heaven did not speak, quietly watching Kaido. Kaido nodded, Disdain spoke again. Do not know Garp old guy, how did you defeat at the hands of such weak? Disdain smile, Kaido eyes continue to look to others. But even Kaido face of disdain, Nagato heart though angry, but there is no way. And that the battle Garp, Nagato really lucky to win. First, he took advantage of Garp did not understand, with the whole body resorted to force super planetary devastation. Second, at the time Garp, have the ability to break through the suction planetary devastation just the beginning, he came second to him directly. Garp cannot do so. Only one reason, was Garp, saw a pair of Yahiko Rinnegan in memory and obsession. This Garp wants to save his grandson Ace repeat itself like. It is also because of this, leading to Garp put a trace of water. Heaven and that makes pain won that war. All this, only these two can understand. Kaido known dead, they are dead Opposite war beasts Kaido, it is not good to play Now look at Kaido, Nagato mind though angry, but no way. If the class shot on the Kaido, that would be okay. Shao stand in a row organized the crowd hesitated, direct punch it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But now, Madara did not mean that shot, sit back and watch their first assault. Out with the immortal duo, Angles and Hidan. Otherwise, the face can be directly rolled 6 paths of Garp, Nagato not the slightest chance of winning. Naval headquarters in. All eyes are hesitant, so. Madara is no direct his shot meaning. He did not Kaido opponent. Garp looked pain heaven, also smiled. For a long time, in the eyes of God behind Madara went some impatience. Two looked at Kaido, there is no fear emotions. Chapter 258 auto-generated chapter title. 258 ideographic comma the duo was beaten by Kaido. With a scythe in his hand, Hidan walked forward with weird steps. Kakuzu is by his side, with both hands ready to make seals at any time, using the ground to complain. After all, the opposite is the top powerhouse in the opposite world. Even if Kakuzu has 5 lives, he must be careful and careful. Seeing Kakuzu and Hidan walking forward, Akatsuki's eyes all brightened. The beast Kaido claims to be immortal, but Hidan and Kakuzu are equally immortal. How exciting will this two sides collide? Seeing this scene, everyone is looking forward to it. In particular, someone in the Hokage world spoke about the abilities of the two in the chat group. This caused the heavens and all realms to be even more shocked. My god, this Kakuzu has 5 lives, which is pretty good. But the real heaven-defying is the ability of Hidan. The immortal body can rebound the damage again after getting the opponent's blood. Quote. When the time comes, give yourself a knife, won't the other side die? Let me go, this ability is too buggy, right? How do I feel that Kaido is going to be planted? Yes, look at it, I want to know how Kaido should deal with these two people. Quote. If it is the blood is obtained by that Hidan, then Kaido is over. Everyone looked at the battlefield with scorching eyes. Because Hidan's ability is really buggy. The two walked forward, staring at Kaido. Hidan laughed at this moment. Ha ha ha, this is the first time I have fought such a powerful man. Hope, you can let me carry out a ritual well. As he said, Hidan and Kakuzu looked at each other. The two rushed towards Kaido, the beast. Kakuzu took the lead, and grievances had already been used. The disgusting ability looks a bit disgusting in all realms. Seeing that the two were about to attack Kaido, Jack immediately made another move. But Kaido stretched out his hand and stopped him directly. He looked at the two people rushing across from him, with a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Before fighting that Uchiha Madara, let's warm up. Kaido's nonchalant tone made Hidan and Kakuzu's faces a bit bad. However, the more Kaido cares for them, the better it is for them. Then, the two remained calm and continued to rush towards Kaido. Their move has only one purpose. It is to get Kaido's blood and drink it to Hidan. As long as he gets Kaido's blood, Hidan can use the ritual. At that time, it will be a competition between the two immortals. Advertisement. The tactics of the duo are clear and concise, and Kakuzu attracts attention. Hidan took the opportunity to obtain Kaido's blood. Kakuzu's 2 hands are connected with the seal, and the 5 types of ninjutsu are used, all of which are used to Kaido. Kakuzu's attention-grabbing move didn't work at all. Those attacks hit Kaido, and even Kaido's skin was not penetrated. Feeling the tickling attacks of the two of them, Kaido's face was a little impatient. Is it that way? As soon as Kaido's voice fell, Hidan held a scythe and slashed directly at his chest. Observation Haki has already sensed Hidan's actions. But Kaido didn't hide at all, let alone defend. Not even armament Haki was used. Hidan's eyes brightened when he saw it. This Kaido underestimated them. If they use that dark armament Haki, they are not good at getting Kaido's blood. But, since Kaido is not used, it is their chance. Hidan looked overjoyed, and the sickle in his hand was slashed against Kaido's chest. Kakuzu smiled at the same time. Hidan succeeded. At this time, after Hidan attacked Kaido, he stood in front of Kaido. Kaido, who is more than 7 meters, versus Hidan, who is less than 2 meters. The gap and the sense of oppression are too strong. But Hidan didn't have the mind to think about that. He hurriedly looked at the sickle blade in his hand. The next scene of the card made him directly stunned. Hidan used all his strength when attacking Kaido just now. But, there is no trace of bloodline on it. Even a trace is fine. But there is nothing at all. Kakuzu, who also saw this scene, also stared wide. Although Hidan's hard power is not strong, it is not impossible to break the defense when the opponent has no defense. The two slowly raised their heads. It's greeted. It's Kaido's silly look on his face. Idiot. Jack in the Three Plagues was even more disdainful. Just that kind of ordinary blade, you still want to cut Boss Kaido's skin. Dream. Kaido didn't even bother to smile. He looked at his chest. There was no trace of a knife mark on it. 0. Look for flowers. Advertisement. Hidan Kakuzu was shocked by this scene. Just give them the whole thing. But the two still need to be calm. Because they still have a chance. Next, there was a scene where two rookies hit the stakes. Hidan and Kakuzu tried their best to attack Kaido desperately. Ninjutsu keeps flying around. This let Mankai know that Kakuzu is an almighty ninja. But what's the use? The two attacked Kaido for a long time. And Kaido not only doesn't fight back, but just like before, he doesn't even defend. Put on a look that looks down on them at all. The faces of the two who retreated to the distance looked ugly. Glancing at each other slightly, both of them could see the complicated look in each other's eyes. 0. The two of them tried their best, but they couldn't even break Kaido's defense. How to fight this? Hidan has a way to deal with Kaido. But that also requires Kaido's blood. Without blood, if his Hidan's ability is buggy, it would not be okay at all. Seeing the two people's expressions as if they had eaten Shang Shang, the heavens and all realms laughed loudly. Especially in Pirate World, in the naval headquarters at this moment. Looking at the actions of the two, and thinking about Hidan's abilities, Garp and the others knew what they were doing in an instant. Do you want to take Kaido's blood? Garp murmured, then shook his head. Sengoku, I remember the last time Kaido bleeds, how long has it been? Sengoku's face was slightly solemn. Last time, it was the Battle of the Holy Land. Kaido played against Zaraki Kenpachi. This is the most recent one. As for going forward, it hasn't happened in 10 years. Listening to Sengoku's words, Kizaru's eyes were slightly sympathetic. He sympathized with Hidan and Kakuzu. These two are also desperately enjoying Kaido's blood. But Kaido bleeds apart from facing Kenpachi. Faced with all of them in 10 years, they have never shed blood. But they know this information, and the undead duo in the battlefield don't know it. They looked at Kaido at the moment, and their eyes were directly like a monster. The two are quite sure. Because their eyes at the moment are the same as the eyes of ordinary ninjas facing those ordinary ninjas. But they hadn't waited for the two to end their estrus in shock. Kaido, the beast on the opposite side, had a pitch-black mace in his hand. What? Chapter 259 Auto-generated chapter title. 259 Ideographic, I want Laozi's blood. Speak straight. Watching Kaido directly took out a pitch-black mace. In an instant, the undead duo's brain was in heat. The two looked at Kaido, the mighty beast on the opposite side. Frightened in my heart. At this time, Wanji saw Kaido's actions also exploded. Many people directly discussed it. Look at it, Kaido's mace is so fierce. Quote.
Also, did any of you see how Kaido was taken out just now?
There is such a long mace, why didn't I see the slightest trace of it before?
Yes, could it be that this mace is a rare treasure? It's really possible, I think it's possible. Regardless of the mace, I now want to know if Kaido's shot can be stopped by the undead duo. I want to see which one of them is truly immortal. Ha ha ha, I really look forward to it. 740s was being discussed intensely in the chat group at the same time. In the battlefield, Kaido stared at the undead duo with gloomy eyes. What are you doing? Take Laozi. Are you just attacking Laozi? Kaido asked Hidan and Kakuzu 3 consecutive questions in an instant. Furthermore, there is a deep anger, this beast Kaido. Not only is the skin thick and thick, just standing there, the two of them couldn't break Kaido's defense. And now, Kaido even laughed at them, killing is not so cruel. Hidan's mood was a little unstable, and his eyes were a little crazy. He looked at Kaido, a little unconvinced. As long as I get your blood, you can be played in the palm of my hand. But, why are your defenses so strong? Hidan was a little nervous. He was really unacceptable by Kaido. Hidan looked at Kaido in despair. He and Kakuzu joined forces to attack just now, and none of them hurt Kaido. Even the attacks of the two could not leave a white mark on Kaido's body. This is really hopeless. Even though he was immortal, he felt a strong sense of oppression at this moment. Looking at Kaido, Hidan's heart was filled with speechlessness. And at this moment, Kaido on the opposite side of the duo heard Hidan's words, but suddenly moved. Just when Hidan and Kakuzu were ready to resist, advertisement. They found that Kaido hit his head with a mace, moment. There was blood flowing from Kaido's forehead, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he raised his hand, a touch of blood on his forehead, towards Hidan. Kaido's fierce and low voice sounded again. For Laozi's blood, just say it. At this moment, Hidan was stunned. Kakuzu was stunned. Both Beast's pirates and Akatsuki were stunned. The heavens and worlds are even more shocked. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Dudu's eyes widened. What does Kaido mean? Why did he give his blood to Hidan? Although he is not like us, he knows what Hidan is capable of. But he shouldn't be so careless, right? Is there something wrong with Kaido's mind? Sha-Do looked at Kaido very suspiciously while talking. She really didn't understand Kaido's mysterious behavior. Don't put water like that, it's a bit too late, right? Do you still want to win? Shanda and others frowned. Sha-Do, you were right. Then Hidan can cast his curse once he gets the enemy's blood. Once the curse is cast, you can share the damage with the opponent. This Kaido is dangerous. While a few people thought so, the chat group also raised a lot of doubts. Damn, Kaido has a problem with his brain, right? It's an individual, can you understand the fate of giving Hidan blood, right? That is definitely not a good result, but why should Kaido try? I really don't understand him anymore, it's an act of mystery. Etc. Have you ever thought, this Kaido is known as the immortal, the strongest creature in the world. Is it possible for him to feel the strength of Hidan? My god, it makes sense to hear you say this. Then, Kaido really wants to verify this Hidan's weird ability? I have a new understanding of the beast Kaido's recklessness. At the same time as 10,000 Realms was thinking. Kaido in the battlefield said lightly, do you need blood? Laozi will give it to you. Next, let me see how you play Laozi in the palm of your hand. Advertisement. Kaido's deep voice sounded. Standing still, Hidan was stunned again. And the chat group exploded again. Sure enough, it's the same as we imagined. This beast Kaido really wants to try Hidan's abilities. Why is he so reckless? Does he really have no brains? Give himself a stick in the battle, and then let the opponent show his abilities. Isn't this NT? My god, this is the first time I have seen this kind of person. Hidan on the battlefield was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression turned into ecstasy, looking at Kaido's blood on his side. Although his heart is a little aggrieved, but I thought that I could solve Kaido of the beasts this time. Solve the opponent's strongest person. This time, Lord Madara will not reward him for death? Excited, Hidan licked the blood on the sickle directly. The magic circle under the feet began to form, and the bloody ceremony slowly proceeded. It wasn't until the sacrificial ceremony at his feet was fully formed that Hidan was greatly relieved. Kakuzu was stunned to see from the side. A group of people in Akatsuki's organization could see their brains in estrus even more. This undead duo attacked Kaido who had no defense together, they couldn't even break Kaido's defense. However, in the end, he got Kaido's blood so wonderfully. Until now, Kakuzu can't accept it, this is what really happened. Regardless of Kakuzu who doubted his life on the side, Hidan was already laughing. Ha 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 ha. Then Hidan can make Kaido suffer the same damage as long as he attacks himself. Hidan hugged his face and laughed, ecstatic in his heart. Ha 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 ha. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Get Kaido's blood, and the ceremony has been successful. And once that ritual is formed, even the arrogant Lord Madara is full of different expressions. There is only one thought in his heart. One of the 4 emperors in that world, Kaido, the beast, turned out to be a foolish fool. Unexpectedly, this battle would end so easily, I won't be able to give it to me. They looked at Hidan in amazement. Ha 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 ha. 5.3. Unexpectedly, in the end, Hidan actually got Kaido's blood. I didn't expect it, then, Kaido will be his plaything next. This ability has to be said that it is a bug. The people in Akatsuki's organization were also confused. Chapter 260. Auto-generated chapter title, 260. The Immortal Kaido, the true heaven-defying place of the 4 emperors. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization looked at Hidan with a little excitement. I didn't expect this battle to be won so easily, in their view. Hidan's ceremony has taken shape. Even though Kaido's resilience is heaven-defying, he even dares to claim to be immortal. However, Hidan's ability is more buggy. The ceremony is formed, and the two share vitality. Hidan twisted his head directly, or gave a knife to his heart. This battle is over, everyone is thinking about this. The heavens and myriad worlds are even more nervous. Some people immediately became anxious for Kaido. Will it really end like this? No way, no way. This is so boring. If Beast's Pirates loses this battle, Kaido will have to carry the biggest pot. If I were from Beast's Pirates, I really want to scold Kaido to death. My boss, is it too bad, right? I'm really speechless and sigh. If I want to have such a boss, I will find a piece of tofu and hit him to death. I'm really so angry, I'm really anxious to see it. 09 Super God World. The angels were also a little speechless in their hearts. Angel Yan raised his forehead slightly, and he was full of worries about Kaido's IQ. The angel made a cold voice even more proudly. Is this Kaido such a mindless person? Return the 4 emperors, just return the emperor? The angel's cold words were full of disdain, and he was speechless looking at Kaido's idiotic behavior. And it's more than cold. Yan and Shinshinchi and others are the same. They were also speechless inside, but the sacred guys Shaw and Hexy frowned slightly. In their eyes, even if this Kaido is stupid, it shouldn't be so. They looked at the Hidan ability and it was quite buggy. Both parties to the contract share harm. If Hidan gave himself a knife, wouldn't Kaido also die? The two shook their heads with regret. This battle hasn't really started yet, it will be over. Kaido died. Without even Uchiha Madara's own shot, Beast's pirates will be defeated across the board. It's like, the angels and demons go to war, come up and kill Morgana. Advertisement. That group of demons hadn't escaped in all directions. It's easy to understand, and all the heavens and all realms are also this idea. Everyone looked at Kaido and didn't want this battle to end like this. That's too boring, but while everyone thinks so, a shocking scene happened on the battlefield. Open. The sound of the knife entering the body sounded. The angle beside Hidan appeared directly behind Hidan. And the kunai in his hand was inserted into Hidan's heart at this moment. The blood flowed into the room, and the entire heavens and all realms were staring dumbfounded. Pain, Conan and others' eyes widened slightly. Was this battle one like this? That's great. And watching Hidan get pierced by Kakuzu. The injury was placed on Kaido, he couldn't bear it either. The heavens and worlds also caused a shocking sensation. Let me go, this is the most boring battle I have ever seen. Born into a battle of power rankings, look like this is ruined by Kaido. Heaven is too hard to tolerate, this beast Kaido, I really want to scold him. Backquote, yeah, how can you be so reckless? Effect underestimate the enemy also have a limit, right? Without this, right? This Kaido really brain dead. Sucker smelly, everyone in the group chat sorry for Kaido. They want to see a vigorous battle the forces of the list. But now, the two sides have not officially start. One of the coach died, this is how special it can be to play. After that the organization is not Shao Rolling Beasts Pirates? What that means? Really boring, but looking at the chat group in those words, everyone in the pirate world is a different view. Naval headquarters, in the marshal's office. Those looking for Kaido sorry, then, Sengoku reluctantly shook his head. Akainu also clenched teeth, a face full of disdain. Chat group these people simply do not understand the beast's Kaido. But all a strong pirate world know the characteristics Kaido deathless. Once, there numerous fighting between Marine and Kaido, almost dozens of field. They Marine sentence is over 40 times of Kaido using various means. It may be the result, Kaido still alive and kicking, the sit tight in the new world 4 emperors of the bit. Advertisement. This is because of what? Because the name that the world's strongest biological Kaido, the body of immortality. Garp also reluctantly shook his head. Kaido, and if so good to kill enough all. Garp's voice a bit upset. The presence no one can think Garp is nonsense. Only Kaido and fought only personally sentence had Kaido. His ability to know exactly how people have headaches, how helpless. At the same time, New World, aboard the Moby D*K. Marco, who watched the chat group, he also could not help shaking his head. Naive awe. Much older elderly, although they would suppress Beast's Kaido, we gave him a good exhaustion. But daddy, there is no way to kill Kaido, even now. Marco is not continued, because he did not know Whitebeard peak, whether we can really kill Kaido. Then Whitebeard on the deck also heard Marco words. Whitebeard suddenly, cool la la la, she laughed. Marco, Dad did not know before the formation Whitebeard pirates, and Kaido is in the same boat, right? 740 Marco nodded, slightly bright eyes. Whitebeard continued. Original Kaido has not been sinking fruit, but at that time, he has been known as an immortal monster. Charlotte Linlin known as Steel Balloon, not because she was sinking fruit, but because of his physique. That red-haired boy, but did not eat devil fruit, but his hockey, your old man in addition to my peak, but also to shame. As for you my father, for the time being do not say. Listening to the words of Whitebeard, Marco could not help but think about it carefully. For a long time, his eyes light up. Yes, 4 emperors reason is 4 emperors. Never because of their ability to fruit, but they are powerful at the same time the whole property, which is 1 point exceeded the limits. This limit, and only a handful of people on the sea can break through. For example Whitebeard's shock fruit, Garp armed color. Think of this, Marco suddenly looked at Hidan some sympathy among the battlefield. This child will be the death blow, and in the battlefield. Hidan Kakuzu's been a bitter thornless center opening, which outflow tracked blood. This injury also honestly Kaido back to the body. This cannot help but slightly led Kaido across the Yaren. Can as slightly Yaren, after that, never the slightest movement. Chapter 261, Auto-generated chapter title, 261. The Terrifying Beasts Pirates, Akatsuki can't stop it. At this time, Kaido's expression on the battlefield was once again gloomy. Nice ability, but, with that said, Kaido took a step forward. At this step, Hidan and Kakuzu were shocked. Normal people were hit by Hidan. Not to mention that you die immediately, you have to be crippled. Immediately he would lie on the ground and linger. But this Kaido, I'm special, Hidan has a direct tendency to explode. Kaido's step fell, without a trace of sway in his figure. He looked at Hidan and Kakuzu condescendingly, with a disappointed look on his face. Your ability is too weak, Kaido said this with extreme contempt. The mace in his hand slashed suddenly. Kaido shouted even more. Thunder 8 trigrams. Thick armament hockey covers it. It attacked Hidan and Kakuzu at an incredible speed. The two were still stunned in place, and their bodies were directly hit by the mace. In fact, even if they reacted and thought of avoiding, they couldn't do it. Kaido's speed is not in the same order of magnitude as them. Between the two and Kaido, apart from being immortal, everything else is crushed by Kaido. The world's strongest creature is not just talking. The mace fell without hindrance. Kaido was fierce, and his expression was slightly pained. Laozi's own attack is strong enough, see what your attack is. Kaido's voice fell, and the mace lifted slightly. Hidan and Kakuzu turned into meatloaf bodies and appeared before Mankai. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Why don't they understand something? Hidan's ability, standing in the magic circle, can't it rebound damage? Kakuzu's knife was also literally hit, there's no reason to be unsuccessful. But Kaido, why is it still alive? Open black lens bracket I go, am I wrong? Kaido received the knife, but it was alright? Open black lens bracket what on earth is it? Someone said that Hidan's ability is very heaven-defying. After sharing the injury, why is this Kaido okay? Advertisement, solve and solve, did we misunderstand Kaido? Because he is too strong, Hidan's methods did not work at all? No, right. Look at Kaido's swing of the mace, his expression is painful. Normal, will he suffer if he hits others? This proves that Hidan's ability has worked. But I don't know why, this ability did not cause any harm to Kaido. F*K. You are really right when you say that, but, why would Kaido be okay after receiving that cut? Looking at the discussion among the people in the chat group, Aizen's mouth at the top of the Suya Palace was slightly raised. He watched the discussion, his expression showed a trace of disdain. The beast Kaido hits Hidan, which means smashing the bee with him. The Zanpakuto Shikai ability of the 2nd Division Captain Shattered Bee is a 2-strike killer. But Aizen has that absolute confidence. Even if he was hit by smashing Bee's second hit, he would have nothing to do. This is a different level. He is Aizen, much stronger than Broken Bee. The two sides are not at the same level at all. Often, the Broken Bee can kill the average person. But Aizen is just tickling to him. Looking at Kaido and Hidan, Aizen thinks they're also in this situation. The strong are strong in any field. If it can be easily defeated and killed by the weak, then it is not the strong. Without hard power, what if there is the ability to heaven-defying again? Still can't beat any strong. The 10,000 worlds is not as thorough as Aizen. When they were puzzled, Kakuzu's figure on the battlefield regroups. Hidan was also sewn up by him. Standing in the broken circle, Hidan looked at Kaido in horror. How could it be? How could it be so strong? How did you do it? My curse, why didn't it work for you? Hidan growled out of control. His belief in evil gods has collapsed. Why didn't the Cthulhu god care for him this time? Why didn't his attack bring Kaido down? Hidan couldn't accept it, and kept roaring in a low voice. Seeing this scene, Hidan's old partner Kakuzu also looked intolerable. Don't talk about Hidan himself. Even Kakuzu couldn't believe it in his heart. He couldn't understand until he died, how did Kaido survive? If a normal person receives that blow, he will definitely be killed on the spot. Advertisement this Kaido is really a monster. Hidan was on the verge of being insane, about to go crazy and collapse. Kaido sneered disdainfully. Your curse hasn't expired, and the knife has been tangibly stuck in my heart. But your curse is too weak, and that knife is too weak. Kaido said disdainfully, and shook his head slightly. Originally, he was very curious about the abilities of these two people and looked forward to it. If he could really kill him, it would really excite Kaido. But, the facts are far from satisfactory. This Hidan's curse is too rubbish. Kakuzu's knife was too weak, and it didn't do much harm to him. It really disappointed him. Kaido shook his head, the expression on his face was very disappointed. Hidan and Kakuzu who heard Kaido's voice were also shocked. When the two brains were in estrus, Kaido didn't hesitate to lift the mace and knock them into the air. With this blow, Kaido has no recovery. Kakuzu burst another heart in the air, killing one. Although he can be resurrected, but this time the shadow that Kaido brought to them was too serious. I am afraid that for a period of time, Kakuzu and Hidan can't think of fighting with others. After knocking the two into the air, Kaido's eyes directly looked to Akatsuki who stood in a row on the opposite side. He waved his hand and roared. The entire beast's pirates once again gave a shocking weather. The flames and Plague Quinn, which had not moved since the battle, also moved. Kaido brought the three plagues and Fei Lupao to charge towards Akatsuki's lineup. Kaido really hit a kid among the Akatsuki group, and the other two disasters among the three plagues. At this moment, Pen needs to join Konan and Obito so that the three can barely hold Kaido. Whether it's Kaido or the three plagues, together with Fei Lupao, these two suppressed the rest of the Shao organization. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He will never forgive this person who dared to move Sasuke. Seeing that, Akatsuki's organization was about to be unstoppable. Because Kamui is a kind of ninjutsu after all, it takes time to activate. It is impossible to let Obito use Kamui to attack him. Okay, Kaido's strength, the three of them couldn't hurt him at all. Itachi met Jack again and played Susanoo head-to-head with Jack. The terrifying three plagues also directly showed their talents. Obito will not work even with Kamui. Zhao. Although Kaido was reckless in the fight, observation hockey was still fully open. Akatsuki couldn't stop it anymore.
Flame Ash and Plague Quinn. Chapter 262. Lord Madara, Unique Show. Just when everyone in the Akatsuki organization was frantically suppressed by Beast's pirates and was about to collapse across the board, the heavens and myriad worlds couldn't help but look at the one who was still working on the battlefield. The current ranking is third, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Uchiha. They all know that Madara has not done anything yet, and the outcome of this battle has not really been clear. 10,000 worlds are also looking forward to Lord Madara's great show. Spirit Cage World. Little lowly Dudu's face was full of expectation. She looked at the arrogant Madara still standing, blinking her big eyes. When will Uncle Ben make a move? I really look forward to his action and the battle will be reversed. That must be very strong, right? Shonda nodded. Dudu, are you nonsense? Madara is like a 50-50 to Whitebeard. You said how strong he will be? At least, this beast Kaido is not an opponent of Whitebeard. So, Kaido is not Madara's opponent either, but when will Lord Madara take the shot? Shonda said, looking melancholy. Little lowly Shado looked at him sullenly at this time. Shandong University, what did you say? You call me nonsense. Shonda reacted instantly, his expression was slightly embarrassed. 740. Shado, I was wrong and I was wrong. The people in the Spirit Cage world are discussing, why is it that 10,000 realms? Everyone is looking forward to Madara's shot. It's up to now, Akatsuki is going to be unable to hold it anymore. Why doesn't Madara take the shot yet? Does he have to watch the Akatsuki group be crushed by Beast's pirates like this, and then he will come out and face Beast's pirates alone? F*K. It's really possible. With Madara's arrogance, it is really possible that there is one person against the entire Beast's pirates. My god, I have to admire Ban Yi's arrogance. It's too mad, too arrogant. But Madara like this is really attractive. Look at the look of Lord Madara standing there holding her arms, looking at the battlefield with contempt. I'm going. It's so handsome. Okay, you are really right when you say that. I am looking forward to Master Madara's action now, and I will definitely kill Kaido 3 times by then. Compared with the battle of Lord Madara, these people now seem dull. When everyone is discussing, the situation on the battlefield is also clearer. Itachi has had to return to the front of everyone, AJFD. Because in addition to his ability to suppress Jack, the group of ghosts couldn't stop the other 2 disasters and Fei Lupao at all. Advertisement he had to deal with the lineup 3 times with everyone. But even so, Itachi and others still lost all the way. Hidan's head has no idea how many times it has been twisted off. There was only 1 heart left in Kakuzu, the other 4 have all been broken. Even the chakra outbreak of the humanoid tail beast, Ghost Zhao, has gradually been unable to support it. Seeing this scene, Madara not far away shook his head. Holding his arms, a pair of Rinnegan was calm. Madara's face is full of arrogance. It's really a bunch of trash. With a sigh, Lord Madara stretched out his hand to seal directly. The blue Susanoo skeleton is formed. Rumble on the battlefield. Lord Madara is really starting to take action. Little lowly Shado jumped straight up. Ban, Uchiha Madara is here. Shonda is also dumbfounded. Although I have seen it twice, Keban's methods are still so shocking. Everyone's eyes widened slightly, seen in the battlefield. Right above Beast's pirates, a layer of shadow slowly shrouded. The heavens and worlds are also not surprised by Madara's trick. Tengai Shinsei. This is Madara's trick to summon the meteorite. But everyone knows it, however, the current methods are still shocking. The top boss is the top boss. Uchiha Madara is Uchiha Madara, close black lens bracket. When he shot, it was such a powerful attack, I don't know how Beast's pirates will respond. Whitebeard was able to smash the meteorite with a full blow. Can Kaido? I feel hanging. This Kaido is famous, after all, is his resilience, his undead physique. But in terms of attack, he is far behind Whitebeard. Yes, I feel that the attack power of this Kaido is not even comparable to the red hair of the 4 emperors. Then how should Beast's pirates respond? Look at it, the show is coming. Hokage World. Konoha Village, in the Hokage office building. Seeing Madara's shot, it was another meteorite attack. All the people present were solemn and frowned. Advertisement. Anyway, they knew that this attack on Konoha would take a lot of effort for everyone to stop it. This is the result of Konoha now having several strong players, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, and Might Guy. Otherwise, Konoha will be completely destroyed by this meteorite. Senju Hashirama has a solemn expression. Motor, after the resurrection, I haven't really met you yet. I hope our meeting will not eventually turn into a big battle. Senju Hashirama thought. In fact, he didn't want to fight with it. After all, the 2 sides have grown up as partners. Pirate World, aboard the Moby DK. Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la, it's really interesting, Madara. I don't know this blow, how are you going to block Kaido? Cool la la, at the same time, the naval headquarters is also solemn. 3. Admiral and Sengoku Garp frowned. They're sure to avoid this trick, and they're sure not to get hurt. However, they could not save different marine soldiers. Madara's move is placed on the battlefield, it is really a very powerful means of attack on the enemy. Just when everyone sighed, in the battlefield, the meteorite rumbled down. Upon seeing this, Kaido, who was fighting with the 3 of pain, got more and more excited. The meteorite slammed down with an unstoppable momentum. In an instant, Kaido's body of Qinglong was knocked back down. Kaido also rushed towards the meteorite with a wild laugh. It's so outstanding, looking at the shadow that obscures the sky. After that, the meteorite fell down with Kaido's body.
This Madara is really unique. Kaido didn't beat this meteorite head-on. There was a roar and clash between the two sides. After making a move, Madara held her arms, her expression still very arrogant. Laozi is here to try your blow. As he said, Kaido turned into a blue dragon and charged up. Kaido is really excited. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Listen to the deafening roar. Ha 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 ha, it's really exciting. But after he did this, the meteorite also fell apart and fell to the side without much threat. The eyes of the audience are focused on him. Chapter 263 Auto-generated chapter title. 263. Head Iron Jack, Madara, do you also want to dance? Madara stood there with his arms in his arms, and his aura was unmatched. This moment, the heavens and all realms are obsessed with it. My god, this damn charm. The damn charm of this man. Ah, I am going to fall. Quote, Uchiha Madara, his arrogance is so attractive. I really can't stand it anymore, my old lady is going to give you monkeys, Uchiha Madara. Upstairs, look in the mirror, look at your bucket waist, elephant legs, and say this. Close black lens bracket. Am I special? When there was a sensation in the chat group. Lord Madara in the battlefield also really started to move. He looked at the three plagues and Fei Liepao, and rushed in without hesitation. Rinnegan is very proud in his eyes, and Madara's movements are fast. On the face, it was a Fei Liepao who ran into Lord Madara. And this person is also hard-spirited, and he doesn't have the slightest fear on Madara. The two fight each other. The hand of Fei Liepao was covered with thick armament haki, and it collided with Madara's punch. But even if Madara doesn't know how to be armed, she suffers a little loss. But in terms of hard power, the gap between the two sides is too great. In the end, there is no doubt that this person was directly flew out by the class with a punch. Boom. Afterwards, he rushed directly into the lineup of Fei Liepao. Shenluo Tianzhong used it, and Fei Liepao vomited blood and flew upside down. This is not Nagato and Pain's Shenra Tianzhong. This trick was used in Madara's hands, and the power did not know how many times it was stronger. At that moment, it was an irresistible force. It's the same as Whitebeard's shock fruit. If it wasn't for Shenluo Tianzhong's cooling, then Madara could use this trick as shock fruit. This Fei Liepao is too delicious. I didn't hold on to a single move in the hands of Ban Yi. It's not that Fei Liepao is too good, but Madara is too strong. Closing parenthesis. Have you forgotten the previous 3 times of adding Fei Liepao, but suppressed most of the people in Akatsuki's organization? Quote. They have all been beaten and retreated steadily. Is this Fei Liepao still weak? However, in the face of Lord Madara, this gap became apparent in an instant. There is no doubt that Lord Madara is too strong, there is nothing to say. Quote. Yes, I understand now. Quote. There is a saying, as soon as I call Lord Madara, I will know if there is any. These big guys on the battle list are as strong as monsters. Quote. No, they are not monsters, but strong like gods. For the same Hokage world, you said Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Keigai are so strong. Quote. Advertisement. But they are all quite normal. Quote. But you guys just think about blowing the wicked style of the peach. Quote. Don't mention him to me, I can't lift the strength in my heart when I mention him. Backquote. I still wanted to scold him before, but now. That's rubbish, what are you doing? How boring, how boring. I ignored him automatically. Quote. Anyway, the number 1 in the battle power list will soon become my blue big. As for the puffing peach, I think our supervisory college must teach him how to be a man and kill him directly. Quote. Okay, don't talk about that disgusting thing. Look at Lord Madara, the Battle of Landa is still behind. Closing square bracket. Seeing Madara solved Fei Liepao in an instant, the complexion of the 3 plagues was instantly ugly. Kai just stared at Madara, pressing one hand on the long knife around his waist. One of Quinn's mechanical arms is also clenched, and a thick armament haki is attached to it. But they haven't waited for these two to make a move. Jack on the side, already rubbing his 4 feet on the ground, rushed out. The huge mammoth rushed towards Madara unstoppably, and a cold wind blew smoke and dust around the battlefield. Jack's attack was to take his strongest charge and exhausted all his strength. Ban Meiyu was very calm, watching Jack's eyes condensed. Boom. Susanoo rises from the ground. And this is not a complete sequel. Just the skeleton of the upper body. But the skeleton of the skeleton waved a palm, directly slapped Jack's figure to the side and flew upside down. Jack immediately lost his balance and fell to the side. 2 streams of blood flowed out of his huge elephant head in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone was a little surprised. My god, Madara's combat effectiveness is too strong, right? With one blow, Jack, who had been helpless in Akatsuki's organization, was blown away. My god, Madara is so handsome. Quote. Do you feel it? How do I feel? Madara's attacking moves are much smoother this time. Quote. Yes, I also have this feeling. In the previous battle with Whitebeard, Master Madara always made me feel a little uncomfortable. But look at this time, it's so smooth, so handsome. Could it be that Madara, who was still dead at the beginning, couldn't use his full strength? 0. Look for flowers. Yes, I think it's possible. Could it be that at this time, Lord Madara controls all his strength? Doesn't that mean that he might be better than Whitebeard? Damn, it's really true to think so. Quote. The current Lord Madara is beyond our imagination. Advertisement. Stop talking, look at it, that silly Jack is going to charge again. Quote. Just when everyone was chatting, Jack on the battlefield has stood up. He shook his head, although it was slapped by Madara Susanoo. But Jack was relieved in a short time. He stared at Madara and rubbed his 4 feet on the ground again. Yo, Jack's charge this time is even stronger. 0. The ground began to tremble. Kai and Quinn are both looking slightly. Jack's collision can open the door of a country. If it crashes into naval headquarters. If no one stops, the entire naval headquarters office building may be completely destroyed. Wanji also saw this scene. This Jack is here again. It's really tough. Does Jack have no brains? Would he not launch an attack with that calamity smoke and played Quinn? If 3 people practice their hands, they can fight against Kaido, right? Although I don't know what will happen to the class, it's not too bad, right? At least, there is also the power of war. But this Jack ignores it. Quote. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Susanoo formed again. A proud and indifferent voice sounded. The voice sounded like a god. One of his hands stretched out. I really feel sad for Kaido, how come there is such an idiot under him? Quote. Jack's charging body suddenly lost weight. And chakra in Madara's body also broke out. But no matter how everyone talks. Universal pull. The huge elephant flew directly towards Lord Madara. The huge mammoth was lifted up by Susanoo's neck. Do you want to dance too? Seeing Jack, who was shocking him, Lord Madara smiled disdainfully again. Jack in the battlefield still rushed to Madara unstoppably. Lord Madara looked indifferent, standing in Susanoo looking at Jack's eyes. This time it is absolutely perfect. Subsequently. Chapter 264 Auto-generated chapter title. 264 Ideographic, I don't know what to do. This moment, the entire heavens and myriad worlds were stunned in place. Then, the audience was silent for a moment. Then, shocking fluctuations swept across the world. Open black lens bracket my time, close black lens bracket. My time. Master Madara is too arrogant, too handsome. Master Madara has that strength and arrogance. Listen to that sentence, do you think of dancing too? My time. It's so shocking. I just want to say, who can have me Madara Lord Hockey? How did Lord Madara think of this sentence? My classmates still need to think. That's just his true feelings, okay. He doesn't have it at all, Jack puts it in his eyes. There is a unique arrogance in the heart of the strong. And the arrogance of my Lord Madara, the world, no. The heavens are famous. Do you feel that Madara's 740 wave is a bit overpowering? This is still a bit. This is so good. From the very beginning, Lord Madara is a power that claims to be a god. Quote. Although it was more or less secondary at the beginning. But this time, Lord Madara didn't call himself a god, maybe he knew the magnitude of the heavens and the world, and there are many people who are stronger than him. Quote. But Master Ban still has his arrogance. At least here, at least in the face of Beasts Pirates and Akatsuki, Lord Madara is proud enough. Master Madara, well-deserved king. It's so shocking. I'll go. I was so enthusiastic about it. Quote. Master Madara. Do you want to dance too? Open black lens bracket my time. I really understand now. Do you know what it means to be cool for a while in a fashion? Do you always pretend to be cool? It's so cool. Wanji was crazy and shocked for a while, and everyone was stunned on the spot. They thought of Susanoo pinching Jack's neck. Lord Madara stood in it and spoke. Do you want to dance too? This picture sense. This compelling breath caused everyone's brains to be shocked for an instant. Spirit Cage World. Shonda's eyes were shocked, and his figure trembled. I am so shocking. I really can't imagine how Madara made that sentence lightly. Advertisement. This is too awesome. Little lowly Shadow was also stunned, then her face was full of little stars. Uncle Ban is really awesome this time. The time with my supervisor, and Kizaru's, it's so terrible, so terrible. Broken Star's eyebrows were shocked, and even thought that Ban was the well-deserved Hokage king. Super God World. Morgana couldn't help but squeeze her face. This damn pretense breath. Otto looked dull on the side. Queen, how do I feel? Uchiha Madara also has the breath of king. Morgana patted his head directly. Don't you know why you are an old lady? This is not the king's breath. There are so many people who possess the qualifications of kings in these heavens and worlds. Morgana had a solemn expression and thought about it carefully. The ranking has been released so far. She thinks there are only a few people who have the qualifications of a king. Uchiha Madara, Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Aizen Huyusuk. It must be calculated that only these 5 people have the qualifications of the king. As for the current Kaido, in Morgana's eyes, he could not be called a king's qualification. Speaking of it, he still lacks some of Wang's unique qualities. The current ranking first, Otsutsuki Peach style is even less qualified. Even the old man Yamamoto, Kagaya and others are powerful. But they are far from the king. Because of the king, it does not depend on the current strength. It depends on the character of the person. 5 kings were born in the 3 worlds currently exposed by the heavens and the world. Although it doesn't seem to be much. But compared with their super god world, it was a bit scary. Their super god world is a pure world of high martial arts. It's not Morgana's arrogance, it's the fact of the time. If he takes a shot, the current Yamamoto old man will definitely not be able to stop her. Although the supernova explosion is terrifying, Morgana has a way to deal with it. But this is such a world of high martial super gods. Among them, there are only so few kings, but the number of 5 fingers. 1. It is her Morgana. Guy Sasha that BCH. 3. That B asterisk 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 D hexy. 4. That idiot Carl. 5th, Huaping, you can be regarded as half king. The rest, no more. Some people have the qualifications of kings. But they may not necessarily be kings. But if it grows up for 5 people, Madara, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, Empress, and Aizen, they are bound to become a king. This is Morgana's judgment, and it is also a point that all the bigwigs in the super god world can see through. Advertisement. Morgana whispered. The main theme of the heavens and the world at this time is still a sensation against Madara's words. Everyone is calling. Big brother Newbie. Shandong University. Madara is really big, big guy is awesome. Tony. The big guy is awesome. By the way, Lord Madara belongs to the Uchiha clan. Quote. I think the title of Uchiha Dance King must be given to Lord Madara. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Dance King. Open black lens bracket agreed. What about Sasuke and that Itachi? Uchiha Brothers Dancers. Quote. Or, Uchiha Dance King. Ha 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 ha. Anyway, I am not convinced by anyone now, just convince me Madara and dance. Jack, do you want to dance too? Open black lens bracket ha 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 ha. Pirate World. Aboard the Moby DK. Whitebeard laughed. Cool la la la. Cool la la la. It really deserves to be banned. Whitebeard said, the smile in his eyes was particularly strong. Of course he knew Jack that little brother. Every time the Whitebeard pirates and Beasts pirates go to war, Jack, the iron-headed baby, wanted him to test. Of course, Whitebeard knocked the tower down. Marco and others also smiled, thinking of the scene when the 2 sides went to war. Ace said nostalgically, last 5.3 war with Beasts pirates, was it last year? Marco and others nodded. Joe's grinned. I still remember that Jack charged at the old man. That momentum even I have to avoid, unable to resist head-on. But I still remember. At the time, the old man only punched. The little brother fell to the ground suddenly, foaming at the mouth and unable to get up. Ha 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 ha. A group of crew members laughed with their waists pierced. Enter Red Force. The redhead and the crew laughed at Jack's miserable situation. Reikalu leaned his shoulder against the red hair and whispered. Boss, next time, you will also pat the enemy's neck and say, do you want to dance too? Quote. Hearing that, everyone laughed. It was full of smiles. Everyone was even more impressed with Madara.